We are gonna like take over the poker world.
Can be.
Okay, guys, we are live, coming at you from Las Vegas, Nevada, with a 4-minute delay. We are in the $50 guaranteed weekend warm-up to start the Saturday grind. You know, I wanted to go earlier today, but it turns out that there's nothing really worth playing before now, before 5 o'clock. I mean, I was looking at the schedule, and it's all like $3 and $5 tournaments. Not that those are, aren't worth playing, but I just kind of feel like $50. That's a good tournament right there.
Well, plus we sit in a long time in front of the stream.
Yeah.
Yesterday we played for almost 8 hours.
Yep.
And so we want to be able to move. I had to move around yesterday, so we have to move around more today.
So there's a couple of good tournaments later on tonight. We've got a $30 re-entry in 52 minutes, a $30 rebuy and add-on in 2 hours.
You paying the $50 right now? Yeah.
And the $50 rebuy and add-on right now.
Okay.
So we'll probably keep this stream going until probably the same time, probably the same Midnight Mayhem. We'll see how we feel, though. Might be
earlier.
It might be a little earlier. We might get off a little bit earlier because we're starting a little earlier. But great to see all of you guys here in the stream. Let me go ahead and get my chat popped out here.
Remember to Twitter out.
Yeah, I'll give it a Twitter real quick.
And I'll put it on the.
So off to kind of a slow start since we've gotten back. One final table, but it was just at the very bottom of the final table. Let's go ahead and
Chinch Dog's in the house. Hey.
Chinch Dog. It's been too long, buddy.
Yay.
Great to see you, man. Okay, so let's go ahead and give up on that.
And Irish 320 was sitting in chat with me.
Irish, good to see you, man. Chinch Dog, I also want to say thank you. I haven't thanked you yet for sticking with us through the series. Thank you so much for staying subbed. And I know it was a dry couple of weeks there while we were going on the bracelet hunt, but we were back for a regular schedule for 4 times a week. So thanks so much for sticking with us, man. Really appreciate it.
And Poker Clueless was sitting in chat as well.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Have we seen him since we've gotten back?
Yeah. He was here yesterday.
It's good to see you, man. Good to see you on the stream.
Foie Gras.
Frau Grace.
Frau Grace.
How are you doing? Frau Grace. Guten Tag.
Reminds me of foie gras. Every time I see that, it makes me hungry.
Great to see you, Frau Grace. Okay, yeah, let me get on the Twitterverse. I saw that Butters is back as well. That's really cool seeing him get back on the grind. It's very tough to do after
make sure if you guys go on Butters' stream, make sure to congratulate him.
Yeah, make sure to give Butters a big congratulations. Hopefully we won't see him at our table in any of these, but
oh no, if we do.
If we do, we're not going to be playing differently against him just because he's proven himself a world champion. We're still going to be coming over him pretty light. We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see when that time comes how you play.
We got BCM Claw over here, Baba Claw.
Sammy Tween.
We've got B Shrever chilling out with us here on the table. I wonder if he's going to be on the stream with us.
Oh, he's at your table again, huh?
Yep. 2 to my left.
Nice.
Such a tough player. Always holds over me too. You know you do, man. You know you do. Anyway, let's go ahead and go to the Twitterverse. Let the people know that we're Twitch streaming. Starting off with
a 4-minute delay. 4-minute delay.
Yep. 4-minute delay.
That's the new delay now. And I see a little flag there. That's sweet. Chinch Dog put a little flag. One day we'll be on. Dango.
Okay, twitch.tv/. Dutch Boyd. And that'll do it. Live streaming today. Starting off in the $50 rebuy on WSOP.com. Come say hi. Twitch.tv, Dutch Boyd. If any of you guys are on Twitter and you're not following us, make sure to give us a follow. At first for Eximoa, at Dutch Boyd for me.
And follow the stream too, and favorite.
Yeah, for sure. Make sure to click on that follow button here on Twitch as well. Oh man, we got Dan Dingo in the stream. Sammy Tween saying hello and best of luck. Thanks for stopping by, Sammy Tween, and thanks for being on the stream. Marsupial, how you doing, buddy? It's good to see you here. We got Dabble saying good to see you guys. Dabble, it's good to see you too. And Nick00111 wishing us good luck. Thank you very much, Nick. We're gonna try to make some deep runs tonight. Give the viewers something to sweat, man. So we've played 6 tournaments so far since we've been back, right? Maybe just 5. No, I think 6, and only 1 final table. I feel like.
Are you on right now?
Yeah, we're on.
Oh, okay. Still waiting for it.
Try refreshing.
Oh, is that?
I can see us on our dashboard.
Oh, I can't see it. Oh, well, yeah. I'm all waiting for it to come on. Like a noob. Donkey
Bait asking how we finished last night. The $20 midnight, not so well. But the what did we get, like 12th or 13th in that midnight, and then we did make a final table in the 10 at 10. That was an 8th place finish, which was kind of gross. But that's okay. Hey, Matty Matt, giving us the retweet. Thank you very much, buddy. We've got Eric's22 saying hello. Hey, Dutch. Hey, Eximo. What's up, chat? Good to see you on the stream, Eric's. And Richie Gree, got your email and the ICMizer code. Thank you for that, man. I'm going to play around with it this week. Let's go ahead and give it a raise. If we were like in middle position or late position and someone had raised before us, we'd go ahead and just give it a call, do a little set mining. But now the plan kind of changes a little bit. Now we raise pre and play it as the best hand if we get heads up. And that worked. We did have the best hand. He probably had a little 6-outer.
Kinda, sorta.
Sometimes. It's not cutting off on the top.
But on my chin.
Only when you get closer to the screen. Only when you get close to the screen.
I'm trying to take some screenshots so I can send it, yo.
Okay. Poker Neo saying it's counting the calories. Yeah, I've been trying to lose some weight. I got a couple of weight loss prop bets after the series.
That's right.
Got one with Chris Conrad. Got one with Ryan Tapin. I got to get down to 192 by January 1st. And today I weighed in at 222, so 30 pounds. 30 pounds, I mean, easy, right? That's August, September, October, November, and December. I mean, that November, December, those 2 months are going to be kind of hard to lose some weight.
Well, the hardest thing to realize is how many calories are in stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's sad. We love bread, and I love cake, and I love croissants, and I love all the good bad stuff.
Yeah, Dirty Biscuit in the stream. Great to see you, man. Big fist bump to you. We got Noisy562 stopping by and saying hi. Thank you very much for being here. Okay, so 7-8 offsuit in the big blind. Do we defend? Nah, we'll just give it up. Woozy, you can have that one. And we've got some other retweets here. Max Whitespace giving it the favorite. Thank you very much, Max Whitespace, if you're in the stream.
Where's paint at? Paint.
We've got, we might see Grateful Mouse tonight, too.
Oh, good.
Very cool seeing him.
He's working.
Yeah, he shot me a tweet. No? Okay, let me go ahead and respond to a couple of these tweets.
Where's my paint? Am I crazy here? Oh, did you know that Microsoft is offering a free update, or did you get the update?
A free update?
For 10. I saw it pop up last night.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it goes, get 10, Windows 10 right now.
Is it free?
I think so, yeah, it's free.
I'm a little scared to update.
Yeah, I am too, because, you know, it's just starting. But yeah, I believe they're giving it away for free.
So, guys, I'm going to try to... Yeah, we got Jackosaurus, we got Ashley Michelle, Cunning AZ, and Kitty Cat giving us the retweet. So if you're in the stream, thank you guys for that. I have a meeting set up with Bill Reaney this upcoming Monday. He's the director of online operations at WSOP.com. So he's kind of he's the big guy in charge of the site, and I'm going to talk to him about perhaps putting a couple of bigger buy-in tournaments early on in the weekends, like a nooner on Saturday. We need to have like a good noon tournament and a good 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock tournament, because I would like to get started a little bit earlier. And there's just nothing really good to play that starts that early. I was looking on the schedule. It was like a $5 tournament, a $3 tournament, a $3 tournament at noon. That's the only thing that started. A $3 tournament. Add a 0 to that. Let's play high stakes. Let's play a high stakes $30 tournament.
Why play 3? Oh, speaking of 3, I got your 3s there, yo.
Okay, so you're seeing it?
Yeah, well, I'm seeing it now. No, okay. I see it.
Trap 805 saying sweet Blue Shark logo. You know what? That was one of the cool things that came out of the summer. Is we got sponsored by Blue Shark Optics. So we're gonna be rolling out our own line of Blue Sharks. We were talking about it yesterday on the stream. Working on it. Got a couple of. I got a lot to do. You guys, before the next World Series coming up pretty quick too, huh? Poker Neo saying, stayed up late. I missed a lot of Micro Million adventures. Oh, man, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous that you get to play the Micro Million. Is that what he's saying? Does he get to...
I don't know. I'm doing something else.
Marsupial 311. Yeah, aluminum hats. I think that...
I still have to improve my aluminum hat, but that's because we went on a conspiratard rant about how the government is blah blah blah. So I made hats, very very nice hats for myself. Well, a very nice hat for myself, and I just put foil on Dutch's head.
Yeah, her hat looks really cool. I was looking at the stream and I was like, oh, you look like a wizard. I just look like a guy with a piece of foil on his head.
Well, it was supposed to be like the Fry thing. You've seen like Futurama, right? That's exactly what they do.
So I think that what I'm probably going to try to do is just sew it on the inside. Sew the aluminum on the inside of the hat, and that way I don't look like a freak, but it still protects me from the mind control waves.
But it did cure my headache, so.
Yeah?
Maybe we'll have foil hats for sale. Made by me. Special like.
The Eximois foil hat. I like it. Iceman Kiwi, great to see you, man. So, Richie Grease saying, when you use the ICMizer, save your hand history. You can copy and paste it into ICMizer. Okay, that is a good thing to know. Does it so, I haven't opened it up yet and tried it out. Is it going to work with the 888 software that WSOP.com uses, do you think? Because that'll be cool. That'll be really cool if it tells me that I'm making mistakes on the bubble or at the final table. I would like to know that. I would probably trust a machine to tell me what I'm doing wrong. Let's go ahead and make the fold here. And did I read it right that Mike McDonald is behind that, or is it a different Mike McDonald? I mean, there's got to be a lot of Mike McDonalds in the world, right? But if it's the Mike McDonald from Poker at Timex, I mean, he's pretty legit, you guys. Pretty legit. Krusty S77 saying, "What's up, Dutch? What's up, Krusty? It's great to see you, man. Big fist bump." Okay, little Queen 7 offsuit. Always nice to have an easy decision under the gun. We got Dirty Biscuit giving us the retweet. Thank you, man. Really appreciate that, buddy. Let's take a look. We got Ridiculous giving a retweet. Really appreciate it. I'll give you a follow on that one. And Duke Gal, Kim Unger, thank you very much for the retweet and for the compliment on Twitter. Kim Unger says, it's that time again. Best poker stream around. Thank you, Kim. Appreciate that. Okay, guys. Let's focus on this. Let's make a deep run, shall we? I feel like it's been too long since I've actually won something. I would like to win this tournament. Let's make it happen. We got some competition. B. Shrever chilling out. I wonder how many people this is going to end up with. I mean, they can buy in for the first 2 hours. So it's going to be 7 o'clock before they can stop buying in. Another hour and a half. Wow. Okay. Let's hold our breath and hit a straight.
We are gonna like take over the poker world.
Well, that's part of a straight. We got the gut shot. We got Trey222 with the sub. Trey, what's up, man? Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. I'll tell you what. Let me see if I can't find a. There we go. By clicking on that sub button, you're really helping us out, and we're going to show our appreciation by first sending you a digital copy of my book, Poker Tilt, DRM free. So hopefully you get a chance to give it a read. If you don't, you can give it to anybody you want. Let's go ahead and, you know what, we're going to go ahead and call 80 here and hope for a 7. It's a little bit of an optimistic call, but I just feel like there's going to be so many, like so much in the way of implied odds here. If we do hit the 7, I think that there's a chance that, you know, Jason or LV has actually like a really big hand that we could check, go for a check raise, and really mess them up because they're not going to see it. They're not going to see it coming. So yeah, Trey, we're going to ship you that Poker Tilt. And you get to use the emoticons. We're going to try to roll out some other really cool sub perks for you. But I got to tell you, man, thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. Thanks for supporting the stream. If there's anything I can do for you to make that, make that $4.99 a little better of a value for you, I want you to let me know. Dutch@dutchboy.com, man. And I'm here for you. You know, that $5 is basically getting you a triple bracelet, winner in your corner. If there's anything I can do to make your life a little bit better, please let me know, because you just made my life a little bit better. So thank you very much for supporting our stream. Welcome to the crew, man. You're awesome. Okay. Anaconda, good to see you in the stream. Always nice to have you here, man. Yeah. Mikey Mounts just made a final table here on WSOP.com. I mean, stick around. It pretty much happens every night. It wasn't anything really to write home about. It was an 8th place finish. We were still down for the day. Not by much, though. It's basically been treading water since we've been back on the stream. Wow, that first night I came back, I made such a big mistake. Such a big mistake with 10s. It actually would have ended up being the same result, so I don't beat myself up too much about it. But you know what? There is a little bit of click rust, you guys. I mean, we were grinding in a live session, and throughout the whole World Series, just playing live and feeling the felt and feeling the cards and, clocking the players. Coming back to, the office chair, the monitor, the webcam, and making these quick decisions. It's a little bit different, I mean, it takes a little bit of getting used to. Wow, yeah, made a pretty big misclick yesterday. Or not yesterday, it was the first day we got back on Thursday, where I was supposed to make a continuation bet with an overpair. Instead, I accidentally checked. and got myself in a situation where I'm up against a flush draw against my overpair. Anyway, it wouldn't have really changed anything if I had played it the way I had, but I looked at it and I was like, wow, what am I doing here? I played that hand really poorly. So anyway, Chinch Dog giving us a retweet. Thank you very much for that. And C Browser, if you're in the stream, thank you for the retweet and the favorite on that Twitter announcement. We got 757 Boss in the stream. Good to see you, man. Dutch, good seeing you again. Been doing well in cash games. Gotten a lot better since I subscribed a couple months ago. Keep rocking. Boss, I'm really happy to hear that. If you have any hands that you ever want to talk about, or any questions or thoughts that you want to run by me, please do let me know. I'm really happy to hear that things are going well for you on the felt, and if there's anything I can do to help you on your poker journey, I want you to let me know. Dutch at DutchBoyd.com. I'm here for all of you subs, and I'm gonna really try to be better about answering all the emails that are coming in now that the World Series is over, and we're kind of focused now primarily on this Twitch. 4 days a week, you guys. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Next week, I'm actually going to have to skip on the Thursday and just do Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I'll add Monday next week.
Bobby Big Buy-in's in the house.
Bobby Big Buy-in. It's great to see you, man.
And Laura.
He says, hey, friends. It's good to see you, man. So, Zed Factory asking, hey, Dutch, what kind of music you into? I'm kind of all over the place, Zed Factory. The last thing I was listening to on Pandora last night was, after the stream, I was listening to a little Glitch Mob. Put a little Glitch Mob station up. They came through here in Vegas at Brooklyn Bowl. I really wanted to go, but we ended up not. Because it was right during the World Series.
I wanted to see Marilyn Manson and the Smashing Pumpkins, but it was during the World... Wasn't it during the World Series? Yeah, it was.
I think it's at the tail end. I
During
think it
the
just
main
happened, right?
Yeah. Or it's still...
Shoot, I mean, it might be today. Let me take a look.
Gosh, if it is, then gotta go, guys.
Yeah, guys, we gotta go.
Oh, that'd be so awesome.
Let me see.
Yeah,
I think it's today, yeah.
No, is it really?
Saturday, July 18th, I think.
Oh my gosh.
Wait.
No.
Maybe not. They're playing somewhere today. No, it's not. They already came through.
Yeah, I thought it came through like during their series.
So we will
very
continue
sad.
with the stream instead of
Where are
running
they at
to
right now? Because maybe we can go see them in Seattle.
Texas.
Oh, I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Let's see if they're in like.
You know, the guy I played with on day 2 on my right, he was the former bodyguard of Rod Stewart.
That's cool.
And he's
Oh, they're gonna be in.
he's in charge of the
Oh, that's not.
the big concert hall in El Paso.
They're gonna be in New Orleans.
Are we gonna be in New Orleans? Is that what you're thinking? Is it you're gonna take a little trip to New Orleans?
You're gonna be doing your thing, dude. I've never been to New Orleans.
So
New Orleans,
I'm
where
kind
all
of
the vampires are.
Yeah.
I know.
The last
I've seen
album
all
I
this
actually bought, Zed Factory, would be the latest Arcade Fire album.
Hey, stupid.
I mean, shoot, they might have come up with an
Stupid.
album since.
Stupid 1622's in the house. Rottweiler. I don't
Yeah,
know why.
Reflector
it's
was the
freezing on
last
PC.
album I
it's
bought.
Freezing on mine too. Like a few people have been complaining that the stream's been freezing on the PC. I don't know why.
It's been freezing on mine too, you guys.
I would love to
I
go
think
down to Rebel Ranch.
It's got to be something with Twitch.
Oh, Bobby Byan says, when are you going to come and visit Rebel Ranch?
Rebel Ranch? Is
I
that
would
what you
love
got?
to
Is
go.
that what you're
Hey,
calling
you know
it?
what? Maybe you're gonna come. You're gonna be down there in August.
Yeah, I'll be coming out for Mom's
you should
birthday,
stay
Bobby.
Longer, maybe, and then help Bobby rip down some cabinets. maybe we should
I'll
take
be there in
Jim.
August, but not for long. I'm only staying for 2 days.
Yeah. I would love to go and help you do stuff, man. I've been watching Homes, and I know how to do it now. I know how to do construction. No. There's a lot to it. But are you guys going to make your own cabinets? It'll be fun.
I'm gonna have to go to the Reddits and see if
It was freezing on me, too, because I didn't even know that we were on. I would just suggest everyone open a new... I just opened a new live thingy or a new tab and just put it on there. Yeah, mine's been fine ever since I refreshed once.
Yeah, I mean it's been happening. It happened to me too. So I don't know. Hopefully it's hopefully it's a problem with Twitch and not a problem with our setup.
Where are you running it through today? Are you running through LA or wherever?
LA.
LA? Is that better to run it through LA? I think it.
I don't know. So I have no idea what to do here against. And I have no idea how to pronounce this guy's name. Click Clove? Is that is that what this is?
Oh gosh.
No idea what to do. I mean, he's telling me he's got a. He's telling me he's got an ace. We've got a king.
Oh, you moved tables, huh? Dang, you're always moving.
I think he's gonna have to show us an ace. We're gonna give up on it, you guys. We're gonna give up on it. He looks pretty confident. He looks very strong. He looks very strong. We'll find. I don't know. You know, he might have gotten us off the best of it there. Maybe. I feel like if we're gonna take that line of check calling with the king and then checking again and seeing if he checks behind with not an ace, we probably shouldn't have gone into the time bank because that kind of just encourages him to continue with the bluff. That's what he was doing. I don't know. I have no idea where we were there. We did have a backdoor flush draw. We did have a, you know, presumably an out to 6. You know, so maybe we just check fold on the flop. But I mean, it just seems kind of weak actually hitting our. You know, we did connect with the flop. We are heads up. He should be wider than something, you know, than hands that beat us. I mean, any smaller pocket pair, we're just crushing. Any court cards, we're crushing. Any suited connectors, we're crushing. So, I don't know. I don't hate. I don't hate making the check call and seeing what he does on the turn. But part of me thinks if we're going to take that line, we can't go into the time bank because then that's just going to encourage him to continue on a on some sort of bluff drive if that's what he's doing. If he was just like completely stone cold c betting and I was just on the turn with suited connectors or a smaller pocket pair under a king, and court cards that you know, they sit here with like a gut shot straight draw. By going into the time bank on our flop call, we kind of encourage him to continue with a bluff if that's what he was doing. Anyway, I'm not gonna think too much about it. But the more I think about it, maybe we should just check fold there. I mean, if we're gonna check fold on the turn, if he fires out a second bullet, then maybe we just give up on the flop. King 6 suited is probably worth defending against a min raise in the big blind. I mean, definitely worth defending in the big blind with you know, a min raise against you in late position. But when it does come out ace king, you know, rag, and you're looking at middle pair with no kicker, then you got to start reassessing your chances of winning the hand. And I think that maybe I just kind of gifted him a half pot bet there on the flop. It's very early, so it's not going to be that big of a deal, but we got Texas Donkey. What's the next live event for you, Dutch? Texas Donkey, I'm not sure yet. It might be the HPT in Kansas City. It might be Berlin and the WSOP Europe. I haven't really checked the schedule to see if there's anything coming in like at the Wynn or Bellagio, maybe Planet Hollywood. Let me take a look at what's going on in the poker tournament world after, you know, post World Series. I don't think there's really much anything going on for the rest of July. So let's take a look here. The Bellagio Cup is finished. So what about August, you guys? Is there anything in Vegas in August? WPT Deep Stacks in Reno. Reno, I mean, it might as well be LA. If you're gonna make that drive, you might as well just go out to like Legends of Poker at the bike. Let's see, how about September? So September has a another deep stack over at Venetian, but we're boycotting the Venetian. I gotta say, it's tough to boycott the Venetian when they've got just such great numbers and such. I mean, the structures are good. I really like the card room there. It's just I'm gonna stick with my guns. You know, I might lift the boycott in 2016.
The boycott. Okay, so Bang Bang asks, how was your series so far?
It's okay.
And then Big Bobby buy-ins.
5 cashes in the World Series of Poker, so that's okay. But nothing really breakthrough.
As well.
Best finish was an 11th and a deuce 7 triple draw, so we didn't make the final table. That's frustrating. Ace Jack offsuit under the gun early on. We could probably give it a raise if we wanted to, but it's also okay to fold. I mean, you gotta play pretty snug under the gun, and Ace Jack offsuit is the kind of hand that we warn against, and that we say we want other people to play against us, where it has the potential to make a really, really strong second best hand. If it comes if the flop comes with an ace or a jack, we're really not too happy with it. With Ace Jack offsuit, we'd rather see a jack than an ace if we actually get some significant action behind us. But really, Ace Jack offsuit turning into a one pair hand and someone willing to like put a lot of action in, that one pair is rarely going to actually be good. So we'd actually rather have a hand like, I would rather at this stage in the tournament have a hand like Ace 6 suited than Ace Jack offsuit. The potential to actually stack somebody is going to be higher with that kind of with that kind of flush mining hand. So Ace Jack offsuit, yeah, I mean it has potential to win a small pot, but once you get to a point where you're putting your whole stack in the middle, it's just not going to be good at this stage of the tournament. Later on, I like Ace Jack offsuit. If the antes had kicked in, if your pre-flop raises can actually get through with a little higher of a percentage, if showdowns aren't the exception to the rule, then I like Ace Jack off. But this early on, I'm gonna say it's a fold. Ebony Heine.
So, before you say hi to Ebony, I think, let's see what we got here. Last Mohican asks if you know a guy named Eric Jonoff, poker player, lives in Las Vegas.
Let me think about it. Eric Jonoff, last of the Mohican. Let me, we'll just make a fold. Let me see if I recognize his face, if I can pull up an image.
He doesn't have an image on his Hinden mob. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a picture. So I'm gonna say no. I might know him by face, but the name doesn't really ring a bell. Crack the Whip letting us know that it's okay on the Xbox. It's just freezing on the website.
And Big Bobby Binett Ends wants to know if he should get cabinets from Lodes or from the Mennonites. I say go for the Mennonites.
Yeah, I would go Mennonites. Go with the Mennonites.
Okay, and then Ebony Heine's 19.
ASD Waffle, good to see you in the stream. We were talking about you the other day. We were talking about waffles.
Yes, and how many calories are in waffles? It's ridiculous. I love them. But it's like my whole caloric intake for the whole day.
So, Jacob A22 asking what about Brian. Ebony Heine saying that Butters sat with Hastings and said he was the biggest self-absorbed douche ever, talked about himself and how great his life was the entire time. I mean, Hastings is having a hell of a series. He comes in, he puts all these prop bets on himself to win a bracelet. He ends up winning 2 bracelets. you know, he's high on life right now. So I think that, you know, if he came off, you know, as a self-absorbed douchebag, it likely was just because he was in such a good mood. I mean, it was such he's on such a high after this this summer. I actually had I actually sat with Hastings twice during the series, played 2 different tournaments with him, knocked him out of the deuce to 7 triple draw. He knocked me out of the 10-game mix that he went on to win. It's kind of weird how at the World Series, I mean, you go a whole series without playing somebody, and then there are a couple players you just can't shake. I mean, I played twice with him. I played 3 times with Mercier.
Yeah.
It's just kind of weird. And then, you know, you get into these...
So random.
Yeah, it is. So
do you know him, though, as a person? Or
I wouldn't say, like, we're really tight. But, yeah, I would say, you know, I know him. He knows me. I've got his number.
Cool.
You know, if I texted him right now and said, hey, I heard you were being a douchebag to Butters, he would text me back and say, what are you talking about?
That's
you
funny.
know,
You should say that. You should cause some Twitter drama.
I'm not going to
Why don't you
cause...
Twitter him? Because, you know, then the whole universe will know. Because everybody goes on Twitter. We can start some really awesome Twitter drama.
No, I'm not gonna start a Butters Hastings war.
No.
I will say this too. Hastings was in kind of a weird spot.
Well, they were playing together, so it's...
Like, mental-wise, because he was just crushing the series, and then he had this huge...
take over the
look at this. We've got Coonsy coming in with the resub. Coonsy, thank you so much. Thanks so much for sticking with us, man. I really appreciate it.
This bump.
So the bluff is up, you guys. I mean, it comes 10-10-3. We can easily have a 10 in our hand, but when we fire out a half pot size bet into 3 guys and we get called in 2 spots, we're just done. Especially now, she fires that half the pot into 2 of us, including the guy who flatted behind her and the guy who started with the half pot the half pot nonsense. So that wasn't really what we were trying to do. Took a little shot at repping a 10, and we had one guy who didn't believe me or the caller, and we had another person, Mrs. Poker, who likely had the 10 themselves. So, okay.
So what were you were?
So I was talking about Hastings. So he wins a bracelet.
He's in a weird
Wins
spot.
another one, and then there's a whole bunch of forum drama, where I don't know if you even saw this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
With him cheating or using a double count.
Wow.
No, not cheating. He's using a double account, right?
Cheating is a very strong word.
Was he cheating? No, he wasn't cheating. He was using a double account, right? This is like when he was using. He had 2 accounts.
What he did was he was VPNing to LV007, firing out and then firing out. I think you're gonna have to actually show me something, LV, because I think Ace-8 is the best hand. Maybe not now. If he was calling with like if he was making some sort of bluff with like some sort of straight draw, then he just hit it.
Oh, it froze again for me. Now it looks really funny because my mouth.
We're gonna go ahead and make the fold. Yeah, Twitch is doing some weird things today, you guys. Who knows?
Probably because let's see. Well, I just opened a new box, so. But anyway, back to your drama story.
So yeah, Hastings, I guess, was VPNing to play on Poker Stars. Has been playing a lot of the 400-800 mixed, and somehow it comes out because David Baker, the young one, Bakes. He wins a W coup, and one of the people he's up against is Brian Hastings' account. So Brian Hastings set up an account under someone else's name so that he could VPN and play while he was in the U.S. And that I guess in Baker's world is cheating. Is it cheating?
We'll say it again.
Is it cheating to set up an account? It's not like he's multi-accounting in these tournaments, right? He's not. It's not like he's doing the old,
So he's just
the
VPNing
Justin
it.
thing of like having 3 or 4 different accounts and playing the same tournament in 3 or 4 different accounts. That's not what was going on. What was going on was we're going to go ahead and fire out a C-bet into one opponent with our gut shot straight draw. We don't love it. We don't love it, especially when he just makes a quick call there. We're just done with the hand here. Sigh.
Oh. No, but you guys had nothing.
LV. Okay, buddy. Making the call there. I guess I can see it. If you're going to call there and I check to you on the turn, maybe that's a good time to bluff. If not, and I check to you on the river, maybe that's a good time to bluff.
Did you watch Polarized Donk Out? Wait, before we go into that,
Polarized, great to see you, man.
let's finish the story.
So-
We're not finishing the
So
story.
Bakes, right? David Baker. He's at the final table on Poker Stars with Hastings. Doesn't know it's Hastings. A couple people tell him that it's Hastings, and so he outs him on the forum. And he says, "You know what? I
He
think
said
that
it
this
was
is unfair because I have to actually like travel up to Canada, and I'm using my own username, and everyone knows it's me. And Hastings is using some username that's not even his."
Does he have
and-
another account though?
And VPNing it.
Did he have another account, Dutch? Did he have
He
two?
has 2 accounts. One is his Brian Hastings account,
Okay.
and the other is an account that he uses to VPN and play while he's in the U.S.
Well, I think they should ban him because they have banned other people for doing that.
Of course they should ban him. Of course
Yes.
PokerStars should ban him because it's very much against the TOS of PokerStars to circumvent their geolocation.
That too, yes.
You know, I mean, that's
can't-
very much against their TOS, but is that cheating other players to, to spoof your location?
Well, it doesn't matter.
I don't think it is. And then this is what came out, right? So Hastings sends a private message to Bakes and says, "Yeah, that is me. Just to let you know that is me, but it's not really that big of a deal, and I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't make such a big deal out of it." And Bakes just like
Fuck off. I'll put it on.
publishes his private message. Just like publishes it. It's like,
Well,
"Oh,
you
this is
can't
supposed
just
to be
ask
private,
him.
huh? Just between you and me, buddy."
You can't.
And he's
do
like,
that.
"Oh, just between you and me? How about just between you and me and everybody?"
Well, there was in Louis C.K. There's a secret. He says if anyone says that, he says if anyone tells you in Hollywood to keep it a secret, between you and me, it's a lie. But it's the same goes for. I mean, you don't tell people to keep it between you guys. I mean, that's just then it's shady.
Yeah.
It's just shady.
So I'll tell you what. So David Baker starts by posting a Twitter on June 21st. He says, "So after I final tabled the Scoop 2K, a bunch of well-known pros messaged me telling me Brian Hastings was behind the Noel Hayes account on Stars." Okay, Fade to Black coming with 270. You know, if we're going to have a if we're going to have a 3-bet range, Ace Queen suited should be in it. So let's go ahead and 3-bet Fade to Black. So David Baker outs him on Twitter, and that's when Hastings.
Do you want to put my mic? People are saying my mic's a little low. Can you put it a little bit higher? Or I can move it up like this, I guess. Maybe that's better.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be better instead.
So Hastings sends this email, and
My mic was a little far.
we're gonna
Multitasking
go ahead
Dutch.
and make the bet into these 2 opponents with our Ace Queen of Hearts. I don't really know where we're at here against Mrs. Poker and Fade to Black, but
Got it.
we've got both of them just calling.
Weird.
Both of them just calling, and
Check.
I mean,
You're supposed to.
fire out another half pot size bet. Mrs. Poker just check calling. We probably have the same hand with Mrs. Poker, or we are just completely crushed to Ace King or a set of 7s. 7-9. Wow, Mrs. Poker, thanks for the gift. Mrs. Poker, what are you doing? a raise and a 3-bet, and you just flat call with 7-9 suited. Ugh. And then just get the rest of it in there against on an ace king 7 flop. Wow. Let's just go ahead and give that little bony fish up. That was pretty bad.
So wow, they just gave you some chippies.
Cold called a
yeah, my pitcher keeps on freezing. Dang it! Refreshing it again, and then
it's Twitch.
Yeah, I'm just saying it
it's
keeps
not
on
us,
freezing,
it's Twitch.
but it's making my face awkward, and awkward frozen positions.
I don't know what to tell you, baby.
I'm very upset right now. God damn it! All right, now back to the story. Good hand, nice hand, Dutchie. Nice hand.
I'm trying to find
the combo.
I'm trying to find the Brian Hastings email that he sent to Baker, but then he responds a few days later on 2+2, and he's kind of like, after all I've done for the poker world,
oh my God,
I'm surprised you guys are making such a big deal out of this, and he's like,
you can't, but that's against the law. You can't just skirt the law and
well, it's not against the law. Well, it's against the terms of service of the site.
It's against the rules. People have to go to Canada or Mexico to play.
But then this is my favorite thing, right? Then after he comes out and says, yeah, this was me, and it comes out that all of a sudden all these people that he made the prop bets with because he bet that he was going to win a bracelet. I think he got 3.5 to 1. All the people that he made the prop bet with who lost their prop bets, not all of them, but a couple of them came out and said, well, that's not fair. I feel like I got cheated because I thought that he was rusty. He's like, I thought that he was rusty. I didn't realize that he had been playing.
So the information wasn't there. Well,
and I didn't realize, I was operating under the information that he hadn't been playing a lot of mixed games, and now that I know that he had been playing a lot of mixed games and had been playing the scoops,
but that is
I feel like
deceptive, because if they're using, it is kind of deceptive if they're using his poker star's original name, and then he goes out of his way to make a new account to hide and stealthily play. That is kind of deceiving.
So, like, if I challenge somebody to like a high stakes pool match, for example, and then I go and I play and I win, and they come over to my house to pay me, and they see that I have a pool table in like the living room that I just like cleared out, and all I've been doing for the last 6 months is playing pool, and they're like, well, that's not fair because I didn't know that you were as good as you are. I thought that you couldn't play well when I made the bet. I mean,
I don't know, Dutch. I mean,
well,
it's like, let's say you were, it's not like that, because it's like if you had actually dressed up in a different outfit and went to a different pool hall and won a bunch of trophies.
Yeah. It's like that. It's like if I put on like a mask every time I went to go play so that they wouldn't know it was me, right? Yeah, it's basically like that.
I don't know.
It's like if I dressed up, and disguised myself. It's exactly like that.
It is exactly like that. So if you put makeup
ludicrous. Okay, I'll tell you what. It's
not
cheating.
It's not cheating, but it's being deceptive. It's being sneaky.
The thing is,
Hastings being sneaky, but
Hastings doesn't have that great of a.
I do believe that they should pay that bet because it's a bet. That's the bet.
Of course, they should pay the bet.
It doesn't. But I do believe it's a sneaky thing for him to do.
And I think it's lame that he's VPNing into PokerStars. Mm-hmm. I think that's lame. Mm-hmm. PokerStars should ban him, but so
will
what?
Will they ban him? Are they going to ban him?
Who cares if they do? He's just going to be able to set up another account and VPN anyway. I mean, it's just going to be a game of cat and mouse. This is what I kind of think, though.
It's true.
Is Hastings already had kind of a bad reputation because he had been involved in that hand history sharing thing where was it against Isildur?
I don't know.
Where they were playing really, really high stakes, and what ended up happening was a bunch of the pros who were playing really, really high stakes started sharing all their hand histories so they could find the ways to exploit Isildur. I think it was Isildur. And so Hastings was kind of behind that. He took him for quite a bit, like high 6 figures, low 7 figures.
And that's fucked up.
And then it came out that they were sharing hand histories, and that was against the terms of service, and people started throwing around the cheating word. So this isn't the first time.
So we don't even know. So we don't even know what he's capable of doing. He just got caught. Of what? He does. We don't even know what he's capable of doing as a person.
Well, you can say that about anybody.
I know, but he's already been caught.
He's
twice.
been caught sharing hand histories, and he's been caught VPNing. I think that one
Not
thing
saying
that really
he's a bad
turned
player.
people
He's
off,
obviously a good player.
he's an amazing player. There's no question that he's an amazing player.
He's looking for edges.
And he's but when people start throwing around the cheating word, I don't think VPNing into PokerStars qualifies as cheating, and I think that it's sour grapes. And I think that I also kind of felt like it was really scummy of Bakes to share a private message with 2+2.
I don't think it's scummy.
I thought it was.
I think if it's between two people, no, I don't think it's scummy at all. I think you know what? If somebody's telling you not to do something,
don't tell anybody.
Brian
Between you and me,
he did the wrong thing by going out of his way and saying,
bad judgment.
Hey, here's who I am. If he's gonna do that, you don't tell people what you're doing.
Like I completely agree with what you're saying, that Brian did the wrong thing by sending David Bakes Baker a little private message.
A paper
Keep this
trail
between you and me. And then his response to all the allegations on 2+2
said shit.
Did come off as so douchey. Saying things like
That's my opinion, by the way. So, take it as you will, but I didn't read it. I didn't read any of that stuff. From a person outside looking in and hearing all these things that are mounting about the character, I mean, that's what you do. You see a person and they, it takes a while for a person to prove themselves as being honest and loyal people, and then you hear these bad things that happen over and over again. You have to question their character.
This was the private message he sent to Baker. He said, "The path you're going on by making this a big public ordeal hurts many parties more than it hurts me." Now,
what the hell does that
period.
mean?
I don't really know what it means.
That sounds like a threat to me. To me, I was like, if somebody sent me that, I'd be like, whatever, and I would I would do the same thing as is it Dan? Is that his name? Well, whatever the guy did, I would do the same thing that he did. I would post it on a public place because he's making him feel like he's doing something wrong.
He says, "On a macro level, you're creating a ton of awful PR for the game of poker, which we both love and would love to be able to play in the comfort of our own homes in the country we were born in." And it turns out that he does, actually. Right? "This kind of PR is very bad for the future regulation in the USA in the online poker industry. It just adds to the shady rep of online poker."
Then he shouldn't be doing it.
"Making this the biggest story of WSOP at a time when the WSOP itself is losing its way and poker in America is at a crucial tipping point is just bad for the future of the game."
It makes me want to shake him, because it's like, dude, you are doing what's the bad thing.
You're doing the bad thing.
You have the money. Go to Canada.
You're doing the bad thing, Brian.
Go to live in Nevada.
ASD Waffle puts up a good point. He says, "I think it's cheating other players in the sense that Hastings erased all the stats that the opponents had on him and kept all the stats that he had on his opponents. So it's giving him an edge because they have no idea how he plays, and he has he knows how they play."
Yeah, but if he's gonna do that, I mean, whatever edge he thinks he's gonna get.
Is that cheating? I don't know.
I don't know if it's cheating either, because doesn't Bovada do random ones? I guess that's better.
I mean, look, the Calvin Ayre headline. I talked to Lee Davey about this headline. The Calvin Ayre headline is Brian Hastings accused of multi-accounting and using a VPN to cheat high-stakes players. That's the headline.
That's what he did.
Using a VPN to cheat high-stakes players. That makes it sound like he's doing some sort of hole carding.
It does.
It makes it sound like he's doing some sort of collusion by having two accounts on the same table.
Well, it's very unfair.
The headline is very misleading because what he was actually doing was using one account and VPNing into that account, not to cheat high-stakes players, but to play from the U.S. And how big of a deal is that? Lots and lots of players do that. We don't do that. We play on WSOP.com. We play where it's legal to play, where we're trying to support.
But you shouldn't be promoting that behavior, though.
And I don't. And
well,
I think
he shouldn't be. And Brian Hastings is promoting that behavior by saying
he
that
shouldn't be.
I'm untouchable because I'm who I am. And
unfortunately, what's unfortunate is that kind of behavior is rewarded. You know, it's rewarded financially. He's made a lot of money
yeah,
being able to
sure.
VPN. I would so much rather be playing the PokerStars tournaments right now with their 1,000-player fields than what we can play here in Vegas. You know, but as a poker player, you have two options. You either have the option of staying at home in Vegas, or going out to Canada, or going to Rosarito or Thailand. And,
Well, it's definitely unfair to people. I mean,
and the fact that like
he's hurting the game.
he went the third route. Now, why do I have to choose that? I'll just do both. I'll stay here in Vegas and play. He is hurting the game. He's not supporting the regulated sites that he has access to, and he's circumventing the the legalities of it. But and if anything, it did show some pretty bad judgment the way he responded to it.
But
I can relate. I can say I've had my own history of not responding well in these kind of situations, but I don't know. He really needs to get himself like a good PR person or something before just deciding that, oh, I know what to do. I know exactly what to do.
Yeah.
I'll PM Bakes, and I'll defend myself on 2+2. The forum that can't be named.
Yeah, the form that can't be named. We should bleep that, by the way.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, whatever. It's his. You know what? Hopefully, he learns from it, and hopefully, becomes a better person from it. That's all we can really hope for. I mean, he's obviously a good player, so hopefully, he takes this mistake that he's made and doesn't do it again, and he does positive things moving forward. I don't know the guy personally. I'm sure he's a fine guy. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I know some of our friends that know him, so if our friends know him, I'm assuming that he's a good guy.
Vegas Jim says, in my opinion, it's cheating. Not hardcore, but it's cheating. Richie Gree says he thinks it's cheating. People don't know who they're playing, and he knows who he is playing. It gives him an edge. It gives him an unfair edge.
Yeah.
I can see the argument. I can see the argument for sure.
Dutch, if you did it, it'd be cheating, right? If it came out that Dutch has multi-accounting WSOP under, Eximois.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it would be. I guess it would be. Anyway.
Let's go focus back on this game here. What do you got in chippies here? Let's see. Looks like you have a good amount of chips at your table. Looks like you are the chip leader at this table.
At the table, yeah.
Yes. Okay, that's good.
Courtesy of Mrs. Poker.
Thank you, Mrs. Poker.
And the 9-7 suited.
Yeah, I saw that.
And then some sort of crazy hopeless bluff where she fires out 1,200 into like 11,000, thinking that she's going to move me off of an ace. I don't know.
Yes, Tim 3000 said he hit it right on the nose. It may not be cheating, but it's definitely dishonest.
It's definitely dishonest.
Definitely dishonest.
No
we can
question
all agree
about it.
with that.
Not only is it dishonest, but it was also really, really bad judgment the way he handled it too. So, yeah. What a summer he had. What a
He's
summer
been good.
he
He's done
had.
great. Maybe his, well.
And Pippin87, good to see you. Please don't shoot me, pretty much saying the same thing. Huckweed saying, Hastings was super shady about the whole thing. I guess all is fair in love and poker, but man, the details in his actions sure do speak ill of him.
They do.
It's like one of those things where when you start getting accused of cheating on 2+2.
Do you have the article? Can you put the Calvin Ayre article in the
yeah.
in the
chat? And I asked Lee Davey about it too. So here's the Calvin Ayre article. I asked Lee Davey about it. I was like, man, that's a pretty harsh headline. He was like, yeah, I know. I was like, did Brian like text you and was like, dude, what's with the headline? I mean, it's a little bit misleading. He's like, he was like, we were talking about it. I talked about it with my editor. First off, Lee was like, I don't choose the headlines. The editor chose the headline. But I was talking to him about it. I mean, that is what he's being accused of. The headline is he's being accused of these things. And that is what he's being accused of. One thing I really do like about CalvinAyre.com, and
it's one of the best places to read.
It is,
poker
and I love Lee
information.
Davey. Lee Davey is probably my all-time favorite poker media. Besides probably Justin West.
He
Justin
definitely
West
tells
is,
it how it is.
But Justin West isn't really in the scene anymore. But he was probably edged maybe a little bit. But Lee is right now my current favorite media guy. He's a good writer. tells it how it is, and that's what I like about CalvinAir.com. Is you would think that CalvinAir.com, having that association with Bodog and Bovada would really have a strong incentive to present poker and present gaming and sports betting and all of it in a very clean image. But it turns out that CalvinAir.com doesn't have that incentive because it's basically Calvin's own site. And Calvin has $1 billion, and he doesn't give a shit anymore.
I think it's good to be honest about everything. You should get all the dirty laundry out. There's dirty stuff in everything.
Yeah. So of all the sites out there, I always feel like Calvin Air breaks those dirty stories quicker than other sites. A lot of sites will just flat out ignore them. There's so many sites like, I won't name any sites, but there's a lot of sites out there that will just flat out ignore any dirty story about poker that puts our industry in a bad light.
Or if people are I won't name any sites, but if people are taking advantage of like referral fees and things, they'll keep the bad news out until the site goes under. Things like that.
I wonder if we just moved Mrs. Poker off of like an ace queen. So I think that might put us as does that put us up there as chip leader? Or no, Shriever, B. Shriever is doing better than us. He's got twice as many chips as us.
Oh my gosh, Bill Shriever, you're rocking it.
Not Bill Shriever, B. Shriever.
B. Shriever. Well, now your name is Bill.
Now your name is Bill.
So
his name could be Bill.
I don't know. It probably is.
He's a friend of the stream.
I know.
He was in here last night.
Yeah, I know he is. I'm just teasing him.
Well,
Pippin.
Nice way to build a stack there, Bill. We're hoping. Let's make a final table together.
There we go. Nutraker. Pippin Nutraker is describing what it is. It's VPNing is disguising the IP address of your computer, thereby giving a fake location of where you are playing from. That's VPNing, yeah.
Tim Crowsoft, good to see you in the stream. We got Krios, call 600-79. I know, right? Kind of crazy. Ash Cash talking about that Mrs. Poker ship. I'm a little bit behind on the chat. If you guys haven't.
Yeah, sorry, we were just ranting along. As well.
Mahaba Yamba, she did have the flush draw. Trey says their best play after calling was to re-raise the flop all in. Probably. Yeah, the flush draw doesn't explain the final ship. I agree. I mean, it's like okay. Thank you for that gift. We've got a change of a nickel. According to Butters, Brian Hastings is a major douche nozzle.
Well, Butters is.
It's so easy to
I believe
to throw
Butters.
mud. Yeah.
I believe Butters. I'm going to choose to believe Butters. So
Hastings isn't going anywhere. He's going to be around poker for a very long time.
I know.
He hasn't ever cheated anybody in the same way that
I guess we should. When we meet him, I guess when I meet him, I can judge for myself. But I'm sure he's fine.
I'm not trying to defend what he did. I'm not trying to defend what he did.
As a human being, he deserves to be on this planet.
I think there are so many dirty things going on in poker that just kind of get swept under the rug or ignored. And I don't think that this would have been any different if he didn't try to confront the problem. If he had just kept his mouth shut and didn't say anything, he would be in so much better shape than if he actually tried to go out and get in front of it and do a little PR damage. I mean, if anybody has ever had a little mud slung at them on an anonymous internet forum, and if it's never happened to you, it probably will at some point in the future. And I'm just going to give you this advice: the worst thing you can do is go and try to defend yourself against
people that just
accusations
people.
And mudslinging against thousands of anonymous people on a forum. Because you will not be you don't have enough shields. You're not going to be able to sway public opinion. Instead, it is going to be a feeding frenzy, and that's what it turned into. So Hastings is a very unpopular guy right now. He's a very easy target, and like there's so many easy targets in poker that that are easy to be like, oh well, that guy's a douchebag, that guy's a douche nozzle. I don't know. I think that Butters doesn't really know Hastings, and I think that if anything, he would have to agree that Hastings is an amazing player. He played with him, so he knows that he's a dangerous player.
Anyways,
yeah.
What if we all woke up tomorrow and Poker Stars was back in the USA in every state?
Oh,
It'd be like Christmas.
It'd be like it never happened. Like we
No.
woke up and it was like, oh, that was a bad dream. Or it'd be like that Kurt Vonnegut book where everyone goes back a certain number of years and they have to relive the same things and they're just kind of observers watching it happen. So we'd go back like 5 years, 6 years, and we'd know that Black Friday was coming in our own head, but would still be acting like we didn't. It'd be awesome. I want Poker Stars back. Let's see a play. Let's see a play. I'm gonna tweet that. Who was the one who just said that?
That was by Love Stars.
By Love Stars. I'm tweeting that. Imagine if we all woke up tomorrow and Poker Stars was legal again in every state.
Yeah, Twitch keeps on freezing for me too. I have to refresh like every 10 minutes.
Let's see a play.
You sure it's not dropping frames or anything?
Yeah, I'm sure. We're not dropping frames. It's Twitch. It's Twitch. I'm going to guarantee that other people are having the same issues with other streams. We haven't dropped a single frame. Maybe we should try a different server. Do you think we should try a different server? Do you think we should shut the stream down on the next break?
Yeah, let's do.
Okay.
See if that helps.
We'll try that, you guys.
Well,
On the next break, we'll go ahead and shut it down and come back on a different server. I will say, when I was choosing servers for this thing on our X stream, it did look like it was a little bit more laggy going through LA than normal. So maybe if we
It's probably LA.
try going through a different place.
Yeah,
But it looks like other streams are having the same issue. I don't think we're going to be able to
Maybe
fix
they're
it.
going through LA.
Maybe.
Oh, did you, Dutch? Did you manage to play along Stu Rudder during the WSOP? Do you know who that is?
Nope.
I don't know who that is.
Stu Rudder?
Yeah, Chapo's 180 asks.
Let me take a look really quick. No. I didn't see Stu Rudder around. Budget.
Marsupio 311 says, "I love Hastings' quote. That is that accusations like this hurt the poker overall less than it hurts him, and that somehow makes it okay."
Yeah, I mean, like, that he's living in a fantasy world if he thinks that anybody's getting hurt more than he is by that whole interaction. Chopo says Isildur got ripped off for $4.7 million.
Yeah. That's pretty bad, honestly. I mean, that would make me not like the person.
I do feel like that Isildur scandal way back in the day was way bigger of a deal than this is.
Yeah, but did he sue him?
And it got.
Isildur sue him or something?
I mean, I feel like it got a lot less play than this did.
I don't think people understood what was going on, really. Well, it's probably because of what you said earlier. People didn't want to put it in a bad light.
Yeah, it could be. And we got Nikki Two Cards with a retweet. I don't know if you saw this, but we got Nikki Two Cards invited us out to dinner on Wednesday.
Today? This Wednesday?
This upcoming Wednesday.
You're
I'm not going to be
here.
able to make it. I'm not going to be able to make it Nikki Two Cards because I'm going to be in Fargo. Let's go ahead and make the fold. Ace Deuce offsuit isn't really the kind of hand that we like to play this early on. If it was later on when the antes are kicking in, we're never folding this. But we're really early on looking for the kind of hands that can make really, really good second best, like can punish really, really good second best hands, and the only way that's happening is if we run into a bigger ace and we hit 2-pair. That's really the only way that's happening. So ace deuce offsuit is just kind of asking for trouble here. And I mean, what we would really be trying to do is raise, get Mrs. Poker to call us, and then take it down with a C bet on the flop, which, that's reasonable. We can do it. And ace deuce offsuit figures to be better than the three random hands behind us. But you know what? It's early on. There's no antes yet. We're just gonna go ahead and play it a little snug. Okay.
Also, there was a question from WSOP Player Forum.
What's that?
Are you trying to catch up with the chat on the bottom?
I am trying
to.
Yeah,
Start from the bottom and go up, and then you'll see WSOP's forum question about the heads up. It's right under. Do you want me to?
Out of position, heads up with air flop.
Yeah.
Do you like check raise? Check bluff, or delayed check bluff when stacks are 100 big blinds deep. Out of position, heads up with air flop. Do you like check raise, C bluff, or delayed C bluff when stacks are 100 big blinds deep? I'm not sure if I quite understand the question. I will say this, WSOP Player Forum, it's really going to depend on it's going to depend quite a bit on how the action went pre-flop and exactly why you're out of position. Let's take a couple of examples. Let's say that you raised pre-flop. Like, let's say I raise pre-flop with the Jack-6 offsuit. I get called by Mrs. Poker and everyone else folds, and it comes ace-10-5. In that situation, when you have the pre-flop aggression, I think you're much better off firing out that C-bet. Doesn't matter what you've got. I think you're better off firing out the C-bet, and I think that since they have position on you and they're going to be rewarded, you've got to make it a little bit more expensive for them to make the call than if you have position on them. So I tend to make my my continuation bets, even when they're stone cold bluffs, a little bit heavier when they have position on me. But I'm doing that when I have the pre-flop aggression. If we're at a situation where you're out of position heads up with an air flop, like here, let's say we're queen-6 offsuit, Mrs. Poker folds, poster raises, we make the call, and we're up just against posta, and if we made the call, the flop came out air. I mean, you don't have to even check raise bluff. You can just fold. It really depends on who has the pre-flop initiative, the pre-flop aggression, and it also is going to depend quite a bit on, it's going to depend quite a bit on the texture of the flop. It's going to depend quite a bit on the effective stack sizes at play stages of the tournament. So there's not going to be really. I mean, when you ask a question, usually, there's not going to be cut and dry answers. And even when you have a very specific scenario, you can come up with a lot of different reasons to play. To take a lot of different lines. But in general, I prefer to just fire out of position heads up if I have the pre-flop aggression and I miss the flop, and I'm check raise. If I'm bluffing out of position without the pre-flop aggression, then I prefer the check raise rather than just firing out. I think donk leading is into a pre-flop aggressor when your heads up out of position is kind of a losing play. I hope that answers your question. I'm sure that if you ask 20 other players, I'm sure that you're going to get 20 different answers to that. But just to sum it up, out of position heads up with the aggression, I prefer just leading out. Out of position heads up without the aggression, I prefer the check raise. And I don't generally do a lot of delayed bluffs out of position. I don't really do a lot of delayed out of position floats because there's that that whole we talked about this in a past poker clinic, the sunk cost fallacy, where the more someone gets invested in a pot, the less likely they are to give it up. So if you're at a position and you're going to try to make a bluff, I think the best way to do it is just go ahead and check raise right there on the flop and hope that they don't call you. If they do call you on the flop, you're just so much more likely to get called on the turn and the river. So I think it's and to go delayed, I mean, you're kind of making an assumption that you're even going to get the chance to do it. He might not give you a chance. He might check back on the turn, and then you're sitting here. He kept the pot small, and you're not going to be able to push him off on the river. I don't know. That's kind of my thoughts on it. But generally, at a position without the aggression, check raise. With the aggression, just fire out. Jay Sasana, on a scale of 1 to 10. So Luck Boxkins gives it the 3-bet, and we're sitting here in kind of an awkward spot with pocket threes where I almost feel like we have the right odds to make this call. It feels like Lux Boxkins probably has the kind of hand where if we make the call and hit the set, we're stacking him. But it's close, and most of the time we're just missing and having to check fold on that flop. I think that the fact that we also have a little bit of reverse implied odds, the fact that a very small percentage of the time when we do hit our set, we're still behind, is going to make that. I mean, it was so close, and the big assumption there is that we are going to be able to stack him if we hit our set. That's the assumption that we would have to be like just sure of to make that the right call. I do think that calling there isn't going to be a big mistake, but folding there isn't a big mistake either. Like if we look at how much he made it, what was it? We made it 3x, so 360, and then he came over the top of us for enough to 1,065. So it was enough where we're getting 2-1, but we don't have to make the call. If he had made it like 2.5 or even like or less, then we're probably making that call. Anyway, pocket threes is probably behind what he has, and there's really no guarantee that that we would be able to stack him if we hit. So I'm okay with making the fold there. But I wouldn't fault anybody for making the call with those threes as well. Given the stack sizes, given that we can probably accurately put him on a bigger pocket pair, and if we hit the threes, there's a pretty decent chance that we might just be able to get the whole 8,000 behind him. I think it's okay.
You know what? I'm going to whisper you, Dutch.
Yeah?
Yeah, you know
get
what?
whispered?
I could whisper I could whisper you on here questions if you don't get them. I just thought of that. Look. That's from Hypnocrypt. I should say the name. Good. Just figured something out. Genius.
Oh, that is pretty cool.
Well, it's do you know how to whisper?
So the question is, what do you think the optimal under the gun opening range is?
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's again one of those real broad questions that isn't going to have a very specific answer. Early on in tournaments where everyone's super deep and compared to the small blind and big blind, I think that you can actually be a little bit wider as far as I'm basically opening with any pocket pair, even in the low ones, and any suited ace and any suited connector, and then ace queen or above. And later on, you kind of change the range because later on, suited aces are pretty worthless. Small pocket pairs, you can probably give those up too. And hands like ace jack and ace 10 later on, when you have a higher percentage chance of actually getting through and stealing, go up in value as well. So the range kind of changes based on what stage of the tournament you're in. You're under the gun. with at the 1K 2K level where everyone's sitting here with 22 big blinds, all of a sudden you got ace 3 suited. You're never really thinking, oh, this is a good raise spot. You got pocket threes. You're not thinking, oh, this is a good raise spot. You're probably letting those go. You've got 8-7 suited. I think it's okay to let that go later on. Early on, though, you look down at ace 6 suited. You make the raise under the gun. More to and you're kind of hoping that more a lot of people call. So your motivations for raising change as the tournament progresses, and you change your ranges based on what that motivation is. If the motivation is to stack a 100 big blind stack across the table from you, you're going to be playing different hands than if your motivation is just to get through the big blind and the small blind. And as the tournament progresses, the chances that a raise is just going to result in the pot getting pushed one way or the other without a flop really drastically changes. So there's not going to be really any flat answers, but basically my range early on under the gun is going to be a lot wider than later on, and then later on it's going to really be heavily dependent on stack sizes, especially, and also the defense rate of the big blind I'm attacking. Pretty much any time you raise pre-flop, you're making a semi-bluff, So.
Oh, I wanted to.
Later on, it's really going to depend on like who's sitting in that big blind spot, because they're at the end of the day, those are the ones who are the most likely to stand in the way of you just getting through and collecting the antes and the blinds.
Oh, I accidentally put that thing in. This would be whispered. But looks like it was WSOP Player Forum says, yes, that answered my question. Some of us disguise C bluffs as distinguish C bluffs as a partial subset of C bets. Sorry for the confusion.
Okay, good.
Cool.
Glad that it answered your question.
And we tilted.
Enlightened Rage asking what place did we finish last night? 8th in that final table, which
sucks, but
sucked. We ended up getting 2 pretty bad flips, ending with an ace 4 versus 4-2 all in situation, which sucked.
Yeah. No, it's on his phone.
Yeah. I see the duck too.
I see the duck.
Twitch is doing some weird things tonight, guys. Sorry for any technical troubles you guys are experiencing with the site.
That's Butter's ducky.
Yeah. 609, good to see you in the stream. We got, what do we got? We got Hypnocrit, we got Sandberg.
Okay, I'm Hypnocrit. Says, okay, let's make it less broad. How about a tight table? Let's say everyone's ranging between 3 and 5%, 3 bet, and playing less than 2%.
So, yeah, 100 big blind effective stacks in front of everybody. So the goal when you're raising really is to look at Posta. Posta making a 3 bet here. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna actually go ahead and see a flop. I don't really know what we're going to do when the flop comes out, but Ace Queen of Hearts, it just feels too strong to just let go without actually making him fade 3 cards. So he faded those 3 cards pretty well. I mean, I don't know what we were hoping for. I don't know what our plan was. if an ace comes or a queen comes. I really don't. We kind of went into this looking at a pretty strong hand. When he 3-bets from the small blind, now we're kind of looking at no idea what we want to hit. Are we rooting for an ace? Are we rooting for a queen? I guess we're rooting for both. You know, we're rooting for some sort of... But when it comes out Jack 7-2, it's a pretty easy fold. So a 12% VPIP, that's fairly tight, pretty small, 3-bet percentage, hypnocrit. So, but very deep stacks. So really, you're raising. You know, in order for it to be that deep, we're going to go ahead and make the assumption that the antes haven't kicked in yet. So really, the reason you're raising is to get a very strong second best hand in there to pay you off. So, with that being said, I think that you know the suited aces should probably be in the range, and any pocket pair. That's pretty much what I would put it at, and I would look down at like an ace jack, ace 10 hand offsuit, and not even really bother playing it. Ace queen, ace king, I'm raising those. Probably raising king queen offsuit as well, and then probably any sort of suited connectors over 8-7. So 8-7 suited, you know, 8-9 suited. Probably dump the 7-6 suited. That would probably be the
Somebody
range.
just lived in there.
Again, with the the scenario that you
Were you playing this hand? Oh yeah.
well, kind of forced to play it with the scenario that you outlined. 100 big blinds effective, and you're not going to really get 3-bet that often, so you can play pretty wide, and the goal is to get a couple of people to play with you and get in a situation where you're able to stack a guy because he's you know playing. I wonder what we're doing here. What are we doing with a pair of twos? We probably should have fired out on the turn.
Yeah.
So he had ace 6. Yeah, we should have fired out on that turn. When we checked him and he checks behind, the 4 comes on the turn. We really should have been betting 200. We kind of lost a little bit of value there. And you know, if we do fire out 200, he calls us probably with his ace 6. The king comes on the river and we check to him. A lot of times it's going to induce a bluff, so we might have cost ourselves more like 600 there instead of just 200.
How much did eighth play yesterday? Do you remember? 75? 75, I think, right? Yeah, I haven't unfrozen a while. We got a shout out from, I don't know how to say that name.
So we'll make a call here. Ebony Heine is saying, recently requested my second cash out on Bovada, and they've been giving me the runaround, and now my account is frozen due to verification issues.
Oh, snap.
Ugh.
That sucks. Is
Okay,
it that? Is that on? Is that on? Oh, it's just happened on now. Wow.
Okay, so we whiffed that pretty good.
Oh, that sucks that it's frozen.
And Franched 79, Fanched?
Fanched.
Yeah, Fanched. Big shout out to you, man. Thanks for being here. Thanks for chilling out on our stream. Yeah, we'll go ahead and make the fold. Sandberg 420 saying, "Tell us about Tom Dwan. Spill the beans." Yeah, I've got nothing but good things to say about Tom Dwan. So Nutraker asking how much eighth paid.
I think it was $75, right, or something like that.
It wasn't very much. Nutraker says, is it good to think of weak aces like a small pocket pair? You want to shove with it, but not call with it because you're either having 55% equity, king, queen versus ace 2, or you're dominated 25 to 30. Just like with 2-2, the best you can hope for is 50% equity. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be making, calling off with weaker aces. Usually, it's going to be pretty rare when you'll see me call off a big shove with a weaker ace, for exactly the reason that you said. Even when you're ahead, you're not really that far ahead. But there's going to be some situations where you're in the big blind and a small stack shoves for like 3 or 4 big blinds, and you're really supposed to call with any 2 cards. And there, you're happy to have, have a weaker ace. Nice hand there, Mrs. Poker. Way to get back into the game. Pocket kings versus ace queen, and that was a lot of action to get in there with the ace queen. How did that go? That all went pre-flop? Wow. Oh my God. Oh man. Okay, so I turned my head for 1 second and I missed Roberts just making a huge shove here. You know what I think happened to you guys? I think that this had to be a misclick. This was so we had Roberts raising pre-flop to 5-2-5-5. I think that what must have happened. Let me go ahead and pop this hand history up. This is great. This is great.
You
so
missed
here's the last hand that I looked away for a second, then I look over and Mrs. Poker is like dragging in 10,000, and here's how it went. Pre-flop, under the gun folds, and Roberts shoves in 5-2-5-5. I think that what was going on was Roberts went to the pad and typed in 5-2-5, and then hit enter. And then before he hit enter, he accidentally hit that 5 twice. So he added a second digit. Because that's the only thing that I can think of where this makes sense. I mean, shoving 30 big blinds in pre-flop is just the kind of thing that's going to get you a bony fish pretty quick. I guess not a bony fish. We'd probably put the bull, and just like it's a really bad pre-flop raise with the ace-queen off. But as a misclick, it makes sense, right? As a misclick, he tried to make it 5-25, and then he accidentally, oh shit. So then Mrs. Poker just gets this incredible gift. Roberts is sitting here with ace queen. The flop comes at 8 high, and he's like, oh god damn it. He must have just been cursing up a storm. Oh man, we've all made that mistake, Roberts. So then Mrs. Poker shoves in. He calls, turns over the old trusty ace queen off, and is just feeling like an idiot.
Ugh.
That's not how you play those, boys. That is not how you want to be playing those. Yeah. Okay, so king 9 offsuit. We're gonna go ahead and make the fold. Dustin Fournier, good to see you in. Talking about you need to how to verify that Bovada account. That's pretty
shady.
That is pretty shady. I haven't really heard any. I've only heard good things about Bovada's cash outs. I don't play there, and I don't recommend that you play there either, because it is at its core an illegal card room. They are a criminal enterprise. They started as a criminal enterprise running. Sports, doing sports betting, in just blatant violation. The founder of Bovada, Calvin Ayre, I mean, he can't step foot in the U.S. He's got a ton of heat.
He doesn't own it anymore, right? Or does he still own it now, or no?
Who can say? Who knows? According to Bovada, I'm sure that he's not involved anymore, and I'm sure that he is not an owner anymore. But how can you know? We don't know. You know, that's the magic of regulation is we know who owns WSOP.com. You know, we know what to do if we don't get paid. We go to Nevada Gaming. If you don't get paid from Bovada, who are you going to go to? You know, who do you complain to? I mean, there is an answer to that. Your only real option is to go to some of the watchdog sites that are going to out the site. And then, you know, like let's say you're owed money from Lock Poker. What do? I mean, you're going to have to. Your best bet is to, you know, try to force the company into bankruptcy of whatever weird jurisdiction they're in, and try to get whatever assets they have. There's going to be a long line of people for that. You can't squeeze blood out of a turnip, guys. I don't really know. I mean, my heart goes out to all the Lock Poker guys. As far as Bovada goes, though, I mean, they're solvent. You're going to get your money. If they give you too much of an issue, then go to some of these online watchdog sites and give them a report. And a lot of times, you know, there's a lot of sites out there that would love to be able to report that Bovada is, you know, to break that story. Bovada's not paying out. That's a big story. So, Cowboy Jack the Chipper saying that he's been having some issues with Carbon. If I was going to take action and I was going to make a bet on what the next online site to fail is going to be, and you know, I would pick Carbon. I think Carbon Poker is the writing's on the wall. They might be able to rake their way out of whatever hole they've gotten themselves into, but I have heard some horror stories about people trying to get paid out. They've been banning people just for winning, which is a really bad sign. Really bad sign. What it means is that they are you know, scrambling around trying to keep the withdrawals as low as possible. And the way that they've been doing that is delays, you know, withdrawal limits, verification runarounds, and then just straight out banning players who continue to withdraw. So that is a huge red flag to me. I think that if you know, if you're looking at illegal places to play, pretty much the last place you should play right now would be Carbon. But I'm sorry to hear that you're having some issues with Bovada. It's the first I've heard of it. I haven't really heard of too many people having a tough time getting money out of Bovada. Generally, it's actually been pretty positive. Eatin' Greedy coming in with that min raise. This is really tempting to just take a stab at it. Really tempting. I think we're going to wait until that add-on period starts. We got another 10 minutes until the tournament really goes. You know, and this is why I really like this tournament. So 72 players started. We've lost 12. So that means 12 people have missed that opportunity to come in with that double add-on. So for
They move you again?
$50, you get 8,000 chips as an add-on, as opposed to the rebuys and the initial buy-in, which is 4,000 chips. So 12 people really are giving us a pretty big equity gift. It's probably gonna go even up. We're probably gonna see maybe one or two more people not take that add-on. Everybody should be taking the add-on. It doesn't matter. B. Shriver sitting there with 30,000. Take the add-on, man. I mean, it's. I don't know. At some point, I got to think that. I wonder. The chip leader on WSOP.com right now is a username back to back. I wonder if that is the back to back.
Probably not.
Could be.
Probably not. I'd be really surprised if it was.
Let me find out.
I'd be really surprised, Dutchie.
Me too. I would be too. But
I doubt it. I would bet you. It's not.
Really?
Yeah.
You gonna give me odds?
No. Just bet. But odds for what? 1 minute massage in like an hour? For an hour? I mean.
Yes.
They're like gray.
Okay, so here's a raise. Let's go ahead and fire out 2.5x, 600. The next level, we're going to taper down to 680. And then the level after that will be at 700. This looks like a raise, 600. We will wait until it gets down to that trailing digit. Looks like we did lose one more player. So that's another person who's just giving us a little bit of an equity gift there by not taking advantage of that double add-on. Wow, and Caster's sitting here with 2,300. $2,300 just making the call. I have no idea what to do. I think J-Chack, I think there's a pretty decent chance that we're looking at overcards. Let's just get rid of it. I think Caster's probably going to do the job for us. I can't imagine that he... wow. Wow, Caster.
Wow. What the hell was that?
I don't know what that was. You know, we put J-Chack on the right hand and decided that we didn't really feel like taking the flip. Let's make that bet. Let's make that bet, Michelle.
Is it? Oh, did he just text you? It is?
It is. It is. Look at this, you guys. Look at this.
I didn't know that. He texted him?
The
and
man,
it was him?
the myth, the legend.
Oh,
Lane Flack is the chip leader in the 5K guarantee right
that
now.
him?
He's got 40,000. It is. It is. He said, "Yeah, just trying to sharpen my game."
Oh, good for him. No shit. That's an awesome name.
Yeah.
So, now I'm gonna mark him now.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. You never know who you're gonna run into at the.
I'm gonna put a bull by him. No, a shark.
I don't know what you should put on his.
Shark.
I don't think Shark actually says it. I mean, he's easily one of the top players
in
the history of the game.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, he's a Hall of Fame material. Lane Flack is amazing.
Well, I'm glad I didn't take that bet then, but I'm surprised.
Yeah,
That's
so
good.
let's go ahead and do a little check raise action here. We outflopped Leonidas. He's just trying to take the flop, claim the equity. We will claim it right back.
Leonidas, is that? Oh wow.
Okay, guys. So Caster. I don't really know what that 6-3 was all about. I don't approve.
But
don't
he's
approve,
still in it though.
No, he's still in
He
it.
has chips. He was just, you know what? He was taking a shot. Maybe he misclipped. Don't talk shit to him, yo.
Okay, so it was the last few hands of the rebuy period, and this is when people are way more willing to gamble it up because they'd rather have 8,000.
Makes sense.
You know, so
that makes sense.
So basically, we can make a little note on Caster's account. Plays super wild aggro with less than starting stack right before the rebuy period ends. You know, that's useful to know. It's useful to know when we, the next time we've got pocket nines and get called in that spot, then we're putting his range pretty wide.
Did you watch any of the high roller cash games, Dutch, on Twitch? What did he say? What did he say? Don't tell anyone.
Don't tell anyone it's me.
Oh, oops.
Okay, buddy.
Sorry.
I won't.
See.
Oh man.
See, you should have said shit.
Don't tell anyone it's me.
Okay, nobody heard that. You guys are all sworn to secrecy.
If Lane doesn't want to be outed, then he shouldn't go by back to back.
Well,
that everyone knows back to back is Lane Flagg. He's got it on his license plate. His license plate is back to back.
Don't stop saying his name. He doesn't want us to say anything.
Saying his name.
No one heard it, so they weren't even paying attention. They're still focusing on.
I need all of you to swear a secrecy vow. Okay. Can we all do that together?
We should all go on WSOP and say, "Hey, Lane."
Hey, Lane.
Big fan.
Okay, burnt cake. We've got pretty draw heavy. Yeah. You know what, burnt cake? You're gonna actually have to show me something. I think top pair is probably good here.
I don't know. Okay. Burnt cake. That's a good one. I like cake.
The thing is, I think that if we might not even be ahead, and if we are ahead, I don't think that we're that far ahead. Checking behind is going to induce a bluff anyway.
Hi, Ghost of Am.
Wow! Now he fires out 42.89. Sure feels like a missed combo draw to me. It sure feels like an ace jack of diamonds. This is a tough one, you guys. This is really tough. We can beat a bluff, but any sort of hand that he's value betting here, we're not beating. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I feel like, yeah, you know what? You're going to have to actually show me something. I think we're ahead. Hold your breath and hope. Kings. Okay. Nice hand there. Nice hand, burnt cake.
So, let's see.
That's rough. That's rough. I feel kind of sick about making the call. I was really on the fence about it, you guys. Really on the fence.
Dutch always crack the whip. Dutch always wears a hat. He sleeps with it.
That's right.
There's foil inside of it too.
It's not. So he fired out 42.89 into 54.89.
But do you have a rebuy period, or is it done?
It starts right now.
The rebuy?
The rebuy period stops, but we're getting the add-on here in the next couple of seconds.
Aren't you supposed to like shove then, so you get a stack to rebuy? No.
No. No, you're not supposed to shove.
Oh, I guess you can't right now because you're on a break. I see.
Really kind of irritated with myself for making the call. Should have made that fold, you guys. Should have made the fold.
I'm gonna walk around.
Okay, guys, we are on break. We're waiting for this add-on.
That's a joke.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Funny joke. Funny joke. 16 players giving us a very nice equity gift by not taking advantage of that add-on period so far. I thought that this is it. I thought that we're going to get an add-on here. Yeah, so I don't know, guys. feel kind of lame about that. Rebuy period ends within 20 seconds. We're going to go ahead and get the add-on, and I think get a little drink. Okay. We'll be right back in 4 minutes, you guys. Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to try to take this down. Just got our add-on in. It puts us at 14,000 chips. Coming back at 142.80. So lots of play in front of us, 40 big blinds. I do feel a little lame about calling off 5K against Burnt Cake when we probably could have just let it go on the flop. I mean, the more I think about it, the more I'm looking at a Queen 10, 2 diamond board, and he starts getting real aggro with it. Maybe Queen Jack isn't really the hand we want to see. When we make the call, he checks on the turn. We almost fired out for some value on the turn, and that would have ended pretty badly because I think that he probably maybe he doesn't check raise. You know, maybe it actually saves us money if we fire out a bet on the turn and then just check back on the river. Who knows? I don't know. I'm going to try to put it behind me. I'm going to go get some coffee, I think. Guys, thanks so much for being here. We really appreciate having you here. Make sure to click on the follow button on the Twitch, the little heart underneath the video, and we're going to be right back in 3 minutes.
We are gonna like take over the poker world.
Okay. I think with that, we're back. And now the real tournament begins, you guys. The add-on rebuy period is over. We'll go ahead and try to get through with our old King Jack offsuit and see what happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people to get through. I think we can do that. Big shout out to Sooner BMW. Thank you so much for clicking on that, for resubbing and sticking with us. I know it's we weren't here for a while, but we're back to a regular schedule, and really, really glad to be back to the Twitch, stream. Let's go ahead and fire out a half pot size bet with our gut shot straight draw here. We've got a lot of backdoor outs as well.
I'm debating on whether I want to have a coffee or not. You know what? I haven't had coffee in 3 days. Dutch.
Yeah.
Yep. And I had dreamt that I had coffee last night.
So we get through. That's good. We can go for that.
Sorry, I didn't know you're in hand. It's facing off.
Nutraker. Saying we probably met at a hat convention.
We did.
We did.
I said, "Is that a hat on your head?" He said, "Why, yes."
I was like, "Yep, this is a hat. I like your hat. Where's your wolf hat? We haven't seen the wolf
I
hat."
sold it for an undisclosed price.
Well, how much? I won't tell anybody.
Undisclosed.
I won't tell anybody.
Undisclosed price. It's private.
Private.
But just know it's more than what you have in your pocket right now.
Yeah, Richie Gree, it easily could have saved money to bet the turn and check the river on that Queen Jack versus King's hand. Plus, we get a lot more value if we actually hit the straight or hit the Jack, hit the Queen. It wasn't like we were drawn stone cold dead on the turn. If we fire out on the turn and he just calls, then we actually win a lot more money when we actually hit our hand. Wow, Caster coming in. Open limping. Caster, come on, man. What are you doing? I mean, he plays so much on here. I really hate to do this to you, Caster, but you know what? That 6-3 suited, and now you're open limping. Welcome to the Bony Fish Club, my buddy, my friend. You remember Caster? Who was he was the chip leader?
I don't think you should put a bony fish on him.
He's not actually our friend. He wasn't.
You should put a pizza on him.
A pizza?
Sounds good.
Put a pizza on him.
Why bony fish?
Go all High Miller on him. Well, because of the 6-3 suited and the open limp with the under the gun. That's why the bony fish. The only other the reason I'll always remember Caster is I remember that tournament that we were in where he came into the final table as the chip leader. Seven or six people. And then disconnects and proceeds to get knocked out, blinded out, fifth. Do you remember that? Do you remember that tournament,
Which one?
Samoa, where
No,
Caster
I don't
came in as a
remember
chip
anything.
leader at the final table and then disconnected, and then he just wasn't around, and then he let
Was that
himself blind
Caster's?
all the way
Oh.
down. Yes, that was Caster.
Is that how we know the name?
Yeah. WSOP Player Forum. Saying, this is the first stream on Twitch I've ever followed. Thank you for the follow. It says, on smart TV or smartphone Twitch app, how does one subscribe? I don't think that you can subscribe through the app. I think that they just, for whatever reason, they haven't built that into their app yet. In order to subscribe, you actually have to go to the website, I think. And Goscorp. Thinking about making a move? If you don't, we will. We're going to go ahead and make a little 3x. Now, normally we're making it 680 here, but we're going to go for a full 3x since we are out of position. And I don't really expect that Caster is going to be giving up. We'll see how wide his 3-bet range is. If he 3-bets here, we're going to have to really think hard about 4-betting. Instead, he folds, which kind of surprises me. I mean, here's a guy who we've seen make some pretty loose calls, folding there. I don't know.
That's weird that they don't have a subscribe button.
Mm-hmm.
They need to work on that, Twitchies. I hope that linky works. I forgot that we can link that in there. Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. I'm gonna sneeze, I'm gonna sneeze, I'm gonna sneeze. No, I'm not. Okay.
Easy decision there. We don't really need to be making the call there.
Fellow Sooner representing says Sooner Chris Poker.
So ace jack off. Yeah, this is not only going to be an open, but if someone else opens, we're going to go ahead and 3-bet it. I want ace jack off to be in our 3-bet range, and if we raise and caster comes over the top of us, we will 4-bet. Building it back up, you guys. Building it back up. I still feel kind of silly about calling off the 5K against Burnt Cake. Jerpack in the stream. Good to see you, buddy. Legal action saying shots fired. I'm going to go and make the fold here.
Do you have 20 bucks? I gotta go buy my hat back.
I know where it is, I think. It's in the... So, Newland asking, do you get total rewards points for playing WSOP online for real money? You do. You do. Not a lot. Especially not for tournaments. But you basically get... They do add up. You get 1 total reward point for every action point, APP. And I'm not sure how many action points we get for a $50 tournament. I mean, $15 in rake. Let me see if I can jump onto a cash game really quick. It'll load up how many action points. Yeah, it still says 85 points, so to go to the next level. So I think that maybe it doesn't show up until after the tournament's over, or maybe you just don't get action points unless you play cash. I don't know.
That you need to get excited.
I am excited. I feel good.
About my hat.
I love that hat. You look great. You look great, Michelle.
Not about you. Not about your stuff. About me.
I like the hat.
Thank you.
I like the hat.
Back on.
That's the hat that made me fall in love with her when we met at that hat convention. We got X Parrot saying, 3rd night in a row for this poor European. Wish your advice wasn't so great. X Parrot, love seeing you on the stream. I'm glad that you're here, and I hope that you continue to be here and hang out with us. We're gonna be doing this 4 days a week, guys. 4 days a week.
Not this Thursday.
Forever. Not next Thursday. We'll do next week. We're doing Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Flowy Old saying, Dutch, I just started to try playing online, put 20 bucks on, and yesterday ran it to 50, then 30 by the end, and today I got it to 65. Welcome to the roller coaster. Flo, I hope that I hope that it goes well for you. I hope that you're able to run it up. I'm just trying to be patient and run a little money up. That's good. That's good. That's what we're trying to do. And Poker Neo. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Poker Neo is deep in the micro million, 24. He's there's 1,400 people left. There's 10,700 up top. Poker Neo, take it down. I want to live vicariously through you today. I want you, man. I'm so
Good
jealous. I would love to be playing those right now. I'm very jealous. Take it down. Rooting for you, bud. Let us, keep us updated. Let you know. Nutraker asking, Dutch, did you play on Ultimate Poker, and why did it fail? Yeah, so I did play on Ultimate Poker. I liked Ultimate Poker okay. I mean, the software wasn't really anything to write home about. The brand was horrible. I mean, what kind of marketing geniuses get around a room and they're like, so what should we call it? What should we call this this new site? Well, is Ultimate Bet taken? No. Well, let's call it that. I mean, how... ace queen suited, ace queen suited. Hate folding this, but we're gonna fold it. So why did it fail? I don't know why it failed, honestly. I mean, it failed because they weren't
Probably 'cause
making
of the
money
brand.
on it. So why weren't they making money on it? Because something in their in their operations. They either had their operation costs too high, or they or their profits too low. I don't know. I don't know why it failed, because it seems to me pretty simple. Although I will say Nevada's not that big. It's just not that big of a state, and so there's not really that big of a market, and it's not like the online arena isn't like brick and mortar. There's not really a lot of room for a bunch of different operators. People are going to go to the best one, and the best one is generally going to be the one with the best software and the best games and the best marketing engine. In Vegas, that's been WSOP. I mean, it's very hard for Ultimate Poker to compete with WSOP.com. Ultimate Poker or WSOP.com. I mean, it seems kind of like a no-brainer. And then you got WSOP.com able to just sign up everybody who walks through the Rio every summer.
Yeah, they did have girlies signing up everybody.
Even with all of that, you're still looking at only 80 people in the big Saturday tournament today. 80 people signed up in this, so it's still a really small market. And why play on the second biggest or the third biggest card room in Vegas when you can play on the biggest card room in Vegas? This is kind of what you see on this is what we saw online before Black Friday. I mean, the online industry basically has room for a lot of really big leaders and nobody else. If you weren't like one of the top 3 or 4 card rooms online, you just weren't competitive, and you weren't really making money. And the way that those top card rooms drove everyone else out was they were willing to raise their acquisition cost per player so high that a mid-tier and a low-tier card room couldn't really compete. So the only way that you could really compete with PokerStars or Full Tilt, because you wouldn't be able to outmarket them, you would have to have some sort of software advantage, but their software is really pretty perfect. This is why Ultimate Poker failed, in my opinion. The market isn't as big as they thought and had hoped. The branding just shot themselves in the foot right from the beginning, and in the end they were like, you know what, we're done with it. Which I think it could turn out to be a mistake, because if it turns out that other states start adopting online poker, the market starts getting pretty significant. Let's go ahead and defend our big blind with 2 suited cards here. I mean, I don't think that we're at quite the any 2 cards will do range here, but suited cards will take it. 8-4 suited, it's not a great hand, but it's also not a very big bet by Jacek. Wow. He checks behind, and you know what I feel like doing? I feel like let's go ahead and just try to take it from him. I think that he's probably sitting here with like pocket 5s, pocket 7s, and it's going to be pretty hard for him to make a call here. He does make the call, so we're done with the hand. But I think that probably more than 40% of the time he folds there with with like a smaller pocket pair or some sort of weak ace. It's a scary board. When he doesn't see bet, it tells me that he doesn't love it. The jack comes, it hit him. If the jack didn't hit him, I think that we take it,
What is this? Run It Up's not. Is it Run It Up branded now? Dutchie? Can you not say Run It Up? Can you say Run It Up, Dutch?
Marsupial's joking.
Oh.
You can say Run It Up. You can say
I was
Run It
joking
Up.
back because I was saying Run It Up.
No, Marsupial's just giving us shit.
Why? What were you saying?
I don't know what I said. I said, let's try to run it up, probably. I'm going to run it up.
Let's think of our
You
own
can't
one.
say run it up.
Let's try to.
You'll get sued.
Let's try to bump it up.
Let's bump it up.
Let's bump it up.
Run it up and bump it up means two very different things.
Does it?
Yeah. Bump it
Really?
up means raise. Run it up means grind a small amount of chips into a big amount of chips. Poker Pete saying, all their profit went to booze for D Moon Girl and Dan O'Brien. Don't forget, Dan O'Brien's booze. What a mess that company was, man. I mean, just from the get-go, how do you name an online site Ultimate Poker after everything that Russ Hamilton put the poker industry through? How do you name it Ultimate Poker? And I understand that they're thinking, oh well, we own Ultimate Fighting Championship.
But nobody knows that.
We are gonna like take over the
But
poker
you
world.
call it UFC. Call it UFC Poker if you want. That'd be fine.
Oh.
Jay Newmeyer with a sub.
Yay.
Jay Newmeyer, man.
Thank you, Jay.
Big fist bump. I gotta say, it was a little.
Oh.
It's been a little dry today.
sorry.
Haven't had a lot of new subs today. Jay, thank you so much for breaking the silence and clicking on that sub button. It really means a lot to us. It really does. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I'm going to ship you my my book, DRM free digital poker tilt, for your Nook, your Kindle, your iPad, your smartphone. You can read it on a desktop reader on your PC at home. Jay Newmeyer, I hope that you get a chance to give it a read. If you do, let me know what you think. Let me know if you liked it, and or if you didn't. If you get done with it, give it to whoever you want, because it's DRM free, digital rights management free. And if there's anything I can do for you, Newmeyer, I want you to let me know. Dutch at DutchBoy.com. I'm here for you. Thank you so much. You made our day just a little bit better. Thank you very much for supporting the stream and supporting poker on Twitch. Big fist bump to you, man. Welcome to the crew. You're awesome.
I'm supposed to send something out.
Little 700 open. Let's see if we can just slide through. Slide through. And J-Chack, fresh off the memory of our 8-4 suited. Does he defend? Does he defend? It looks like he does. Fire out the same amount. Not the greatest flop for ace-4 off, but it's scary for us, but it scares him too. If the flop scares you, it scares them too. Don't give up that C-bet when you've got the pre-flop aggression in a heads-up spot. Just don't do it. Don't give up that opportunity unless you have some sort of big reason to know. Unless you have some sort of reason to know that they're going for a check raise, that they crushed it. You know, it's just it gets through a good chunk of the time. Get through again. Ace-3 of diamonds. Let's make it through. So we're tapering down a little bit. We were making it 700 at the 150, 300. Now it's 200, 400. So we make it 900. And what a beautiful flop this is. If Burnt Cake check raises us, he's in for a rude surprise. We're going to check back, get the free card. Wow, and he checks to us.
We are gonna like take over the poker world.
Oh, cool.
I don't know what to do
Yeah,
here,
this-
guys.
oh,
Let's
wait.
just check it down.
Sub.
Yeah, pocket
Sub,
nines.
Dutch.
Fanched 79, just subbed. Fanched.
Fist
big
bump.
fist bump, man. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for supporting the stream and clicking on that sub button. Thank you so much. I'm going to really go out of my way to make that $4.99 just the best value you've ever had, man. If there's anything I can do for you, I want you to let me know. I'm here for you, in your corner. Anything I can do for you. Dutch@dutchboy.com. Just reach out. I'm trying to get a lot better at answering my emails now that the series is over. And
You are going to get better.
if you've got questions about a hand or thoughts about poker, anything I can do for you, thank you so much for supporting the stream. I can't tell you how much it means to us. As our very first way of saying thank you, the very first sub perk you're going to get is my book Poker Tilt. XMY is going to go ahead and send that DRM free digital version over to you for your Nook, your Kindle, your iPad, your desktop reader, your smartphone. Print it out at your local Kinko's. Give it a read, and hopefully you're going to give it hopefully you'll give it a read and you'll enjoy it and you'll love it, and you'll be a subscriber for life. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Big fist bump to you, man. Welcome to the crew, buddy. Okay, you guys. So we're right in the middle here. Right in the middle of the pack, 33 out of 57. Let's put up the lobby, shall we? Let's see what it's all about. What's it all about, Alfie? What's it all about?
What movie is that from?
Alfie?
That was a good movie because isn't Rob Lowe in that one?
Jude Law is in
Jude
the
Law.
remake, but it's
Oh.
it's actually a remake of an older movie. So $3,000 up top. I would like $3,000. Would you like $3,000?
Yes.
Yes, I would like 3,000. We have some tough competition. We have some tough players to get through. We've got Bobby Claw, we got B Shriver, we got back to back. We don't know who that is, but I've got my suspicions.
Playing on your table?
No.
Oh.
But he is in the top 3. Some pretty strong players here. We have Texas 2 Nevada. Texas 2 Nevada chilling out in this tournament. I don't know why you lost your shark there, but we'll give it back to you.
Probably because I don't know why. Hey,
Burnt
our new
cake.
sub there wants to hear a story about your razzmatazz.
Okay. Oh, I'd love to talk about.
Love to talk about it.
So
You would love to talk about it? Is that what you just said?
the 2004 Raz final table. Oh my gosh. What a mistake.
So long ago.
What a mistake those producers must have felt like they made. Right?
Doing Raz?
Watching the Raz final table and trying to cut it and make it like interesting to watch. No Limit Hold'em already is I mean, let's face it, it's still it's without whole cards it's just completely unwatchable. You know, if you can't see what's going on, it's just so boring to watch. And even with whole cards, they have to trump it up with these human interest stories and these lines.
I
And,
think it's good. Human interest stories.
yeah,
I like it.
I think it's good. It's
I'm
good.
interested in humans.
But Raz. I mean, the fact that like people don't know how to play Raz, they don't know what they're looking at. And the graphics start kind of getting out of control, and yeah, it was a disaster. That was the first and last time you're ever going to see a Raz final table on ESPN.
It's too bad.
And it was the first time I'd ever played Raz.
But a lot of
First
people want
time.
to know how to play those kind of games, so I think it's kind of cool.
But I'd played a lot of stud high-low. And Raz is basically the same game. You know, it's basically the same game. If you're playing stud high-low at a full table, it plays very similar to Raz in that you're not really trying to come in with a lot of a lot of big split pairs in stud high-low. At least you shouldn't. It's going to be pretty rare that you do, and it's all going to be about the power of your up card versus your opponent's up card, and what it's all about. Very similar to how No Limit Hold'em tournaments are won by stealing the blinds and antes. Any sort of stud tournament is exactly the same way, and you're going to have. It's even more important. You know, in Raz, you're going to be getting 2-1 when you make that open. When you make the complete, if your completion gets through without having to see 4th Street, you're getting you'll be completing for 300 and getting 600 in chips if it's successful. So it's so much more important to be aggressive in Raz and stud high-low, even more so than No Limit Hold'em. a lot of players don't realize that, and it doesn't matter what your two cards are. What matters is what your door card is. What matters is what 4th and 5th street comes out and what you can represent, and the power of your of your showing cards. So I hadn't played any Raz before I played that tournament. Played a lot of Stud High Low though, basically the same game. Pretty much ran my way through to the end and find myself up against some real legends of the game: John Jawanda, Hoyt Corkins, Howard Lederer, T.J. Cloutier, John Spadavecchia. There were some lots and lots of amazing players, and then there's me, who is just fresh off the 12th place in 2003. Not really, still very much the new kid on the block. I end up getting it 3-handed, and Howard Lederer and T.J. Cloutier, they're kind of looking at each other, and they're looking at me, and I can tell.
And this is like you didn't really play that much Raz at that time, right?
It was my first time playing Raz.
It was your first time.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I could tell that they both
that,
knew what I should have known, and that is, whoever gets heads up with me is probably going to win the bracelet. So they start just clashing against each other, and it's kind of interesting how poker tournaments work out, because a lot of times you're going to look at the guy who comes in second, and you're going to think, oh, well, he must have played so much better than the guy who came in third and fourth. But that's not really how it ends up working out. What ends up happening is it's kind of like it's kind of like that jungle rule that I talk about all the time. You finally get to the point where there's not really a lot of gazelles to stomp. There's not a lot of weak spots, except for like 1 or 2 weak spots, and it's time to finally face the lion. It's finally time to for those two guys to battle it out for the right to take down the rest of them. And that's what happened. And I found myself in second place, with two players left. Against T.J. Cloutier, and let's face it, T.J. has so much more experience than I do on the felt, especially back then, and by all rights deserved to win that bracelet more than I did, and it hurt. Getting that close to a bracelet is so tough, you guys. I mean, coming in second to a bracelet, especially when you don't have one, it's just like you just feel sick, and you think maybe that was the closest I'll ever get. Maybe, and so, I get up, I shake his hand, I congratulate him, and I say, hey, can I take a look at it? And he's like, yeah, sure. I take a look at it. I'm looking at it and thinking about how close I got. It's weird, too. I mean, the money wasn't very good in that event. First place was $80,000, and I'm not saying that that's not good, but, I mean, that was the same amount I made for my 12th place finish. It's not like today where, you win a bracelet and it's just always going to be a six-figure, a solid six-figure score. I'm not sure that bracelet, even got TJ even for the series. It was a pretty small field, a pretty small win. But the bracelet, I mean, it meant so much. And I'm looking at it and just thinking about it. And TJ, he looks at me and goes, don't worry about it, Dutch. You'll win lots of them. And I was like, I hope so. And, fast forward 2 years, in 2006, when I won my first bracelet, as soon as the river card came out, my friends lifted me up and were cheering. And, I have a second to settle down. And I look up. And T.J. Cloutier is right in front of me. He comes up, he's a big smile, he shakes my hand, he's like, congratulations, Dutch. I told you you'd win a lot of them. And I was like, wow.
That's pretty cool that you remembered.
It was so cool. It was such a great moment.
Dutch had a tear come down his eye.
I still get chills. I love T.J. for that. I love T.J. If I see T.J. at the craps pit and he's like, Dutch, come over here. You got $50 on you? I'll be like, yes, sir. I do.
Right away.
I do. Just get it back to me when you can.
That's right.
I love TJ, and that was the Raz. That was the Raz. The closest you can get to gold and glory. I got there, and it sucked. It sucked. Second place felt worse than
Third.
then third and
13th.
fourth and fifth and 12th. I mean, getting that close and having that gold bracelet just slip through your fingers. Oh, it hurt. It hurt.
Yeah, is your second book going to be focusing on... Do you have an expected date on your second book?
I'm trying.
Do you think a year?
No, I don't have a second date. I'm going to try to get it out. I would love to get it out before Black Friday.
Black Friday.
The shopping
Christmas.
day. The shopping
November.
day. You know, I would love to get it out before.
Do you think it's going to be about
Christmas.
focused tournament play, or what do you think it's going to be about?
It's going to be a very general strategy. There's going to be probably a whole chapter on tournament play, and I'm going to try to just a lot of it is just going to be like chapter, just brain dump, chapter on poker tells,
but tournament.
a chapter on
We're
strategy,
gonna like take over the poker room.
like in
Poker Stud's
cash
back.
games,
Wait,
Poker Stud
that's
5,
I think that's a resub,
big
no?
fist bump. It feels like it's a resub,
I will resend
but
you the book. Right.
it doesn't say resub. So if not, you've been away for a while. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. Poker Stud 5, you're the best, man. We're gonna ship you that DRM free digital version of my book Poker Tilt. So check your Twitch message box for that if you haven't already gotten it. And I think it is a resub. So welcome back to the crew.
Well,
but if not, if it's your first time, welcome to the crew, man. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub and supporting our stream. So yeah, there'll be a chapter on poker tells, a chapter on poker psychology, a chapter on tournament poker, a chapter on the math of poker. There's going to be a lot of different, just crash course diving in, trying to puke out everything I know about a certain topic on the page. So. Nutraker asking, does anybody know if Phil Ivey played the main event this year? He did.
He did?
He did play the main event, and I think he did get eliminated on day 2. I don't think that's quite the case. I don't think Phil Ivey quit poker.
He plays in Macau.
That's pretty funny. I'm pretty sure he's out in Macau. Phil Ivey conquered poker. I conquered it.
He beat it.
I'm done. I conquered
Poker's
poker.
done.
I'm done. That's pretty funny. What else would he do? If it wasn't for poker, what would he do? I guess he'd I guess he'd deal weed. That's what he's trying to do. He got his weed dispensary growing license. I don't know if you guys saw the news there. Phil Ivey is one of the few people who can legally sell weed here in Las Vegas. So I guess that's what he would be doing if it wasn't for poker. That kind of surprised me when I saw that Phil Ivey has a marijuana distribution license. Oh wow!
Did he get it?
Yeah, he got it. He got it. He was one of the people approved. It's pretty well connected. Pretty well connected here in Vegas. Not Nos. Hey Dutch, I have a question that's really frustrating me about cash games with 1-1 blinds. What's up with people calling your 4 bets when you have ace queen plus and they're playing with 6-4 offsuit and hit a 2 pair versus your aces? How do you play against these players? Also, what's the best strategy to go in with? At the moment, I only play pockets, aces, kings, or suited connectors if I get to see the flop cheap. Help. Not Nos. Wow. So sounds like you're playing in a game where you when's the last time you saw everyone fold to the big blind in that game? I'm gonna guess that it just doesn't happen. Let's go ahead and pot this up, you guys. We are going to just try to claim that equity. The fact that we do this pretty light, is going to mean that now that we actually have a pretty strong hand, we got to be a little stronger with it. Not the flop we're looking for. On vacation, could have some sort of small pocket pair and just getting ready to put a load of hurt on us. What is he doing here? What does on vacation do with pocket 5s? Okay. We're going to give you credit for having better than ace high on vacation. He might have just moved us off the best hand. It's tough to make that fold. And if we're going to call, I mean, if we're going to fold ace jack, I mean, how far would we take it? Let's say that we did have like ace 3 or ace 4. Are we folding a 3 or a 4 in that situation? Let's say that we did have the pocket 2s. I mean, because ace jack is basically like pocket 2s there. Are we folding in that situation? I don't really know. I don't know, but he could have easily gotten us off the best hand there. I don't think that we're going to risk our tournament life right now on the proposition that ace is better than whatever he's deciding to bet the pot with. But it could have been. It could have been, and I'm not convinced that we didn't get just bluffed off the best hand there.
Irish 320 has a hand.
Which would have been like
question right
30,000.
there. He just asked about advice about playing a 10K, or with a 10K starting stack.
Any advice on how to play a 10K starting stack with 10-minute blinds starting at 1020? I've been getting some big hands, but not sure how to price out the draws sometime. Or get good value for that matter. So let me get back to not Nosses, and then I'm going to get to Irish 320s, because they're kind of the same.
All right.
So not Nos, I mean, basically what you're doing is you're playing in a good game. You're playing in a game where people call too much, and that's a very good game to be in. You know, the game that you're in, you can make money in, and you're going to get cracked all the time. Let's face it. Let's say that you have ace queen or ace king. You're not that big of a favorite going into any flop against an opponent with 6-4. You take ace queen against an opponent with 6-4, you're not going to you're not 100% to win. You're not 90% or 80% to hit and then miss. I mean, it's actually much more even than it appears. You start getting called by 2 or 3 or 4 different people pre-flop, and ace queen against the field. I mean, there's a schooling. There's a schooling tendency. Wow, on vacation, just limping. It really makes me feel like maybe I should have just called with the ace jack, sucked it up, and just died with it. Just if I was behind, just die with it. Check on the turn, give him the opportunity to bluff me off, make the call, and hope that he has some weaker ace or some bullshit hand like king jack or queen jack. That's probably how I should have played that, you guys. And the more I think about it, the more I think I should have just called with that ace jack. You know, I mean, are we really folding pocket 5s there? Because if we're not folding 5s there, then why are we folding ace jack? It's the same hand. You know, we're basically saying, okay, we're going to give you credit for a big pocket pair or hitting a 10 or hitting an 8. And I don't really think that we should have given him the credit that we just gave him. I think that we probably just knitted our way out. And if we make that call, I think that there's a better, like a more likely than not chance that we're sitting here with 30,000 instead of 8,000. So how do you exploit it? There's that schooling tendency where if you're up against 4 or 5 different people, all of a sudden now your favorite, X-Parrot, 1967,
nice.
giving us a sub. Big fist bump to you, man. Welcome to the crew, and thank you for supporting the stream. I'm going to go ahead and ship you that DRM-free digital version of Poker Tilt, so if there's anything I can do for you, I want you to let me know. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, and your email is...
Welcome to the crew, man. My email is dutch@dutchboy.com, so Parrot, if I can help you out in any way, let me know. Back to your question, Nos, and it's kind of the same as your question. The idea here, let me see really quick. Yeah, it's kind of the same as your question, Irish. The idea here is that in those kind of situations, you don't really need to be doing a lot of 3-betting. Keep the pot small pre-flop because you are going to have to see a flop, and there are going to be some situations where you will want to inflate the pot a little bit, but realize that the reason you're doing it isn't to isolate anybody. I mean, you're going to, no matter how big that pot gets you get the pot a little bit bigger pre-flop, you're still going to be up against 3 or 4 guys, and you're still going to be a pretty big underdog to actually connect and them not connecting, right? So what you have to realize against these loose passive players is that your exploitive play is going to be coming post-flop. It's going to be coming when you hit and they hit, and they're willing to pay you off. So you need to be value betting lighter than you normally would. Is value bet, value bet, value bet. You're going to get called with weak cards. On the river, if you've got top pair, you need to be firing out a value bet. If you've got second pair with a decent kicker, fire out a value bet. Just value bet lighter than you think you could possibly get called with worse. You will get called with worse in that game that you're playing, and that's going to be your edge, is taking advantage of their tendency to call too much post flop. Their tendency to see too many flops that's going to be a small mistake, but the big mistakes are going to be the mistakes that they make post flop. So do yourself a favor, save yourself a little bit of a headache, and don't really inflate the pot that much pre-flop. You don't really need to be making a lot of 3-bets unless you have the kind of hand that that you really want to get as much in as possible, like the aces, like the kings. Other than those really two hands, I mean, you can pretty much see flops, even queens. Once you start getting against 3 or 4 guys, you don't really need to inflate the pot that much. Queens, I'd still probably give a 3-bet, but that you don't need to worry about, you know, mixing it up and merging your range and having a wide 3-bet range, because they're going to call you. So play a lot of hands that can make really strong hands against second best hands. You really need to be playing the any suited ace you should be playing, the higher suited connectors you should be playing, any pocket pair you should be playing, high court cards, king queen, queen jack, you should probably be playing those, and certainly anything over an ace 10, because you're going to get a lot of value with people who are playing any offsuit ace when you both hit an ace. So you're going to be exploiting them post flop, value bet super thin, and the minute you start getting aggression back, you really need to stop. You really need to stop and think, okay, I think that it's time to maybe play this on my belly. Maybe top pair isn't good here when I raise and get re-raised. A check raise on the turn. Check raise on the turn? Really, you're going to check raise me on the turn and I've got top pair, top kicker in a 1-1 game where you're a super loose passive player? Okay. Hey guys, hold your breath. Let's see if we can just get through here and pick up a real big chunk of our stack. We don't. He snap calls with a bigger pocket pair, and we're fucked out. We are out of this tournament, you guys. That's going to do it. Still pretty upset with myself for not making the call against On Vacation. Let's see if there's still time to get in that $20 or that $30 rebuy and add-on. I think there is. Just enough time. It looks like the rebuy, the buy-in period ends in another 10 minutes, so we'll jump into that.
It's like
Feeling pretty shitty. Feeling pretty shitty about it, guys. Let's hit the rebuy and add it. Yeah, I'm interested to see what you guys have to say about that ace jack. Let me see what. Let me see if it had popped up yet. Yeah, I guess it did. Did that ace jack hand pop up? Did you see it?
No, I'm playing a free roll. I'm sorry. I'm playing a free roll. I'm not paying attention to anything. I'm just trying to play this free roll, which is very lame. I shouldn't have signed up for it because everybody's just limping in and calling light and.
So Big Dog.
Sorry,
saying, listen to Dutch. The 5 minutes he spent answering my cash game questions has resulted in the 2 biggest cash game wins I've had in my last 2 sessions. Big Dog, I'm happy to hear it, dude. Happy to hear it. Double ace 420. You know, I got a. I think I got an email from Double Ace. Let me see really quick. Oh yeah. Jeff, got your email. I'm very jealous that you get to play in those Micro Millions. I'm working on a project that I think that you'd probably be interested in here in the future. So, but I can't, not really doing anything right now. But I did get your email, Double A. So sorry for not getting back to you earlier. Interesting. Oh, you know what, guys? This isn't actually a rebuy. This is a re-entry. So I can't actually. Hopefully, there is going to be an add-on though. Is there an add-on? Yeah, but it's not a double add-on. Puh. Okay, back to starting stack then. Make it up to 600. God, that's frustrating. Should have called it that ace jack, you guys. Should have called it that ace jack. Let's pull that down. Okay, so we get through. Ace king is okay. Okay, so to get back to Irish, so it's a little bit different, right? When you're in a tournament, you got 10,000, and you're very early on. Everyone's like super deep. 10,000 chips at 1020. You know, how do you price out the draws? I mean, you're not really trying to price out draws, right? If you have the best hand and someone has a draw to a better hand, you don't want to bet and have them fold. That's not what you're trying to do. What you're trying to do is bet and have them call with the wrong odds. I mean, you're really trying to just squeeze them for as much value as you can and make them get the wrong price to call and make them think in their own head that they're going to be able to make up for it in implied odds that aren't there. So with that many big blinds in front of you, just be careful. Realize that if someone's willing to get 10,000 chips into the middle at 1020, and you're sitting here with top two pair, it's probably not good. Unless you have reason to believe that they started with an overpair and they're the kind of player who's going to overplay their overpair. Okay, so we got River Roberto. Given the limp, I think we're gonna just limp too. We're gonna go do the over limp here.
Is it like are you calling their limp?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've been doing. There's been a lot of limpers in this free roll. It's crazy. It's insane.
Okay. It's okay to call a limp. It's okay to over limp. It's not okay to open limp. Open limp gets you the bony fish. Calling a limp, that's okay, especially with a hand like Ace 9 suited, that happens to do better when there's multiple people in the pot. And we just crushed the flop. Just crushed it. Let's go ahead and see.
That's good. Very good.
Let's go ahead and fire out a half pot size bet and see if maybe we can get some action behind us.
You also have some comments here, yo. Irish 320 is commenting on what you had commented about earlier about the play. He's about 3-betting.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and just take the gamble here.
Uh-oh.
And if not, we'll go ahead and re-enter. We're probably behind at this point, but I'm sure that we've got lots of good outs here. And we miss. Okay, so we're going to have to re-enter here. But that's okay. We'll make that fold.
Oh, I have a song in my head. Dang it. Oh, put my games up? Oh gosh. You don't want to see me play. I'm not playing very good Angoth. Because I'm moving back and forth here. M. Redding 98 says, Dutch, I'm first in chips and it's $10 2K right now. Do I still add on?
Yes.
The answer yes, always.
Yes. Go ahead and take the add-on. I would say take the add-on. Double ace, I gotta tell you, man. Good ROI, by the way.
I wish I would. Let's see how many people are left in my tournament. Open lobby.
So, why do we shove there? Well, I mean, we're increasing our stack by like 16, 17% without having to see a flop. And worst case scenario is he calls and we just re-enter anyway. So, I feel like the chances of us getting called there are pretty slim. That, you know, the small blind limp in that spot, he's just not going to call us very often. He's going to be conservative with his stack there. Finds himself with 5 starting stacks, which he's got to feel pretty good about.
Maybe I do need another, what is it called, a screen or a thing, Dutch? Monitor.
So, Not Knows says, thank you for your advice, man. Really appreciate it. Next time I visit the casino, I'll definitely have to have that mindset. Just another small question. If min-max buy-in is 40 to 200, how much should I bring in? Well, you can make good arguments for the minimum buy-in. You can make good arguments for the maximum buy-in. Anything else doesn't make a lot of sense. So either 40 pounds or 200 pounds. Go with one of those. If you go with 40 pounds, what you're going to try to do is play more of a pre-flop game. And with a smaller buy-in like that, you should actually be trying to raise as much as you can pre-flop. You're going to be playing that differently. And your range needs to be tighter when you only have 40 big blinds as opposed to 200 big blinds in front of you. 200 big blinds, I think, is probably the right answer because the big mistakes that you're going to be able to take advantage of are going to be those post-flop big turn bet calls and big river bet calls that they make when they're kind of in a hopeless situation. So if you have 200 big blinds in front of you, you're going to be able to take advantage of the bigger mistakes that I suspect you're going to find in that 1-1 game. So I would say 200 pounds. I've kind of gone back and forth in my own career about whether it's better to min buy or max buy, but it doesn't really make sense to do anything except min or max, right? So if you're not min buying, you should be max buying. If you're not max buying, you should be min buying. Anything in the middle just doesn't make sense, and that's actually one of the quickest ways for you to spot a sucker at a table, to spot the fish, spot the donkey, is when someone buys in and there's no good reason for the buy-in amount. Because you can make a good argument for a max buy-in, you can make a good argument for a min buy-in. You can't really make a good argument for 120, right in the middle, except that that's what you have in your pocket. That's what it feels like, is the right amount. So one of the quickest ways you can spot a donkey at the table is when they make one of those nonsensical buy-ins. One thing I would really encourage you to do as well, not just you, all of you guys, is to really enforce a very, very strict loss limit and have that loss limit raise up as you win at the table. So in that game, I probably, if I lost 200 that game, I'm probably calling it a day. But at the very high end, 2 buy-ins. So how this would work is, leave your ATM card at home, come in with the very, very maximum that you're willing to lose, which I would suggest 1 or 2 buy-ins, 200, 400, something like that. And I'd probably go on the smaller side of 200. Bring 400 so that you can kind of refresh, but once you get down to the point where you've lost 200, just get up and step away. If you win, let's say that the very first hand that you play, you end up winning 50 pounds, right? So now, if you get back down to where you've lost 150 for the day, you need to raise your loss limit as you win. So let's say that you double up the very first hand. Well, now if you get back down to even, you've hit your stop loss for the day. So you pick up and you leave. Let's say that you double up and then double up again, so now you're up $800. Well, you keep that loss limit very strict, and if you get your $800 stack down to 600, you leave for the day. You shouldn't have a stop win. Don't say, okay, I'm going to keep on playing until I win X amount, because You know, no one ever won $3,000 at the table who didn't win $2,000 first. You know, you have to be willing to let those big wins happen. And if you're winning and winning and winning, something must be right. The dynamic of the table must be good. You must be playing well. So don't limit your wins, but do limit your losses. And if you do this correctly, you pretty much should always.
Like, take over the
Oh, look at this. We got a sub.
It's a resub.
Jay Karma with the resub. Jay Karma, really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the. I'm positive that you've subbed before. Welcome back to the sub. Thank you for returning with your support. It's been a little bit of a drought. So look, guys, about the stop losses. If you do this right, then you always should be kind of ending on a downtick, and it feels kind of weird. But if you don't end on the peak, you end after going to the peak and then kind of sliding down a little bit before you slide the whole way down, right? So implement that strict stop loss of 1 buy-in or 2 buy-ins, and have that rise up. Keep that stop loss and measure it at your high water mark for the session, not at your buy-in, because it doesn't make any sense to say, okay, well, I'm going to have a $200 stop loss. You play just like amazing, you get really lucky, you crush, you triple up again. You're sitting here with 1,800 in front of you, and then you go on a downswing where just everything goes wrong, and you lose you lose the full 1,800, and then you go home, and your wife or your girlfriend says, so how'd the session go? And you're like, oh, I lost $200, lost a buy-in. No, you lost 1,800. You started with 200, you built it up to 1,800, then you lost it all back. Okay, so you can't just go home, and it's so easy to trick yourself and trick the people you talk about and say, oh, well, this is what the session looked like. I came in with 200, I lost it, so I'm down 200. But if you came in with 200, won 2,000, and then lost 2,200, then it's kind of misrepresenting it to say, oh, well, I just lost what I came with. There's an old gambler's joke about this. A guy is on his honeymoon in Vegas. He can't sleep. His wife's in bed. She's passed out, and he can't sleep. So he takes a $5 chip. He goes down to the casino in his robe. He's walking around 2 a.m. He puts it on roulette. Favorite number 33, and it hit, 30, and it hits. There's no 33 on a roulette wheel, right? No. It hits, and all of a sudden he's got $70. He lets it ride. Let it ride, he says, and it hits again, and all of a sudden he's got $2,100. Let it ride, he says, and it hits again, and all of a sudden he's got $70,000. And everyone's around, and everyone's like, "What are you gonna do?" And he looks at everyone's like, "One more time.
Take over the
Let it ride." It hits again, 2.1 million. Everyone's going crazy. What are you going to spend the money on? And he looks around, he's like, again, let it ride. You're crazy, let it ride. Spins, double zeros. Oh. And he goes up, and he slides into bed, and his wife's like, how'd it go? He's like, I lost $5. And that's the same thing that you're doing when you don't have that stop loss go up with you. So.
Yes, that's exactly the same. And we have a new sub, Dutch, not nose, just subbed. Babe, you okay?
I didn't even see.
We have a new sub.
Not nos.
Not nos.
Not nose. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button, man. I really appreciate you being here and supporting the stream. And thank you. Thank you. Big fist bump to you. Welcome to the crew, man. We're gonna go and ship you that DRM free digital version of my book Poker Tilt. So be on the lookout for that. And hopefully you get a chance to give it a read. Let me know what you think. And I'm here for you, man. If you have any other questions or anything that I can do to help you out, I want you to let me know. Okay, Dutch@DutchBoy.com. I'm here for you. Thank you so much for being part of our stream and for actually supporting the stream. It really means a lot to us. And, you know, I don't want to downplay all of you guys who aren't actually clicking on that sub button, because your time and your attention is worth a lot. The fact that you're spending a little bit of your Saturday with us as we try to navigate through these WSOP waters, you know, we like having you here, and it really does support the stream just having your attention. But, you know, when you actually click on that sub button, you're subsidizing the stream for everybody who doesn't. So all of you guys without that sub badge, you probably should say thank you to, you know, Not Nos as well for paying for the stream. So thank you very much, man. Gosh, what do we do here? Part of me wants to 3-bet, but you know what? We're just gonna call. We're gonna have position on Pure Vita. Let's see a flop and see what happens. Not the flop we're looking for, you guys. K Weiner asks, how do we do with the 10 of 10? He fell asleep once we hit 8.
It's because of you.
Because of you, man.
Yeah, he fell
You stuck
asleep.
around. We would have done better, but you fell asleep and busted out 8.
How dare you? No.
Oh, it's yeah. We ended up 8th.
That's okay.
8th place. Okay, let's go ahead and make the fold here. Big Dog 2000. The increasing stop loss is solid gold, so obvious, and I never thought of it. You know, a stop loss is so important in poker. It's so like, especially in cash games. This is like the big difference between tournament play and cash games, you guys. Is that tournaments have an enforced stop loss. You know, you can't wipe out your whole bankroll in one day playing tournaments unless you're like playing way out of your element. And I mean, bankroll management is important when you're playing tournaments, but you know, consistency and making sure that you're not in bad situations is really what cash games is all about. Tournaments, you know, you don't really have control over the situation you find yourself in once you put the buy-in in. So, you know, you're just kind of used to playing tough competition and not feeling like you can just get up and leave if the situation isn't just right. You know, this is the big difference between successful tournament players and successful cash game players, and why you see a lot of tournament players who can't really make the transition that well is because, you know, a really solid world-class tournament player, if he sits down at a game, it's never going to occur to him that maybe he shouldn't play it. He's always going to look around and think, well, I'm a great poker player. Of course I have an edge here. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Keep in mind that rake is a bitch to play against. When you're playing cash, that's really what you're playing. You know, the question of are you the best player at the table isn't what's going to determine whether you win or lose. What's going to determine whether you win or lose is your edge against the rest of the table high enough to overcome the huge amount of rake and juice and vig that the operator is going to take off of every hand. That's the real question. Tournament players don't look around at a cash game table and think, maybe I should leave because there's going to be a better spot. You won't see a lot of really solid tournament players like roaming around and taking an orbit off of his cash game to walk around the card room and see if there's a better spot to take advantage and attack. Cash game players do that. I'll never remember. I'll never forget one time Mark Gregorich is playing a 100-200 limit at Bellagio, and Mark Gregorich is the kind of guy who he is a cash game pro. He knows exactly what he's doing. I sit in the game, and as soon as I sit down, he waits for his big blind and he leaves. And I'm like, wow, that's a lot of respect he's giving me. And then it occurs to me, not really. He's not saying, oh wow, I don't think that I can beat Dutch, because the truth is he almost certainly could beat me in that game. What he's saying is it doesn't matter. The game got just a little bit worse, and there's going to be better spots. And it's all about, you know, you don't have to swing at every pitch. That's what cash games is all about. And, you know, tournaments is kind of like that. You know, Helmuth talks a lot about how, wow, this guy just making the fold, that's pretty bad equity there. That's pretty bad etiquette right there. Folding and not protecting the other two guys in the pot is just, it makes it so much easier for me or one of these guys to fire out when the big blind makes that fold. It's really bad etiquette, and I'm surprised that WSOP even allows people to fold out of turn when they're not facing a bet. Anyway, we're pretty much done with this hand, you guys. Pretty much done with it. DGR099 saying some very good advice. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for listening. I really appreciate you being here. Okay, let's make the fold. So yeah, that actually taught me something, and it taught me that when Greg Rich. Oh, look at this. We got
Brush.
Bush not support. Bush not so pro.
Oh, okay.
Bush not so pro. Great to see you, man. Thank you so much for being here and clicking on that sub button. Wow, that's so huge. Big fist bump to you. Welcome to the crew. If there's anything I can do for you to make that $4.99 a little bit better of a value, I'd really appreciate it if you'd let me know. We're going to ship you a DRM-free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt, as our way of saying thank you for making our lives just a little bit better. And if there's just anything I can do, welcome to the crew, man. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Yeah, we can go ahead and give that one up to you. A fellow Outcast fan, we'll give it up.
Bum 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 bum. Aw.
I feel like we could get through.
You are the best, Dutch.
I feel like we could get through. I feel like we could just pot it and get through. I feel it. Now what do we do? Now what do we do with our 6 high? That didn't
I don't
work.
know.
That didn't work. He shoved pretty quick. Oh my god.
Oh god, that's bad when they shove
Oh my
really
god.
quick.
So not only did he shove really quick, now we got just action. What did I do, you guys? I made a horrible mistake.
Should've
Oh
fold.
jeez. What did I do? I made a horrible mistake. And look, now we have 15, 18,000. I mean, we're almost getting the right price to call now. We're getting 4-1. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. I felt like we were going to get through, you guys. I felt like we were going to get through Zaxxon. And
Did you fold?
I felt like we were going to get through just at Exian. However he's saying that. Oh, yeah, I folded. I had 6-2. But it felt like
That's the best hand to
Exaston, it's going to be hard for him to make that call.
play. Gosh.
And if we get through him, I think we get through him. That's not how it worked, though. Wow. Sometimes the moves don't work, you guys. Sometimes the moves don't work.
Grr.
Masic 2011 saying, any advice on how to know if someone hit a set? Seems like the hardest thing to sniff out and put someone on. I'd agree with you. It's very hard to put someone on a set, and you're gonna have a much better. You're gonna have a lot more things to go on if you're in a live setting, where you can actually look at the guy, where you can look at things like how he puts his chips out, little hesitation moves. Certainly live, it's a lot easier. Anytime you see somebody look like they don't know what to do and they're not really happy with their hand, oh, this sucks. Whatever, all in. It's like, okay. Like
So I just did.
more upset that someone looks when they put chips in a live setting, generally the stronger that they are. You know, so live
That's
it's a little
true.
bit easier. Online, I mean, there's not really any tells, so you have to go by bet sizing tells. And just realize that there's going to be some people who want to keep the pot small, and they're kind of like that no set, no bet kind of attitude. So
I never heard you say that. That's kind of cool. No set, no bet.
check raises on the turn are a pretty good indication. You know, we've got you're pretty close to that. I'm not gonna say anything.
You're not going to say anything?
No.
I'm trying to figure out where you're at. Oh, the re-entry. Re-entry, I think. Hey, Coleman's. Kyle's in here. Loman. Coleman.
What's up,
Loman.
Kyle? It's great to see you, man. Kyle Loman in the house.
Coleman, Loman.
Big fist
Loman.
bump to you, bud. Oh no. Oh no. The 6-2 hand's coming up.
No. Oh no. Okay, I'm not watching it. I'm doing my thing. Chicken wang on a string.
Oh God, don't do it. Don't do it, past Dutch. Don't raise that 6-2 suited. No. 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 Don't do it, Dutch. Oh, past version of me. If I could
Do you
go
look
back
all
in
confident?
time.
Let me look. Look, you look all confident, and look at you. You're like, and I'm not even paying any attention. Just drinking my water.
Yeah.
Oh God, what are you gonna do here?
Now I'm like, now what? Okay, so Angoth.
Oh, you.
Angoth. The
oh.
reason it's bad etiquette
What's bad etiquette to what? What do you do?
is because it doesn't protect the other players in the hand. It makes it easier. It makes it easier for, let's say that you have 3 players in, right? And the flop comes out 3-3 ace, and it's the big blind.
We're gonna like take over the
Big
poker
blind,
Yay,
you know,
polarized.
an opener and a guy on the button. Polarized with the resub, man. Thanks for sticking with us. Really appreciate it. The big blind just open folds. Well, now the opener, it's going to be a lot easier for him to make a C bet with whatever, you know, trash he's got, whether he has a hand or not. Knowing that he doesn't have to worry about the big blind calling or check raising, right? And it's going to be a lot easier for him, you know, for if he makes a bet, it's going to be a lot easier for the guy behind him to call, knowing that he doesn't have to worry about someone behind him who might squeeze or check raise or overcall. So it screws up the hand, and it's really just unfair to the the players who are still in the hand. You need to, you know, when there's multiple players, look, if you're heads up and you feel like just folding at a turn with no bet, you know, you call someone's raise pre-flop, the flop comes out and you're like, oh, you got it, whatever, and you fold next hand. That's fine because you're not affecting anybody. But if you aren't heads up, there's multiple people in the hand. There's 1-2 other guys. So by folding you out of turn with no bet, it's bad etiquette because you're kind of fucking one of them and helping the other one, and it's going to kind of change based on the dynamics of the hand. But it doesn't matter. You're hurting one of the players in the hand at the benefit of the other. You're giving free information to these players, and it's just really, really bad etiquette. It might even get you a penalty. Honestly, it might even get you a penalty. It's basically, you know, because you can't do this, right? You can't say this. You can't say, I check, and sir, if you bet, I'm going to fold. I want you to know that if he bets, I'll fold, okay? And if you bet, I'll fold too. You can't do that. You can't say that. So folding actually is pretty much the same thing. You know, it's really bad etiquette. If it's not against the rules, it should be. Let's go ahead and see if we can't just get through. A little under the gun raise is a little bit optimistic. It certainly isn't something that we would be doing if it weren't for the fact that we're late enough in the tournament that I think that we can get through a higher percentage of the time. We get called on the small blind. We get called in the big blind too. So now it's just like, now what? 2,300 in chips. Like this guy. See, it would be so much harder for me to fire out if he didn't do that. And it would be much harder for just to add X in to make the call if he had to worry about River Roberto behind him. See, the thing is, I would probably be c-betting no matter what, but the fact that River Roberto folded, now it makes, you know, it makes my c-bet look weaker, and it makes it easier for me to do. So yeah, it's really bad etiquette. A lot of players, a lot of times you'll just get a straight penalty, and they really shouldn't even allow it on the site. It shouldn't even be an option. It should just be check or bet. If you have the option to check, you shouldn't be able to fold. They should actually just force you to check. Today at 3-5, I saw someone get raised. 3-bet shove all in from 60 to 250. Say, you got me, and actually mean it. You got it. You got me. You know, for more on this kind of stuff, Polarize, I would suggest you, and everyone else for that matter, read the Verbal Poker Tells book, Verbal Poker Tells by Zachary Elwood. He's got a lot of really good information in there about when someone says, you got me, what exactly that means. You know, and one thing that you're going to find at the table is people don't like to out and out lie at the table. You're going to rarely see someone make the bet and say, I have the flush. Call if you don't like money. I have the flush. And then you call and they were like, I was bluffing. It does sometimes happen. But for the most part, you don't see just outright bold-faced lies at the table. Most of the time, you will see people try to manipulate their opponents, but it's in a very subtle way. And a lot of times they do it in a way that it's like, I told you, you got me, and they turn over their hand, and they were in fact bluffing. It's that kind of you got me is kind of like, it's almost like an emotional free roll, right? So if you do get called, then you get to be like, I told you, you got me. And if they do fold, then you get to be like, see, I told you, and show the bluff, right? So I actually feel like it's not quite the same thing as like the hesitation is like, oh God, I have no idea what to do. This hand sucks all in. You know, it's like it's a little bit different. That's okay, funny. So let's go ahead and make this 1,000. We would be making it. I mean, it's pretty close. This is pretty close to to a shove, 20 big blinds. But with a limp, we'll just go ahead and fire out our pre-flop raise amount plus the limp. So let's fire out the same amount here of 1,000. Yeah, folding out a turn is also like pretty bad etiquette, and for exactly the same reasons. You know, if 3 people fold out a turn while this guy is deciding how much, if just at X in, if we're in a live setting and he says raise, and all of a sudden 4 people fold out a turn, and this guy like folds out a turn and goes to the bathroom, and it's just this guy sitting at the table being like, wait, guys, what are you doing? And then he looks over at his stack and says 5,472. You know, I mean, that's not fair. It's not fair to pocket Sylvia, and it's gives this guy lots of information that this guy doesn't get. So I can actually see arguments for folding out a turn being worse than folding when it is your turn and you're not facing a bet. I think that it's probably worse to fold at a turn because that actually gives someone information that they shouldn't have. But it's still pretty bad.
CMAC has a question about a stud game when somebody folds out a turn like that and checks it around. And does the folder get a card on the next street even though his hand's dead?
That's a good question, C-Mac. It depends on what room you're in. Some places, yeah, they'll make him have his they'll make him have his door card stay up and give him an extra card just so that the deck stays right. If I was running a room, I would say his hand is dead. Bring it in. And I would actually give him a warning, and if he continued to do it, I'd give him a penalty. But I wouldn't give a dead hand a card. I think that's just kind of silly and ludicrous. But card rooms do it. I think they do it at the series. I think it's kind of silly.
Gordon Gecko is playing the $3 ante-up Micro Millions right now on Stars, and 10% for you.
Oh, no kidding.
Instead of the subscription tonight. Woohoo!
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Gordon.
Yes, we do.
I wish you the best of luck. I hope that you just take it. How much is that? 10 grand? That'd be $1,000.
Woohoo! Brand new shoes.
Guarantee you.
No.
I guarantee you. We're gonna see like fast forward like 11 hours, and he like finally takes the whole thing. And he's like, yes, and he looks. He's like, congratulations, 10,700. And he's like, I'd rather not.
It's okay. We won't. Hold
I
you to
appreciate
it.
I appreciate the sentiment, Gordon Gecko. I am rooting for the best. Rooting for you, buddy. I'm gonna have to rewind that hand history. How did that get all in there? That got all in pre-flop, huh? So we had Kappa with the Queen Jack suited, calling off his stack. I can't really blame him. I mean, he's sitting here with 6 bigs, but at the same time, you really want, with 6 big blinds, you really want to be the one making the shove.
Do you have any thoughts about Daniel Negreanu folding Ace King face up?
Yep. You know, I actually mentioned that on the stream when the first day we came back, Angoth. I think that's when things started going downhill.
And he twittered. Didn't he twitter?
I think for one thing, I think it was the wrong fold. I think that when the feature table comes out, that hand is sure to make it on ESPN, and I suspect that that he had the best hand, that he folded the best hand, like the best hand. I really think that he got blown off of it, because I think that it was McKeon who did it to him, right? I think that his opponent looked at him and thought, this guy really wants to make the November 9. This guy is going to fold everything except aces and kings here. His 3-bet range is pretty wide. His calling range here for his whole stack is not. So let's go ahead and put the pressure on him. If he calls me, whatever. I think that we're going to see that he made a very bad fold. But you know what?
But what if he didn't?
The fold is okay by itself.
Yeah.
What's really bad is turning it over and just declaring to the rest of the table, I want this so bad. I want this more than you do, that I am going to fold ace king. And of course, if the guy is sitting here with aces, it's pretty deflating. It's pretty deflating if Negreanu is just that good. But it's a very condescending face-up fold. It's basically like, I know what you must have. You're sitting here with 2-3 tables left, right? At the main event. These guys waded through 1 billion people to get here, and they're playing for $7 million, and you're going to say that you don't have the balls to do that against me with anything except aces. I think it was a big mistake to fold, but a huge, tragic mistake to actually show the table that that's what you're folding, because then you fast forward and the chip leader is going to look down at Jack 4 suited and say, oh, well, where's the tight blind? It's Danny. Danny is the tight blind, because he wants to make the November 9 so bad. He's going to just fold his way to get there, or he's going to wait for a really, really big hand to play. So when he showed that hand to the table, when he shows his ace king offsuit, Angoth, he basically just puts a big target on his forehead. And the only player who maybe it deflated a little bit might be the guy with the aces. But what does it really do to him? what does it really do to him? Say, oh wow, he's so much better than me. I guess that's time to go home. No. If anything, it's just going to put that guy on alert, and that guy is going to be thinking, okay, well, I really need to be more standard with the way I make my four bets. I need to be more standard with the way I play my hands, and I need to merge my range a little bit so that four bet doesn't always mean aces, because Danny just saw right through me, so I need to re-examine the way I'm playing against him. And next time, he won't be able to see through me. That's all it's going to do. What does it accomplish? Nothing. I'm sure that Negreanu has his reasons for doing it, and at the time it made sense. But watching that on the update and being like, oh, Danny, no. It was cocky, condescending, and in the end paints a picture of him to the rest of the table and the rest of the field that he's the one to attack. It makes me wonder, does McKeon raise his big blind with Jack 4 with nothing? If he doesn't show that his willingness to let go of the third best hand in poker, I don't know. We'll never know.
So what are you eating? Are you eating something?
I was. Just a piece of bread. Sourdough bread.
Bread. That's all I give him, bread and water. Bread and water.
Anyway, yeah, I think it was a mistake. It's okay to fold ace king off suit pre-flop. That's fine. I think that it's going to turn out that it was the wrong fold. We'll find out, but I think that if he doesn't show that hand, history is different. Anyway, I love Danny. My heart broke a little bit when he got 11th. It really did. And seeing the Poker News headline. I mean, I don't know if you guys got this in your message box. I'm on Poker News's email list. And let's see, what did it say? The headline: Negreanu falls to the ground as his dream shatters.
That's so sad.
That's the email headline.
Jeez.
Negreanu falls to the ground as his dream shatters. And I mean, I gotta add this. I mean,
so sad.
This was the headline. I mean, you look at that. It's like, somebody help him up. Somebody. It's like, oh, that's how I feel.
No,
that's how I feel
every year.
No, when I saw that he didn't make the November 9, I felt that way too. He felt it worse, but everybody was so sad to see him go. The only people who weren't sad to see him go are at that table. Yeah. I'm still sad. What a great picture too by Joe.
What are your thoughts on the Belgian Hope? How do you say his last name? Nouvelle?
Pierre Nouvelle?
Pierre Nouvelle.
I think that's how you say it.
Nouvelle?
I think that...
Ex-parrot wants to know, what are your thoughts on our Belgian Hope? I think it's awesome. Honestly.
You know, Ex-parrot, I was talking about...
I bet he would win.
I was talking about Pierre on a previous stream as well. I have played him, and he is surprisingly good. Scary good.
And they schooled
very
you.
Good.
That's what you told me.
Did I use those words?
Yeah, you said he schooled
me. Did I say
me.
He schooled me?
Yes, you
did. I say that?
You said he schooled me. I had to go back to summer school. He schooled me so much. I had to go apply for some college.
I had to go to poker
classes.
camp. He's really good. And yeah. I think that there is the possibility for you guys to make some money on my expert assessment on this final table, okay? Because in my opinion, Joe McKeon sitting there, is that how you say Joe McKeon's last name? Probably, right? Two circuit rings, going in with 60 million, more than twice the next guy. On paper, he's the favorite to win, like the favorite over any individual player, and of course he has to be. But so he's got 3 times as much as Pierre. I do not think he's 3 times as likely to win. I think if anything, maybe double, maybe 2 times. Let's max this out. Let's just go ahead and claim the equity here. It's 26% of our stack. Let's just take it. 26% of our stack, we will take the equity. If he calls, we're probably ahead. So 26% increase without having to see the flop, claimed. And this is going to be a little brutal. If everyone folds to us, we're going to go ahead and make the shove. If just at XN raises, what do we do now? I think that it's a fold. If River Roberto limped, then we shove. If everyone folds to us, we shove. But especially him making it 3x, now we don't really have any fold equity. So anyway, I think that so here's the money. Here's the money play, you guys. You take Max, you take Pierre, you give your buddy Joe to win, and I think that that's going to be a positive bet. And I also think a lot of people will take it because you've got 42 million chips on your side. They've got 60 million chips plus the chip leader plus the fact that he has incredible results, 2 circuit rings, already somewhat of a known grinder before he ever sits in that main event Thunderdome. So I think that is going to be a bet that most people, even poker players, would take. But my expert assessment of it is that you take Pierre, you take Max for a 2-win bet against Joe, and I think that you're going to have the best of it. So I actually might put a little bit of money on Pierre too. I might put a little bit of money. I'm going to see if are there any
Do you
anybody know
do you have
if
Daniel's picture still up? I'm just curious. Okay.
if some sports
It is
books
a pretty
here in
brutal
town are
picture. God.
taking action on the WSOP main event.
Are you twittering that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. So value bet coming in with a min raise, and I think that we have fold equity here, and I think that we can pick up 33% of the pot a good chunk of the time. So let's see. I mean, value bet can make the call here, 5,000. It's kind of hard for him to call. If he does call, let's just hope that he has a smaller pocket pair or overcards, and we just win the flip. But yeah, so he makes a pretty questionable call in my opinion. I mean, Queen Jack suited ends up being a pretty decent favorite against 8-7 suited, but I wouldn't have expected him to make that call. I guess like he's just hoping that I have a smaller pocket pair. We missed that flip. Thought we had fold equity. Turns out we didn't. Let's go ahead and get into the $30 rebuy and add-on.
This is a different one then.
What's that?
This is a different one? Yeah?
Yeah. And guys, I think this is going to be the last tournament I play today. I'm kind of losing steam.
Getting hungry.
Getting hungry.
I'm almost in the money,
Getting
by
frustrated.
the way. Hey, I'm almost in the money, Dutch.
Nice job.
Yeah, not really. 5 away, 6 away. And then I will make
It is
a
good.
whole 16 cents. 10 away. No, I'm still
so much better than what I've made today. So I'm very happy
what do we
for
got
you.
going on here? I will fold to you. You can have that.
Very frustrating. So we're sitting there. What is it? 250,500. We've got 6.
We're gonna like take over the poker room.
Oh, look at this! Look at this. We've got Stongard with the sub. Thank you very much, man. I gotta put this up. I forgot to put up the game.
What game? The game that you're playing?
The $30 rebuy and add-on.
Oh.
Stronger, thank you so much for the sub. I'm gonna tell you what, we're gonna ship you that DRM-free digital version of my book Poker Tilt as my way of saying thank you for supporting the stream with your sub button. And if there's anything I can do for you, I would like you to let me know. Dutch@dutchboy.com is my username, or is my email, and I'm here for you, man. He just donk leads. The Guff just donk leads. We got Michelle Lawson on our left, the wife of bracelet winner and legend Ted Lawson.
Oh wow!
I ran into her and Ted at the series. I said, "Hey Ted, are you playing as M. Lawson?" And he's like, "No, that's Michelle." And she's like, "That's me." I like Michelle. She's always been such a sweetheart.
She has the coolest name too.
Yeah.
All Michelles are awesome. Just in case.
So yeah, she's a pretty cool girl. She's playing on as M. Lawson. She has a bony fish for a couple of reasons, but that doesn't mean we don't like her. It just means that she's made some open limps and she's made some pre-flop mistakes that we think that we can exploit. So
I'm in the money soon. What,
nice
playing
job.
hand for hand? I guess.
Nice job.
Yay, I win more than you today.
Yeah.
I'm the breadwinner today.
Yeah. Today you are. Today you are.
Today I'm the earner. It's pretty funny that one day I'll have $1. I always forget to put money on this site.
Sigh.
What sigh? What happened?
I'm just really it's just not going that well. It's just not going that well. Not going that well today. You know, should we expect it to go really well when we're making bad moves with like 6-3 suited?
No.
They feel right at the time. They feel right at the time, but the moves just aren't working. This is going to be it today. We're going to play this. We're going to try to turn it all around with this one. It'll probably be about 2,000 up top, which solves a lot of mistakes, fixes a lot of bad 3-bet shoves and all-in ships
Maybe you
with
forgot how to
8,
play
7,
poker.
and pocket 6s. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I forgot.
How sad.
Maybe I forgot.
Do you need me to train you? I charge though.
Well, you're
charge
only
a
as
lot.
good as your last tournament.
Oh gosh.
You're only as good as the tournament
better
you're
win
in.
this.
So, are you doing well in the tournament you're in?
Nah, I'm doing okay. I'm not really paying that much attention to it. Really. I'm like, man.
So Richard Parker coming in with a limp. We actually have a pretty strong hand here. We probably should have waited just a couple more seconds until it got down to that trailing digit to try to standardize our
I should
pre-flop
start
raise timing. But
standardized, but I don't.
we will go ahead and
So you
bump
got
it
me
up a
there.
little bit. If he folds, we're fine with it. If he doesn't, we set ourselves for that. We set ourselves up for that post-flop aggressive c-bet. It helps that we probably have the best hand going into the flop. We kind of completely whiff the flop, but we also have, if we both whiffed, then we still have the best hand. So it doesn't even matter though. We're c-betting anything. C-betting the same amount. What do you do, Richard? I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, you're just trying to put a play on me. KKDB. He's given the fold.
13 minutes.
Richard Parker. Ace-10 was the best hand. It wasn't exactly a bluff, but it could have been. It could have been. I mean, if I had like 10 rag, I'm probably doing the same thing. Just because if you're gonna limp in the small blind, I'm probably gonna bump it up and make sure that the hand that we play together is going to. When I've got position on you like that, and you've shown a little bit of timidness and a little bit of weakness, the price is going to go up. We'll fold here, although I can make a real good argument for 3-betting that. Three-bet folding to a 4-bet, 3-betting and c-betting. Yeah, I think that 3-betting any ace there isn't so bad in the small blind against a button raise. But I also kind of feel like a fold isn't. No one's gonna fault you for a fold too. Ooh, Hero asking, do we know Papa Levy? Yep, I do. Good guy. I like him. And Stongard saying, great content. Been reading your blog since forever and watching on PS back in the day. Just realized you had a Twitch stream. I'm glad to see you here, man. Thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate you starting off, too, with a sub. It really helps out. Let's go ahead and make that raise against Knight 702's open limp. And what a great flop for 9-2. Do we go 3 bullets here, you guys? Do we go 3 bullets? I mean... yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. 3 bullets. 3 bullet time. Probably not 3 bullets. We'll do 2 bullets, though. 3 bullets, we're probably not doing another bullet if he calls. It's hard to make that call, though, if you're Knight. You know, if he probably made the call on the flop with... he probably didn't even have an ace. He probably had something like a king 10, jack 10 type gut shot, straight draw. He could have had like a smaller pocket pair under a queen. He makes the call, and he's like, okay, well, we'll just see what he does on the turn. And then on the turn, I fire out 2, and now he's just, like, looking at his, like, ace rag and thinking, or he's looking at his, you know, gut shot straight draw and thinking, He's looking at his pocket 9s and just, like, done, you know, so... Sometimes the moves work, you guys. That one worked. And Sex Gym Poker just being so upset that for some reason he thinks that Ace Jack is just supposed to always win there, I guess. So Packrat shoves with the pocket pair. Sex Gym Poker calls with Ace Jack. Gets upset when he sees the pocket pair, and the pocket pair holds up. I don't exactly understand why Sex Gym Poker is just like, yeah, fuck. It's just like, I mean, what did you expect that Packrat was going to turn over? It's good that she turned over the smaller pocket pair, and the smaller pocket pair is supposed to hold up. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, let's go and give this a shot. We'll make it a 2.5x. Coming in with the 600. Tapering down. Tapering down, you guys. We're not quite under the 2.5x, but the very next blind level in 8 minutes, 28 seconds, we're going to be going up to 680. Okay, so Knight 702 and the Guff. Do we c-bet against 2 opponents? No, we don't really need a c-bet here. We're going to go ahead and... though we could, you know, with that really quick check behind Knight 702. I mean, Knight 702, the Guff basically had the check fold button just clicked, so it makes it a lot easier for us to fire out that c-bet. Normally, I don't really feel like we're firing out a c-bet there, but Knight 702 kind of thinks about it and checks, and the Guff checks really quick. That kind of just makes us think that he had fold to any bet clicked. And probably multi-tabling, you know, and so we're really not c-betting against 2 guys. We're c-betting against 1 who thinks that we're c-betting against 2. Yeah, if you're playing online, you do well not using those pre-action buttons unless you're using it to just fold pre-flop. I don't really think that that's a mistake. I don't think it's a mistake to click on that fold button pre-flop. But once you see a flop, you owe it to yourself and you owe it to the other players to go ahead and play the hand. And if you completely whiffed it and you want to fold and you want to get it over with, but there's two players in the pot, just do your best to pretend that you care. Try to act like you care. Yeah, checking it.
Jeez.
Checking it and hoping for a queen, I guess. We've got 4 outs probably. And we're done. Done. Folding it. Done. Golak saying, raise a glass if you want to see Exmoor heads up versus Dutch. Gosh, that would be a disaster. Fans, you know what's going to cheer me up? It's taking down this $30 rebuy. That's going to cheer me up. So far, I feel like we've been kind of just running into bad situations, and it's been way too long since we've actually taken down a tournament. I want to take down a tournament on Twitch tonight. Let's do this one. This one would be a good one to take down. We've got another 6 minutes before the rebuys and antes stop. The Guff sitting here limping in the cutoff. Why the Guff? Why do it? Why do it to me? Because it just makes me feel bad checking here. I feel like I should just take this pot from you. So why are you doing this to me? Why do you make me feel bad? Why do you make me feel bad? So if Richard Parker doesn't do it, do I do it? Probably not. I probably just check and hope for some sort of miracle on the flop. I mean, it's a free miracle, so free flop, why not? But I would have thought about it, and I wouldn't have felt good about myself. It would have felt wrong just checking there after a bony fish limp like that. So Richard Parker, well done, sir. Probably making that move with like a 6-4 suited. Ace rag. Diablo 3 Master asking, what's for dinner? June's for dinner. we're eating June tonight.
I don't know. We're trying to eat good.
Yeah, Papa Levy.
Maybe we'll go out and eat somewhere.
He's a cool character. I like
good.
him. We're gonna go ahead and take a flop with 7-9 offsuit, guys. We're looking at everybody and their mother taking a flop with us. Sometimes magic happens, and when it does, we're going to be able to probably play a pretty big pot. So, yeah, we kind of hit it. Kind of hit the flop. But we didn't hit it hard enough, so we're just done with it. Knight 702, why are you thinking here? It's 201 more. Oh my god. Knight. What are you doing? Knight 702. Firing out the bet into 1, 2, 3, 4 more opponents. I mean, I guess I see what you're saying, Knight. If nobody has a king, then threes are probably going to get through there. And you don't really want to give overcards. But, I mean, look, you made the call with pocket threes for one reason. You're set mining there. You got 4 other guys in the pot. So stick with the original plan. Set mine. And if you miss the... If you don't find the treasure, if you dig it up and it's just dirt, go ahead and get away from it, man. 600, so we're making it 840 here. Our normal raise would be 600, so we'll do 600 plus the open limp, and this is kind of perfect because now, well, it was going to be perfect if the Guff would have done his job and raised, because then I would have been able to re-raise and kind of put some pressure on M. Lawson. Yeah, let's go ahead and min raise here, see what M. Lawson does. We're up against the old King 3, and it holds. We make it happen. So up to 13K almost. Yeah. This could be the one, guys. This could be the one that changes everything. Things are going to change. I could feel it. I can feel it. The Guff decides to go ahead and take another buy-in. I don't blame you. I'll tell you, these 22 players who have not stuck around to give themselves the opportunity to make that add-on are really making a pretty big mistake. GOC, did you see that?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm playing horrible because I really have to go to the restroom.
Just take a break then.
No, I have a minute till it breaks over.
Yeah?
Like a minute, 2 minutes, yeah. And so I shoved and I caught, I don't even know how I won the hand. I won a hand, so.
Nice job.
So I have a lot of chips now, but you know how it is.
Crunch Tooth asks,
I don't know what I'm doing.
Dutch, have you ever considered quitting poker and becoming a professional golfer?
No.
Crunch Tooth, I think about it every day.
Well, Dutch doesn't know how to golf. You don't know how to golf. He'd be a professional pool shark, though. He doesn't know how to pool.
No idea what to do here, you guys.
I have 45 seconds. See, I get ace queen right here. If I would have taken a break, I wouldn't have gotten it for my big blind. I don't know if that's good or bad.
M. Lawson might have just
so many limpers.
Might have just schooled us pretty good there.
Oh no.
Might have.
Everybody just calls anyway. Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you, people. I have 5 seconds. Okay, I'll be back. Oh my god.
Okay, guys, we are on break. And we're going to get the add-on in here, which is going to be 8,000 chips. So when we come back, we're going to have 18,000. We're going to be somewhere in the top third, probably. Top 40% of stacks. And we're going to make a run at this. I feel like good things are right around the corner. Thank you guys for being here and joining us on our little journey through this $30 rebuy as we try to navigate through the waters and get that prize up top, which figures to be a little over $2,000, I would guess. Yeah, thanks for being here. I would say if you haven't yet, make sure to click on that follow button right underneath the screen. It's a little heart button. You're gonna get, you can get notified when we go live. It really helps us out. The more viewers that we have, the more viewers that we get. And if you're already following us but not following us on Twitter, at DutchBoyd for me, at First for the lovely Exmoa down there, and ShadowVirus23 asking, do you and Dutch live in the same house? And if so, do you stream in the same room as well? Yeah, 7 years now we've been together, ShadowVirus, and we do stream. She's like my shadow virus. She's my shadow, I'm her virus.
Yes,
hey, it's good to see you, Shadow Virus, in the stream.
Together we make June.
Yeah, so we're gonna be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and put the break screen on, have a little drink, and we're gonna get back to it.
I want a Filipino flag on mine.
We're
too.
back, guys.
I'll try to lose all my chips fast so I can talk with you, Dutch.
Okay.
I know I'm focused. I guess I won't. How are you doing in your tournament, anyways?
Tell you what. While we were gone, we stepped away for
Oh,
1
yeah.
second.
That's right.
And we had Billy Hoyle,
That's
73.
right. We had a sub.
Clicking on that sub button. Big fist bump, man. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for clicking on it. We're going to ship you a DRM-free digital version of
Sure.
my book, Poker Tilt. Got some pretty good reviews, including one from Lane Back-to-Back Flack saying, I haven't had time to look at it. I'm sorry. Quote something for me and I'll stand by it. High marks indeed. Thank you very much, Lane.
Very high marks.
I really appreciate you subbing, and we're going to go ahead and ship you this as your very first sub perk. So thank you so much for supporting the stream. If there's anything I can do to make your life a little bit better, I want you to let me know. Really appreciate it, Billy Hoyle. Welcome to the crew. And big shout out and thank you to every sub that we have here in the stream with us. Thank you guys for being here.
So how are you doing in your tournament?
I'm doing okay. Yeah, have a good night, Golek.
Night,
Golak? Is it Golok?
Golak.
Or Golak?
Golak.
Okay,
Good night,
so yeah, we're
Golak.
tapering back down to 680 now. It's a little less than 2.5. And at the next level, 150, 300, we're going to be making it 700, which is 2.33. After that, 2.4, we're making it 900. Again, we have a plan for what our pre-flop raise amounts are going to be at every single stage in this tournament. And this is something that I would suggest that you guys do when you're about to play a tournament. Spend a few minutes, go on the structure sheet, look down, and calculate what your standard pre-flop opening is going to be at every blind level and every ante level. Yeah, Sandman, we're not going anywhere. We're going to go ahead and force you to fade 3 cards here. I'm going to count on you going ahead and giving us a C bet, because without some nice implied odds, making the call is questionable here. If implied odds, no reverse implied odds is kind of what we're counting on there with the King 10 suited. So Sandman goes ahead and raises, not enough to get us to fold. We're going to go ahead and see a flop, play in position with King 10 suited. It's a hand that plays pretty well in position. Would rather not have that happen. Would rather just get through the blinds. Or if we don't get through the blinds, would rather Sandman just call and check fold to our C bet. But the way the hand went down, we're not folding to his raise. We got to give him credit for a pretty strong hand, but we're going to see a flop. We have position. If we start folding every time we're 3-bet when we open, it might be the right fold in a vacuum, but what tends to happen is it starts taking away credibility from your future pre-flop opens, and it starts encouraging other people to 3-bet you wider and lighter than they normally would. So if you're kind of on the fence about whether you should call in a situation where you raised and now someone's 3-betting you, if you're on the fence, ask yourself this question. Are you ever going to play another hand with this person? And if the answer is yes, then make the call. If the answer is no, you can go ahead and make the fold. If you're in some sort of weird like Zoom tournament, or you're in a spot where for whatever reason they're going to be breaking the table and it's a player that you just don't recognize and you're never going to see again. But most of the time the answer is going to be yes. You're going to be playing with them. I don't remember ever playing with Sandman. But, yeah, we didn't come here to just open and fold. Let's see if my coffee's ready.
He's seeing so I guess he's seeing if his coffee's ready. I'm playing. The coffee should take a minute to get ready.
Yeah, it's not ready yet. It's not ready yet. Pappas just tripling up. Nice job. Quintupled up. All in with ace deuce offsuit and quintupled up. Nice job, Pappas. Big fist bump, buddy. Gordon Gekko still at 21K. Gosh, Gordon Gekko. I'm going to tell you, if you win that and you make good on your promise, if you make good on your
lost
promise.
Already.
Gordon
he already
Gekko.
he already got knocked out.
No, it says nice hand. I'm still at 21K.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he's still in.
He's still in.
If you win and you make good on your promise,
okay, good.
you could really turn the day around. It'll definitely fix some mistakes that we've been making in a few of these events. Okay, so Sandman JD coming in with a raise. We're going to call. The only question is, do we 3-bet here with King Deuce suited? I think it's okay to just call, see a flop. Getting the right odds. King Deuce suited. It's not a powerhouse hand, but offsuit maybe we fold it. We have a little bit extra. We've got enough equity in the potential flush draw to just kind of push it over the call mark.
Hey, Dutch.
Yep.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
So, which one are you playing at right now? So I can. Which one is this?
We're playing the $30 3K guaranteed nightly. The
The
30
nightly?
rebuy and add-on. ID 351904
Hold on,
table 1.
I see it. I should have just looked at the thing.
We got 15K in chips, which is just short of where,
This one.
if we had just bought in, where we would be. Because if we had just bought in, we'd buy in for 4K, rebuy for 4K, and
gotcha.
add on for 8K. So, wow, look at Sex Gym Poker making just that min raise against Knight 702's limp. I guess we're going to do it, guys. We're going to go ahead and dig for gold. Part of me is thinking that a 4-bet is the right move here. And this is kind of frustrating. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and not fold here and let that happen. I think M. Lawson is probably going to c-bet no matter what. Yeah. And we'll just go ahead and get the rest of it in.
Nice. I didn't hear you cheer, so I was scared.
No, I'm just thinking about it. I'm just thinking about whether we were right to make the call or not. I'm thinking about it.
Well, she could have hit a queen for sure. I mean, I don't know what's the.
So the question is,
you did good.
when we made the call, we're calling 1,400 more. And we're kind of counting on the fact that she either has ace king and we're going to be able to outplay her, or she has an overpair and if we hit our set we're going to be able to stack her, and not stack her but double through her. And as it turned out, she had it was option 2, it was door 2. She had the overpair. We hit our set and we did indeed stack her. So we called 1,400 to win 3,500 in the middle, plus another 1,400 behind us. Yeah, I mean that's way the right odds. You kind of have to worry a little bit about reverse implied odds, because sometimes that happens. Sometimes we hit the set and she hits her set, and we're in just for a load of hurt. And sometimes you hit your set, but an overcard comes to her queens, and you don't actually get paid off like you thought you were going to. So, I mean, the result is we did end up getting to double through her with our set, right? I'm just kind of going back in my head, thinking about how the hand played out, and wondering if that's that's the assumption we're making. We hit our set, we double through, except for those situations where she hits a set too. You also, if you factor in the times when she doesn't actually double us up when we do hit our set. I just kind of, I don't know, but I really feel like her. We've played with Em Lawson quite a bit. There's she fits into kind of a predictable mold where I just don't think that her 3-bet range there is wide at all. I think that it really boils down to one of 3 hands. I actually even feel like Em Lawson, Ace King might not even have been a 3-bet there. She might have just went ahead and saw a flop. But we'll say 4 hands. We're gonna say Ace King, Aces, Kings, and Queens. And if we know that that's what she's got, 2s is definitely not going to perform well, against that range, hot and cold. So we're really counting on having a hell of implied odds when we hit our set. The fact that we did end up doubling through, okay, is if we focus on the fact that, well, I mean, did we or didn't we? We of course we did, because we did double through. It's kind of simplifying it a little bit, and it's being results oriented, and that's not what we're trying to do. We want to look at the move itself, look at the call pre-flop itself, and decide is calling, almost 9% of our stack there, 8% of our stack to double through and win, 20% of our stack dead money. Is it the right move? Is it the right call? I'm not convinced it was. But it's close, and the fact that the result actually matches the assumption that we made to make the call, we're going to say that we're fine with it. We're fine with it. So we're going to say it was the right call. It ended up exactly how we wanted it. We did end up doubling through, and we don't really have to overthink it. But I still feel like I need to overthink it.
You are overthinking it because it's caught up to the stream now. I see it on the stream now playing.
Prepare for the next 5 minutes talking about whether that was a good pre-flop call or not.
It's 4 minutes. 5 minutes, 4 minutes, yes. Yes, boom. That's what I'm saying, guys. Boom, boom. Pizza money.
Door handle, good to see you in the stream. We got Helmuth K in the stream. Great to see you. Rottweiler, persuade by asking. Big fist bump to you guys. Iliad Leet, good to see you, man. Blizzard, saying nice, bro. I am Sith as a goth. Peaking in the tournament. We are looking pretty good. 6th place in this tournament. If we got 6th place in this tournament, if someone said, hey, what would you think about 6th place, we would take it. Because that's going to be a positive day. 400 for 6th would fix today and yesterday. So we'd be okay with that. But 1st place up top is 1914. That's really what we're shooting for here. So we got Dilla Gaff Laugh Out Loud. We got Ghost Mode in the stream. Great to see you guys. What else do we have here? Angoth giving us the nice double up. Thanks for being here, bro. Thanks for sticking with us. Gordon Gecko. I will give Dutch 10% of the $11 event tomorrow with a $300 K guarantee. Gordon, give me 10% of the main event. I want just skip all the prelims. Just play that main event and give me 10% of that sweet $500,000 prize or whatever it is, $1 million prize. Anyway, Gordon Gecko, I really appreciate the sentiment. I'm definitely wishing you the best of luck. Even if you decide, you know what, 10% of this win is a little bit too much, I think I'll just give you the sub instead. How about this? If you, Justin Boyd, given the subscribe, Justin Boyd 23, big fist bump to you, man.
Nice,
brother from another mother. I wonder, we got to be related, right? My last name's Boyd. Your last name's Boyd. So thank you very much for clicking on that subscribe button, and really appreciate you, man. Really appreciate that. If there's anything that I can do for you, cuz, I want you to let me know. And hey, we're gonna go ahead and ship you a DRM-free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt. If we are actually related, then give it a read and see what your cousin's been doing. Okay, let's gosh, Queen 2 offsuit. It's just such an optimistic call. Let's just give it up. Queen 2 offsuit. What are we gonna do? Even if we hit our hand, you know, Queen 9-2, are we really happy about it? Yeah. If we hit 2 pair, we're happy about it. If we hit bottom pair, are we happy about it? Probably not. We'd check. Pure Vita would check it behind, and then the 5 comes and we fire out. So look, Justin Boyd, welcome to the crew. Big fist bump to you. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. I know how easy it is not to. So thank you very much, man. And if there's anything I can do for you, I want you to let me know. Dutch at DutchBoyd.com. I'm here for you. What's that?
Did you forget your coffee? Don't forget your coffee. This is Blizz X. Blizzard X says, don't forget about your coffee. Did you get it? Is it still cooking?
Yet. I haven't gotten it yet.
Is it still cooking for you?
I'm going to go get it right now. Be right back, you guys.
Yeah, right. I have my game to play, Dutch. I got my game to play, and I don't know how to play poker. Man, I really wish these people would raise a little bit more.
Okay, halfway done. Papaya. Normally we would think about coming at you bony fish, but we're not going to because we need to get some cream and sugar.
I need to take June out too,
That's
so
the sugar.
shoot, I should have took her out during break. All right, so shoot, man. June, come here. Okay. Hold on, June. I gotta play them cards.
Okay, do you remember when... Let's play a little Remember When, you guys. Do you remember when 2005 World Series of Poker champion, main event champion Joe Hatcham would yell, "Pass the sugar," every time he won a pot and throw little packets of sugar at his opponent every time he won a pot?
Pass me the sugar.
Pass the sugar! Aussie, 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 oi, 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 pass the sugar! And he would throw sugar at his opponents.
It's kind of mean.
As he was rolling in the pot. Let's roll back poker 10 years. Why doesn't he do that anymore?
Okay, I gotta go running. Okay.
Why doesn't Joe Hatcham give me sugar?
Do you want me to throw sugar at you? I gotta take June out, so can you make sure I don't get aces?
No, I can't.
Just look at it.
It's very, it's highly unethical. It's highly unethical if I play your aces.
No, don't play them. Just show me. Just tell me if I did get them.
We're not going to tell her.
You can tell me how sad it was.
Deluxe coming in with the 4.5x, the 4.5x bet. You know, you can play on the the phone.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
Well, you just log in. You can use my phone if you want.
I found my shoes. Shoot, hold on, June. Poor June. Dying. Okay, come here, baby.
Yeah, Deluxe. We're gonna go ahead and take advantage of that. We'll take some. We will take some of the equity you're showering around the table, Deluxe. We will take our share. Open limping. Open limping at the 2-4 level. No, man. No. Oh, gosh. And look at these guys. Wow. So both blinds, both Red and Papaya, decide, you know what? We're going to stand in the way. We're gonna meddle with your plan here, Dutch. Yeah, let's Let's be aggressive. And maybe we can get all three of these guys to fold. I mean, if they don't, we're pretty much just done. Papaya, he knows our play. He knows our game. He knows what we're doing. We just get through. You're gonna rarely see us, you guys, make a c-bet into 3 opponents like that. It's just not something that we usually do. We're pretty much always c-betting against one guy when we have the pre-flop aggression. If we're heads up against a guy, you can count on that c-bet. 2, it goes down quite a bit. And it's not 50-50 that we c-bet. It's more like we hit, and a very small percentage of the time when we just completely are on air, we c-bet. Once you start getting into 3 and 4 opponents, you don't need to feel obligated at all to c-bet. But when it comes so dry as 8-4-4, and we put our opponents on somewhat like overcards, and they're all kind of blocking each other. Felt like a c-bet was going to get through more than it needed to make it a profitable bet, and it did. So the moves are coming back, you guys.
Did you say hi to Typical Fish?
No, I didn't. Typical Fish. It has been a while, man. Great to see you back on the stream. It's been some dry weeks as far as the Dutch Board Twitch stream, right? We haven't had Exmois on the stream for a while. We did the online bracelet event. Twitch streamed that, and actually had record numbers when we actually got to the final 6 tables of that live here on Twitch. That was awesome, and it was great having you guys here. And
Oh my gosh.
if you were part of that, watching it, I mean, a couple of you guys even had equity sweats in it because we had sold little 4% chunks to everybody. If you were watching and sweating that with me, thank you. Really appreciate it. I wish I would have loved to actually make that final table. That would have just been epic. But you know what? I'm sure that they're going to have more bracelet events online in the future, and we'll be playing them and we'll be streaming them. Yeah. So Typical Fish, great to be back. And I'll tell you guys, we are going to be back to a regular schedule now, 4 days a week until infinity, forever. You got us forever now. But we're gonna be streaming 4 days a week now. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is gonna be what we're gonna kind of go for. Next week I'm gonna be in Fargo doing a guest commentary over with our friends at the Heartland Poker Tour, HPT. So you guys probably saw the announcement that Maria Ho has left the Heartland Poker Tour to pursue a new project with Poker Night. This is Poker Night's a cool show. It's on CBS. Actually, there's a really cool Twitch episode of Poker Night coming out this week. I was going to be on it, but couldn't be because I was going to be in Fargo. So all the top streamers are going to be on a Poker Night in America on CBS, and they're going to be Twitch streaming that this week. I think on Tuesday when I'm leaving. So make sure to check that out. That'll be pretty cool to watch. So Maria Ho is going to, as part of ways with HPT to try to do something with Poker Night, and she's not trying to do. They're doing something there. She's going to be the host of Poker Night, and we're going to go ahead and try to take advantage of that. A little big blind sitting out under the gun. Yeah, why not? An under the gun raise looks a lot stronger than normal raises. Hopefully they're just kind of looking up for a second under the gun, and they don't realize that M is an empty seat here. Okay, so Papaya gives it a raise here, and he gives it a rather big raise. A rather big raise of more than 4 times our open. So, yeah, we're done. We try to get through. I think that it works more than 50% of the time. And when it doesn't work, well, let's say that it works 40% of the time. Well, the 60% that it doesn't work, I would say about 50-60% of the time a c-bet works. It's going to be a pretty small percentage of the time that we actually get 3-bet, or we actually have to go against multiple opponents in that situation. Anyway, Justin Boyd says, hey, this is also Shadow Virus, but I don't think we're related. It would be nice already. Read your whole book through. A great read for sure. Thank you for actually giving it a read, man. I'll tell you, the copy that you got in your Twitch message box is DRM free. So if you wanted to give it to any of your friends or anybody, go ahead and feel free. Really appreciate you giving it a read. Let's go ahead and defend here, guys. Any two, and any two suited. Yeah. Probably should have waited a little bit before making that check.
That poker night in America is tomorrow? The Benny B says that he asks, "Yo, Boyd, are you playing that poker night in tomorrow? Poker night in America tomorrow?"
I didn't think it was the 19th. I thought it was the. I thought they were doing it 2021st.
Yeah.
But it could be. You know, they might have moved the dates. When they were asking for a confirmation, I thought that I was going to be on a plane.
Yeah. So
anyway, not too worried about it. Yeah, let's make the fold here. But it is worth checking out, and I definitely wish Maria Ho all the best of luck in that new endeavor. But it does leave. I wish that I would have called now. Why didn't I call, Dutch? Just make the call.
Just call.
You've got 5 outs. You know, you got 5 outs against Pure Vita's King Queen or Queen Jack or Queen 10 or whatever he's coming to the party with. Why not call with the 5 outs? So definitely wish her the best of luck, and. So it's opened up a spot over there. We've done a lot of HBT viewing parties, and they invited us to come out and do a guest commentary because that's what they're going to do. They're going to have a number of poker players come out to Fargo and do kind of a little guest host spot with James Larson. And at the end of the season, they're probably going to decide if they like any of us or none of us, and see if maybe there's a full-time spot at the end of the tunnel. Maybe, maybe not. It doesn't really matter. What does matter is it's going to be awesome going up there. I love the HBT. I love Heartland Poker Tour, and we're going to be on one of the episodes, and we're doing it the easy way instead of the hard way, getting to a final table. So it's going to be pretty cool. And yeah, so I'm next week we're doing Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, because I'm going to be in Fargo on Thursday, and that's also why we didn't plan on doing the Poker Night Twitch. Also, you know, to be honest, I mean it's a tough lineup. You know, 25-50 no limit. You're putting 20K at risk against some really tough players. I mean, we're you know, I was looking at the lineup, and it's a tough table.
Here, Jude.
Yeah, I don't know. Even if it wasn't for the fact that we were going to be on a plane, I'm not sure if I would have just been like, yeah, count me in, because tough players and a lot of money. You know, 25-50 no limit is a big game, and it's tough players. I don't know that I would have even done it, even if I was just going to be here. You know, because who's the fish there? And so, you know, all of them are wearing Stars patches or, you know, old Ultimate patches. So it's like, you know, I feel like, you know, there's going to be some.
Well, it's definitely in the buy-ins, and they're not going to pay.
Not explicit, implicit, and they don't pay you. You know, it's like it's coming out of your own pocket. So it's like, so what's the upside besides maybe getting a little bit of exposure?
Well, on the buy-ins, like, what's the buy-in? The minimum is 5K and the maximum is 20K, or is it 25K?
The minimum was 5K, but you'd really want to have at least 10, and
if you
know,
so yeah,
and really you'd want to just go and buy in for the max. I mean,
yeah.
Okay, so Watson makes a 3-bet here, and it's really not enough for us to fold, which is annoying. I'm really tempted to go ahead and just half pot it and see what he does.
Your handle also had a question about poker tournaments on Stars.
Nutraker, I mean, I've got a Juris Doctor, but I don't really think that counts. So I can't imagine that Watson's going to fold here. Wow, and if he does. I mean, what we were planning on was 4-betting and C-betting. We weren't really planning on 4-betting and getting away with it. Or we were planning on 4-bet folding if he makes the shove. And it kind of surprises me, really, the way that hand went down. But the amount that he made it pre-flop made me feel like he wasn't really super happy with his hand. And it was also kind of an annoying amount in that folding would have been wrong, even if so we're kind of left with the the awkward choice of calling and check folding if we don't hit with a 10 rag, 10-5 offsuit. Is that what we had? Was it 10-5 or 10-6? I think it was 10-5, yeah. So with our two random, napkins, or 4-bet folding, which feels a little bit better. Might have cost us a little bit more. We're going to make the fold here, though. So RT Kabuto, I'm actually talking to my partner about trying to put together an official pirated version. Okay, we're going to go ahead and make 1100
Door
here.
Handle's advice up on top there?
Let me take a look. I play tournaments on... This is from Door Handle.
Yes.
Our buddy Door Handle here in the stream. I play tournaments on PokerStars with more than dollar buy-ins. I'm very jealous of you, Door Handle, because I want to play on PokerStars too. We might. I really think we're going to make the trip down to Rosarito for the next W Coop. I really think we're going to do it. Exmo's shaking her head like, no.
Oh, you can see me?
No. Yeah, I can see you.
Yeah, I don't know. We have to figure out how we're going to do that in a legit way, and I don't think it's going to work out the way you think.
What do you mean a legit way? We have our PokerStars account back. We just need to work with support.
I have no comment.
Okay. She doesn't know it, but I got a little planner here, and on my to-do list that I wrote down this week, on my to-do list is figure out Mexico.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're going to be able to figure it out.
That's true. I mean, I have it right under the put my top 10 books list up.
Yeah, that's more priority.
Been talking about that for months.
That's right.
But I think that we're probably going to go out there. Why was I saying this? Oh, yeah, because I was saying how jealous I am of Door Handle that you get to play PokerStars events. I would love to be playing PokerStars. And that buy-in range, the tournaments are all turbos. Since I am mostly novice players like myself, and since I'm facing mostly novice players, okay, I just want to make sure Door Handle... I think that there was a little bit of a typo because he typed in more than dollar buy-ins, but I think he meant less than dollar buy-ins. Since I'm facing mostly novice players who all call way too much, how should I be playing exactly? Okay, so let's get to this ace-king really quick. I know I should be playing really tight, but a lot of the time I end up losing 1,000 to 1,500 of my starting stack of 3,000 before I even get a playable hand. Any advice? Yeah, you really do. You want to... Let me think about it for a second, Door Handle. I feel like this is a question that I actually answer quite a bit. Basically what you're asking is, how do you exploit the mistakes that you're likely to find in a low buy-in tournament, right? How do you exploit those mistakes? We're going to check, by the way, guys. Ace-King offsuit, such a powerhouse hand. Then when it comes Jack 5-3 all clubs, and we're sitting here staring at overcards without a club, it's just like... We'll call that the hand that could have been. So how do you exploit their mistakes, Door Handle, is I think what you're asking. And, I feel like we answer this question a lot. And I'm going to answer it again for you. The first thing is, what are their mistakes? What exactly do they do? Well, they call too much. And we're going to say that they play super loose passive, right? You're not going to see a lot of novice players just 3-betting and 4-bet shoving and jamming it in pre-flop. What you tend to see is they pretty much want to see the flop with any 2 cards, right? If they have any 2 cards, they're looking at their 2-card hand as the beginning of the hand, and they want to see how the hand develops, and the hand develops on the flop. And in some sense, being loose pre-flop isn't that big of a mistake. You're never going to be that big of a dog. You take aces versus king 6 suited. The king 6 suited isn't just completely hopeless. I mean, 4.5 to 1, he does have a chance at winning. And then let's say that you have aces and you take it against 4 different opponents all at once who all have, give them random cards. Now all of a sudden the aces, there's that schooling effect where the aces isn't, a favorite to come out ahead of 4 random hands, but you are an equity favorite. You take your equity in the hand and compare it to any other specific person. So with the aces, you want to inflate the pot as much as possible, but you do have to kind of back down once the flop hits if it's not really favorable and if it's not dry, and especially if you start getting action back. So how should you be playing exactly? The first advice I would give you is, hold on, let me go ahead and play this hand. So we got Deluxe coming in. Deluxe has been raising so much. We're not folding King Jack off. I'm just kind of wondering if maybe we want to 3-bet it. The 5-5-2 comes, and wow, and he just fires out a pot-sized bet. We're done with it. So the first thing is, you do want to inflate the pot in certain spots, but just recognize that you're going to get called. You're rarely going to be able to raise pre-flop in early on in the tournaments you're talking about and not have to fade those 3 cards. Once those 3 cards hit, with your stronger hands like aces, kings, queens, ace king, ace queen, you probably do want to go ahead and inflate the pot pre-flop. But anything else, if someone limps, you can go ahead and limp behind them. You still shouldn't be limping. If you're going to come in, you do want to go ahead and seize the aggression, but you do play tight. You play a lot of hands like this that I'm folding, like the ace-6 suited, where you can end up stacking guys who flop a really a decent second best hand. You really need to be value betting a lot more post flop and make it a more of a post flop game, because the mistakes that they're going to be making pre flop aren't as big as the mistakes that they're going to be making post flop. The mistakes that they're making post flop, where they actually hit their top pair, but they're it's like it's an ace and their kicker is a 3, and someone raises and someone bets, another person raises, and they for some reason decide that their top pair is worth holding on to. Those are the kind of mistakes that these weaker players are going to be making, and they're going to be big mistakes, as opposed to kind of the smaller mistakes that they make pre-flop. So how you take advantage of it? I would say, yeah, you can tighten up a little bit, but you got to tighten up in kind of a weird way. You still should be playing those kind of hands where you can, just crush a second best hand and just count on more implied odds than you think that you would really get. As soon as one of these loose passive players starts playing back at you, you really have to start backing off your position. You got top pair, you get check raised on the turn, you got to be done with it. You just realize that the mistake that these guys are making that you're trying to take advantage of is not that they're being aggressive when they shouldn't be, right? It's that they are, let's go ahead and try to take this. It's that they are calling when they shouldn't. It's that they're playing passive and calling when they shouldn't. So value bet more, value bet wider than you think is even possible, and play those kind of hands that you figure to be able to. Wow. Can we get through, or does Rhett 58 have a... Yeah, Rhett has an ace. We're done. We tried. So yeah, play those kind of hands where if you do hit, you can get a second best hand to call you. Value bet thinner than you think possible. If you've got top pair with any sort of decent kicker, value bet on the river. If you've got second pair with a decent kicker and the guy's not showing any aggression to you, go ahead and value bet, because they're going to call you pretty light. And keep the pot small pre-flop. You don't really need you don't really need a 3-bet pre-flop. But when you do 3-bet, your range can literally be 3 hands. You don't even have to 3-bet the ace king. A lot of your value early on in those kind of tournaments you're describing with ace king is going to come in post flop, hitting an ace or a king and getting a guy to stack off against you when he's drawn to 3 outs, right? So don't really feel obligated to 3-bet at all, but if you do, your range should be so tight that it's aces, kings, or queens. Don't worry about the fact that anybody who has half a game and is paying attention realizes that you're only 3-betting with these 3 hands. It doesn't matter. They're still going to call you. Some guy has pocket 7s and he limps in, or let's say that he raises and you re-raise, he's going to call you. So your 3-bet your 3-bet range pre-flop should be very, very tight. Generally, you're trying to keep those those pots small pre-flop, see what develops, value bet the shit out of the times when you hit, and you should really only be playing hands that when they hit are easy to define, right? So stay away from the trouble hands. Don't if you've got like the King Jack offsuit, you don't really need to play that. You can get rid of it. You got the Ace 8 offsuit, that's in the trash. You got the Ace 10 offsuit, the Ace Jack offsuit even in early position. You can go ahead and get rid of those. Play the hands that when you hit, you know exactly where you are, and when you hit, you can get a lot of value, a lot of calling value from these guys that you're playing with, and that's how you are going to be able to exploit the mistakes that they make early on in the tournaments you're talking about. And also keep in mind that once the tournament progresses, it will eventually get to the point where that loose passive play is weeded out, and you will eventually get to the point where players are the really bad ones have been weeded out, and the ones that are left are players that, like you, who are thinking about the game and trying to make the right moves, and they're going to they're going to look down and they're going to see 12 big blinds in front of them in the big blind and not feel like they have to defend every big blind. You're going to see that as the antes kick in and as the money bubble looms and as the final table bubble looms, your pre-flop raises will eventually start getting through. So that's when you need to change your game and kind of go more towards the pre-flop open, be aggressive, steal the blinds, steal the antes, c-bet if you get called, don't give up those heads-up c-bets. But early on, you pretty much play it like you would a 1-2 no limit or a 2-5 no limit. Very, very, very loose, passive cash game. So they pretty much are going to be playing identically. Hope that answers your question. So, yeah, Bonyfish saying, Dutch, a lot of novice players treat Texas Hold'em as similar to a slot machine. They limp in, and that is the money they have just placed into the slot. And they pull the handle, and they're hoping for a payoff. And you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. They treat it like video poker, where they get dealt their hand, and they click on hold and see the flop, and they see if they improve. You're absolutely right. There's a lot of Hold'em players out there who are just going to see any flop, and those are the games you love to be in, and just realize that if a player is going to call any two cards to see a flop, he's going to continue if he connects in any way. So bad beats are going to happen, man. They're going to happen. They're going to hit their 5-outers a decent chunk of the time. If you got two opponents on a flop and they both have 5-outers against you and they're not blocking each other's 5-outers, then good luck to you, man, because you're only going to win that hand 60-something% of the time. Is that right? I think so. 64% of the time. You dodge it 80%, you got to dodge it again 80%. So yeah, 63% of the time is what you're looking at there. Let's go ahead and try to give it another shot here. We keep on getting 3-bet. I don't blame you guys. And this is kind of fun. Pure Vita is sitting here thinking, oh, he's just stealing. And you're kind of right. Queen Jack offsuit isn't just stealing, though. It's a legit hand. It's a legit raising hand. Iliad Leet saying, great content here. Wow. Iliad Leet, thank you very much, man. Appreciate the compliment. Bombay Zombie in the stream. Gordon Gecko, don't slow play anything pre-early. Bet pot plus with big hands. You should work a little bit on your bet sizing. I don't know that I don't know that betting pot plus is yeah, it works sometimes. One thing to remember is that especially against weaker opponents, that sunk cost fallacy that we talked about in our last poker clinic, that cognitive bias that the more you invest into a hand, the less likely you are to let it go. The more you invest into your house, the less likely you are to let it go. The more you invest into a car, the less likely you are to just scrap it. The more that someone has invested into a hand, and Rhett 58, why do you do this to me, man? Why do you do it? Why do you make me feel like such a nit calling with 9-6 instead of raising with it? think a spade comes out, we can bluff it. I think if a spade comes out on the river, if he checks back on that ace and a spade comes out, we're definitely bluffing. If a 9 comes out, we're value betting. We tried. It was the kind of flop that a small blind crushes. So if we can get through Watson, I think a good chunk of the time we also get through Rhett there. Okay, so 1,300 plus a 600. We'll go for the 1,900 and set ourselves up for the post-flop aggro C bet. Pretty good flop. Pretty good dry flop there, Rhett. You would tell us if you have a queen, right, Rhett? He'll tell us. He'll tell us. He'll tell us right now if he's got a queen. And he makes a big check raise. So big, in fact. So big, in fact, that if we have a queen, he can't really fold. Okay, we'll fold. Nice job, Rhett. Two for two, buddy. Rhett 58, open limping, 2 for 2. We're gonna have to re-examine our whole mindset because Rhett 58 is teaching us all about the plus EV, the positive equity that can be had when you just say, forget about it. Let's open limp, open limp, open limp. It's been working for him. 2 for 2, Rhett. I'm sure that he's feeling fine and good. Bombi Zombie, gamer porn. He says, "Is that background? Kind of is that background a porn collection? Is that all your porn back there, Dutch?"
I'm not
no,
this
this
porn
is this is gamer porn.
Gamer, yeah, that is
cool
gamer
stuff
porn.
We've got. Look at the cool games we never play anymore.
Well, I always challenge him to Agricola, but he never
Carcassonne,
takes my challenge up.
Monopoly, Doomtown. Any of you guys play Doomtown Reloaded? Ah, Deluxe. Why do you guys do this to me? Why do you guys do it? We got the Illuminati game up here. We've got One Night. We've got the Crystal Method on vinyl.
That was a cool one pickup, yeah.
It was kind of a cool pickup.
We should probably put it somewhere safe.
Treasure. I want to go treasure hunting soon. We should start going treasure hunting again.
We should go. I mean, it's the season.
Since there's really nothing good to play until 5 p.m., we got
all
the
day.
mornings on Saturday. We got to go treasure hunting.
I got a map. Yeah, everybody thinks I look stressed out on chat. I have 57,000 chips. And I'm still in my tournament. I'm in 8th position. There's 35 left. I have how much have I made? I've made 35 cents. Just so everyone knows. Is that right? 35 cents? Yes. I'm rich. I'm going to buy some bubblegum with that change.
So you are in the money, huh?
Yeah.
And how many players left?
I'm in the money. 35.
35 left?
Yes.
No kidding.
I learned from the best.
This is why I love her right here. Look at this.
Yeah, I wish I never started
June.
it because oh yeah. No, I wish I never started it because I'm not giving the attention I should be giving to chat.
I'm just glad you were like, I learned from the best. I watch Jay Carver's stream all the time.
Oh, dang it. That's what I should have said. No, I really have to work on my mathematical percentages. Is there a chart? There has to be a chart, right?
Mathematical percentages? A chart?
Like of flops versus what I have in my hand and what they have.
Do you mean like, yeah, so there's some odds calculators?
It's an odds calculators. I've never heard of that type of thing.
Yes.
No, I have. I just would never use it.
I would suggest Card Player's odds calculator is a good place to start.
I don't know why.
Okay, Queen 2 off. We'll go ahead and give it a fold here, you guys. We will give it the fold. And yeah, Louis Helm, good to see you in the stream. Louis Helm playing those Poker Stars events from Thailand. How's it going, man? She is playing a free roll. We're playing the $30 rebuy and add-on, 23 out of 42, so we're pretty much right in the middle. We were doing pretty well after busting Michelle Lawson's queens with our set of twos. We got up to a little over 30, moved it up to 36,000. Made some pretty aggro plays. 4-bet shoved Watson off of something. The guy who's really been kind of messing us up is this guy Rhett58, who just continues to defy all of our poker advice and open limp with his hands, and then has been winning with his open limps. So here we are. I'm okay with it though. I mean, if you look at the table, we are in second place behind Papaya. We'll see what Pure Vita does here. Decides to just give it up. I don't really hate the fold there, Pure Vita. I mean, if you make the call there, I'm gonna go ahead and 3-bet. Mike Val 93 saying at Dutchboard, do you usually play cash games or tournaments during the year, or is Twitch your main income besides the series? Well, we only started twitching back in March, so it's still kind of a relatively new thing. But I love it, and we're not really quite at that point where I think that we can just rely on it as.
Well, you played poker anyways too, so it's like.
I would say that if it wasn't for Twitch, we wouldn't be doing this. We wouldn't be playing online right now. I'd be
playing live, yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's
on Friday or
it's Saturday night.
Yeah.
I'd be down on the strip somewhere playing a 2-5 no limit game, maybe a 5-10 no limit game if it looked good, maybe a 1-3 no limit game if I hadn't been running well, maybe some tournament, but probably cash. I mean, on the weekends you really want to be playing cash games in Vegas. This is when the tourists are here. It's after the World Series, so I kind of got to feel like a lot of the pros are probably burnt out and gone. So it's probably a really good time to be playing downtown. I don't know if there's any conventions or anything right now, but if it wasn't for this, if it wasn't for Twitch, I wouldn't be playing the online at all. Really, I'd be downtown playing live because this is why we live in Vegas. But I do enjoy playing online. It's nice not having to leave the house to get your poker fix in. Justin Boyd asking, how'd your WSOP go? It went okay. I would say if I was going to pick an adjective, it would be lackluster. It wasn't that great of a series. 5 cashes, which is a pretty good, in the money percentage. But my best cash was an 11th place in a deuce to 7 triple draw. So the slugging percentage left something really to be desired. And if I actually look at the actual end result, the dollar sign, are we up or down? We're down a little bit, and so in that way it kind of sucked. So it was next year, and I really kind of want to do Berlin too. Eximois is kind of thinking that maybe it's not going to happen, but they're having World Series of Poker Europe, and another chance at getting some bracelets, so we'll see.
Well, I mean, we could do it. I mean, I would love to go. I would just go and sightsee and take pictures and have fun. I would love to go. But we have to get our passports and we have to make everything straight.
Guys, thanks so much for being here,
I'm on break right now, so I can talk again.
Yeah, I'm on break too.
Oh, cool. So now we're going to go on break and have the break thing on.
I was thinking of having a little bit of coffee. You want me to keep it on or break screen?
No, you can keep it on.
Okay. I'm going to leave.
Okay,
Eximo, I'll talk to you guys.
I have 3 minutes and no, you can put the break screen on. I mean, I don't like talking to myself.
Okay, guys, we're gonna be right back. Thanks for being here. Make sure to click on that follow button. If you're not clicking on that follow button, what are you waiting for? Don't cost you nothing. It really helps us out, and we really appreciate it when you click on the follow. Feel free to also click on the sub button if you want to go one step further and really support the stream and show your enthusiasm for what we're doing here.
Yeah, and if you haven't liked Dutch's Facebook page yet, you guys should like it, because
that's right.
I made it for him.
And she keeps on telling me, tell people about your Facebook page.
Well, he doesn't tell people about it. And I put pictures on there. There's pictures of the WSOP pictures from this year, so.
Okay, guys, we're going to be back in 3 minutes.
Cool.
Thanks for joining us. And we are back. Back with the powerhouse, 9-7 offsuit.
We are gonna like take over the poker world.
And we, you know what, while we stepped away, we have 2 people clicking on that sub button. Spur 1
Wowzers.
and Ed's Wood with the resub. Spur 1, big fist bump to you, and Ed's Wood, thanks for sticking with us, man. Big fist bump to you. Welcome to the crew, Spur. I think Spur actually might have subbed before. I gotta tell you guys are the best. Thanks so much for supporting our stream with that $4.99 click. It really helps us out. You are the reason why we are here. You are the fuel that keeps this tank going. So we're gonna ship you that DRM-free digital version of Poker Tilt. Spur and all of our subs are getting it as our very first way of saying thank you. Wow, look at Road Hole limping in here, just like begging us to do this. And now we actually have a legit hand to do it with. So I mean, if he's trapping with like, we're not folding, and it's gonna suck if he wakes up with like aces or kings, but whatever. If that's what he's got, we'll make the call and we'll try to crack it. Wow, we're at 58, just flat calling, and Road Hole. What do you do, Road Hole? I mean, now your head just needs to kind of explode, and you got to be thinking, now what? So red 58. Just cold calls it. Road Hole is kind of forced to call after red 58 calls. And it's kind of a scary flop, really. Kind of a scary flop. Because this is the kind of flop that we should feel good about. But red 58 could look down and, I mean, who knows what red 58 has. Hopefully, we're looking at pocket sevens, pocket sevens.
Is your mic unmuted? No?
No, we're fine.
Okay. They said don't forget the mic. That's really awesome that they reminded us.
What's going to happen, you guys? What does red 58 do? What does Road Hole do? And what do we do? What do we do if check raised here by red 58? I don't know. Call, you know. We're not going to just look down at pocket eights and say, "Oh, this can't be good."
Oh gosh, it's funny.
We're going to look down at pocket eights and say we're ahead of every pocket pair he started with except for fours. Yeah, so we make the call, and hopefully Road Hole didn't. Jesus, you fucking retard. Hit a club. God, that's so stupid. Why do you even call? Why do you even limp there with Road Hole sitting there putting half of his stack in the middle with a queen 9 suited? So frustrating. Okay. Whatever. Very frustrating. And it's kind of interesting. Red 58 kind of screwed us on that pot because I have a feeling that if Red 58 doesn't decide, I got a call here, Road Hole probably looks at his old Queen 9 and decides, we don't really need to see a flop with it for half of our stack. Get out of here, man. Where do these guys come from? Where do they even find $30? It's just really irritating. Really irritating. And it's like, what are they doing? And it's like, under the gun +1, he looks down and he sees Queen 9 of hearts. And I'm just kind of wondering what's going on the other side of that screen. I mean, you know, if I was like a beam of light, I could go through the fiber optic cable and I could like end up and finally like look at him. And is he looking down at Queen 9 and being like, okay, here we go, boys. This is it. Call. Call. And then he just hits the trips and he's like, yes, okay. Check. This is what I think is going on over there. This is what is going on. And it's like, just frustrating. Really frustrating. Okay, we'll make the fold. Where does that put us anyway? 29 out of 35. So takes the wind out of our sails for sure. It's not like that's gonna like put us over the top. Guess who is the chip leader in this event? You want to take a guess, Exmoa?
No, who is
B.
it?
Shriever.
Oh, nice.
B. Shriever is the chip leader in this event. He is top dog, looking good. A couple of our other friends of the stream were in here. Handsome Max, Scaly Factor. We're all making a stab at it, and they're gone. 93 players started this thing. 59 took the add-on, which means that 34 players gave us the nice gift of of equity. Gave us that equity by not clicking on the add-on button. Okay. Choppers, did you see Choppers saying, "Hey Exmo, I didn't get that info in the book after I subbed on Thursday."
Choppers.
It's probably gonna be. It's probably gonna be in the other message box because if Exmo is gonna get you sorted out. When's the money starting? This attorney asks Vice Chick. It starts at 15. So about half of us are walking away with money. The other half are walking away with the unsatisfied taste of no money. Oh, losing does taste bad. Choppers.
Okay.
Chopper SK. Choppers K. Crack the Whip asking, can you play Taylor Swift, please?
Now I have that song in my head.
Which one?
The one that we memorized, but I can't remember the name of it.
That we memorized, yeah.
That I can't.
I was like, oh, Michelle, we need to listen to that song over and over and over so I can get the words just right.
It's a good song. Did you dissing the song?
Pleased to meet you where you've been.
I can show you incredible things.
Yeah.
Magic.
Yeah,
madness.
we memorized it. It's funny because we did memorize it. It sucks.
It didn't suck.
It's not a bad song. It's an okay song.
It's a good song. It's about Psycho.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and give that a fold, you guys. Looking now at 14, 15 big blinds. We don't really have the stack anymore where we're going to stick with game plan A. Now we're kind of going to game plan B and looking for those kind of situations where we can 3-bet shove. Or if we're going to go for a normal pre-flop open, we're going to do it in later position.
There we go. It's reset. Recent.
Ralph on you saying sickness.
Sickness.
Yes, sir. Look, you got Road Hole here, sitting here, open limping, and this is probably what we would have done. Pure Vita, if you didn't do it first, we're doing it. J-Chak makes a quick call, which means that Pure Vita's just fucked. Yeah, fives against, well, Ace King off. You're not that screwed, actually. And that would have been kind of a fun little adventure right there with our 6-5 suited. If he limps, if Pure Vita limps, and for whatever reason J-Chak decides to limp, we're going to be making the shove there. Road Hole folds, Pure Vita will say calls, and Ace King calls, and then we're in bad shape on that.
You have a lot of fish on this table, I've just noticed.
They're all fish on this table.
Oh my gosh.
It's pretty bad here. It's pretty bad. You know, you got Papaya coming here all over the board with their pre-flop opens.
What if all this time you've been playing poker all wrong?
Red 58 and Road Hole just open limping and loving it. And I don't remember why Deluxe and J-Chak are here. I'm sure the same reason. Open limping.
Yeah, they're all open.
So many open limps.
Yeah,
I'll tell you, the bony fish ratio is much, much higher today. Why?
Saturday.
We're gonna take over the poker world.
Look at this.
Oh.
We got Kenticus 1.
Kenticus. That's a
Big
cool name. That's a new name.
Kenticus.
I haven't seen that name.
Kenticus. Just subscribed. Welcome to the crew, man. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button.
Welcome to our family.
Yeah, I mean, look at Papaya. So last time we saw Ace Queen, and he makes it 3,100. Now he makes it 3,225. Why the difference, Papaya? Could it be because you don't have Ace Queen? I think so. I think so. So once you start seeing people adjust their pre-flop raise amount based on hand strength, that is a recipe for a disaster. But at least Papaya is raising. At least he's opening. You know, you got Road Hole, and you got Rhett, and you got Deluxe, and you got J-Chak, all Bonyfish open limping. You know, I mean, that's at least, you know, at least Papaya's not doing what Road Hole just did. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and make the shove here and hope. Let's go ahead and get through, because when we do get through, we're picking up such a huge percentage of our stack here. We're picking up like 30% of our stack if we don't have to fade these 3 cards. When we do get called, I mean, against Road Hole, we're probably ahead with our King High. If we're behind, we probably have 3 outs. We're probably, or we might just have live cards. if we get called by J-Jack and he turns over like an ace jack, and we've got king 2, we're not that far behind. So we're counting on having some fold equity here. We have to have some fold equity. I mean, it's 12,000 more for you to make the call road hole. He folds. J-Jack does call, and we're in real bad shape. So we need a 5. Find it! Yeah, J-Jack, you trapped me pretty good there, buddy. Trapped me pretty good. What can I say? Nice job there, J-Jack. Nice job. Just overcalling with the ace-king suited, putting me and Pocket Sylvia and Pack-Rat GG in just a real nice shove spot. But I don't really know if ace-king suited is quite strong enough to trap. The fact that you actually had me dominated was pretty nice. Yeah, that was pretty nice. So we're gonna give you credit for knowing exactly what you were doing there, and say that was okay to overlimp there with that kind of hand.
So Dab151 says there's a book called that he recommends that you should really read, called Thinking Fast and Slow.
Yep.
Have you read that book?
I started it. It's a very thick book.
Okay,
it's a very long book.
There's a part in it.
I think he also wrote it with Amos Tversky, right? So Daniel Kahneman is the guy who invented the term cognitive bias. He invented the term prospect theory, and I talk about him in my own book. He's the guy who came up with this idea of loss aversion and anchoring, and he's really an amazing contribution to. He basically invented the whole field of behavioral economics. Him and Amos Tversky. So I haven't read the whole thing though. Was there more to that? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's just no. You didn't cut me off. I'm looking at my.
In fact,
my 3s here.
I've hardly read any of it, to tell you the truth. I checked it out once at the library, and then I borrowed it on ebook. It's just such a long book. I mean, it's thick. It's thick.
Well, there's a part on it. That's what I was to say about why people call with bad cards. The answer to why players call with such bad cards. The book is about psychology and not poker, though. So.
Dabble51.
I would like to know. Could you tell us why?
I don't actually think that Daniel Kahneman has a chapter on why loose players call with any 2. But I do think that a lot of the cognitive biases he talks about, sunk cost fallacy, just world fallacy. I mean, there's so many cognitive biases that we can all, if we go back to the source, the source material is almost always going to be Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky. I know that it's going to be a good read, and I'm interested to hear what kind of specific cognitive biases that Daniel Kahneman talks about that you think are applicable to poker, because I actually want to do a whole poker clinic on the cognitive biases we run into, and there's a lot of them. But I'm kind of interested to hear what your thoughts are on there, if you care to share, Dabble. Nikiki says, throw money around, win poker. Yeah, so this is the king 2 right here. Deluxe coming in with a min bet. Yeah, we'll go ahead and make the call here with the any 2 cards. And, Wow. Well, it definitely makes me feel better about my call when we got Deluxe just shoving 3 times the pot. Knowing that for 1,000 we had the opportunity to win not only the 3,000 something in the pot, but also the 16,000 behind him. Knowing that when we made that call, we were getting 19-1 in implied odds. And all we had to do was flop, a 2-pair or bottom trips. That makes that a much easier call.
But something amazing must have just happened.
Amazing is like, yeah. We just slid right through that. Okay, red 58. Yeah, pot it up. Put us in that situation to. His Iceman is like, is the mic muted? Because I'm just like. The King 2 hand caught up on the other stream. Barack Obama, how did you ever make a deep run in the main event with how bad you tilt?
You?
I don't tilt. I've mastered tilt. I wrote the book on tilt. We're supposed to just slide through, you know? I mean, look, a lot of people who are watching me play shit, right? There's a difference between playing shit and playing like shit. Let's drill home the point. You know, we do this sometimes on the stream, and I think Barack Obama is being a little bit sarcastic, but just in case the people at home don't really understand what's going on at a poker tournament, I'm gonna go ahead and put up our hand history here, okay? And I want you to start paying attention. What I would like you to do is pay attention here to how many of these actually reach flop and showdown. And the real thing here is showdown. Take a look at how many of these actually reached showdown. So that one reached showdown.
We are gonna like take over the.
You see a showdown on the last hand that we just saw. Super cool man G. Super cool man G. Click on that sub button. That is awesome. Super cool, man. Gee. Big fist bump to you. Really appreciate you clicking on that sub button and supporting our stream. We're going to go ahead and ship you a DRM-free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt, as our way of saying thank you for supporting the stream. Superman G. Super cool, man G. If there's anything I can do for you, I want you to let me know. My email, dutch@dutchboy.com. I'm here for you and for all of you subs, because if it wasn't for you actually clicking on that sub button and saying, you know what, this is worth $4.99 to me. This is worth the price of a beer. I'm going to buy this guy a beer. Here you go. I've been listening to you, and it's been a little bit informative. It's worth my time to listen to it, so maybe it's also worth my $4.99 to make sure that it keeps on going. I really appreciate it, man, and you're really subsidizing this stream for everybody here who doesn't subscribe. So, you know, I thank you.
We
they should thank you too.
you.
I really appreciate it, man. We're gonna ship you that DRM-free digital version of Poker Tilt as the very first sub perk, and
hopefully,
man, thank you, man. Big fist bump. Welcome to the crew.
Yeah, take it down, Dutch. Take your tournament down.
Okay, so let's go ahead and play this King Jack offsuit. Let's see if we can just get through. If not, we'll have Rhett 58 call with whatever bullshit hand he's got. We'll let Road Asshole sit here, just call with his whatever bullshit hand he's got. Papaya is probably going to get out of the way because of the bony fish at the table. Papaya is the least bony of them all. Wow, he doesn't get out of the way. He goes ahead and gives it a 3-bet. Good for you, Papaya. And that's enough of a 3-bet. You know, he's making it 4 times. It's enough of a 3-bet that we can fold and save a little face. That's going to go ahead and buy you that pot, Papaya, a good chunk of the time. So nice job. It's a lot to risk, you know, risking 10K, and in those situations where I don't give it up, you're losing another 17K, and you're going to be in way, way bad shape. But you know, we spent 2,500 to try to pick up the 2,500 in the middle. A good chunk of the time that gets through. When it doesn't, we're going to find ourselves heads up against Red 58 or Road Hole, or multi-way with both of them. The percentage of time when Papaya wakes up with a 3-bet is going to be kind of small. If he keeps on doing it, then we kind of have to adjust our response to it. But wow, look at that 3-bet. That's the real 3-bet right there. So we come over with 2,500, and he makes it 4x our open. Now he makes it 2,400, and he just shoves all in. So what does it mean? I think it means Papaya is feeling like he's on the rush train right now. He's feeling like he can do no wrong. When you look down at 72,000 and everyone else at your table has less than 40,
Feels pretty good. It looks like we got some replacements here. We got Mr. Beaumont and Shoe Gal, which can kind of come at him. Okay, so interesting. Papaya just shoves all in with the ace king, and against me made it 4x. So what does it mean? Well, it probably means that he didn't have ace king before. It probably means that with our king jack offsuit, we're probably looking at running it up against a smaller pocket pair, like 10s or 9s or 8s. It kind of makes me think that maybe we should have saw a flop, but it's just so much to risk. And 4 times are open. I think that we're probably better off saving those, saving that 7,500 and trying the same move 3 more times rather than call and try to win some sort of hopefully racing against Papaya, but probably more likely than not having the worst of it. Oh. So, I guess Turek Obama isn't being sarcastic. It's okay. Turek, I'm going to give you a little lesson here. I'm going to give you a little lesson here, and I'm going to show you the difference between playing shitty and playing shitty cards. This is what I was going for with, before Super Cool Man G so politely interrupted us with that sub button. I want you to focus on the showdown. Okay, so we saw a showdown in that hand. That's 1 for showdown. No showdown. No showdown. No showdown. No, not even a flop. Look at those. So 1, 2, 3 hands go by without a flop. Then we have a showdown. So then we have no showdown, no flop, flop, no showdown, showdown. No flop, no showdown. No flop, no showdown. No flop, no showdown, showdown. No flop, no showdown. No, well, here's a showdown. No, and then there's a showdown. No flop, no showdown. No showdown, no showdown, no showdown, no showdown, no... And there's a showdown. So what we're noticing here is the majority of hands, and it's going to get higher and higher as far as the percentage, as far as the percentage of hands that actually go to showdown. It's going to get much, much smaller. Already, it's pretty low. We're looking at like a showdown, maybe 1 out of every 4 or 5 hands. So 80%, 85% of hands aren't going to showdown, aren't getting turned over. What does that tell you? It means it doesn't matter. 80% of the time, it's not going to matter what you have. So you're looking for spots, not hands, and I say this all the time. Spots, not hands. Spots, not hands. What about this? Is this a good spot? No. This is not a good spot. Is it a good hand? Not really. But it doesn't matter, because I'll tell you, if Cody 10 hadn't shoved all in, Papaya making it 2,500, we would strongly consider 3-betting there. Not based on the strength of the hand, but based on the strength of the spot, and the fact that we think that there is a difference between hand strength and pre-flop sizing amounts for Papaya.
Take over the poker world.
We got JPB16 giving the sub button a click. JPB, welcome to the crew, man. You are awesome. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button and supporting the stream. I really appreciate it, man. If there's anything I can do for you, I want you to let me know. That $4.99 is probably the cheapest you can find to put a triple bracelet winner in your pocket, because that's what you just did. I'm here in your corner, man. If there's anything I can do for you, I want you to let me know. Just shoot me an email, dutch@dutchboy.com. Let me know, hey, I subscribe to your stream. I have this question, or I have this problem. If you have any sort of issue in your life that you think that maybe I can help you with, I would like to do that for you. So thank you so much. And also, as our first way of saying thank you and trying to give you a little bit of value for clicking on that button, we're going to go ahead and give you a DRM-free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt. So check your Twitch message box for that. We got Jay Ruffer in the stream.
Hey, Jay.
Jay Ruffer. Awesome to see you, bro. I miss our chess games. I do.
Maybe I'll let you play one.
You know who told me I couldn't play anymore?
Well, because all he was doing is playing it all
She was like, chess is a waste of time. Go back to poker.
Basically it.
Chess is a waste of time? Really? Yeah, but it was kind of interfering, I mean, I was up late at night, and I would just be like playing chess with Jay Ruffer and a couple of other friends of the stream here. I don't know. I like chess. And I like playing it with Jay Ruffer.
We're gonna take over the poker world.
Arizona Cards. AZ Cards 1. Big fist bump to you. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. I feel like AZ Cards might be a resub, but it doesn't matter. You clicked on that sub button just now, and whether you're coming back or this is your first time clicking on it, I gotta tell you, man, I really appreciate you being here. I really appreciate you supporting the stream and actually, making this stream happen. Because if it wasn't for you and all of you other subs and all of you other supporters, it wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here doing this. So thank you so much for being a subscriber. And we're gonna go ahead
Do we
and
have another one? Oh wow.
see. This is how you play Queen 9 Road Hole.
Shoot.
You don't limp with it. You raise with it. You take that whatever possibility of having some fold equity here. There's 1,600 in the middle, 1,600 big blind, 800 there, so 3,200. There's 4,000. We're betting 3,300 to win 4,000. How often does this have to get through for us to show a profit? If it gets through 50% of the time, it's showing a profit. I'm going to tell you guys too, the fact that it also sets us up for a post-flop C-bet where we have the aggression is just kind of icing on the cake. And then this is kind of awkward. Road Hole goes ahead and says all in, and it's almost enough where I'm tempted just to spite call him, but we're going to go ahead and let him through. And yeah, I mean, that's half the time he gets through, half the time it doesn't. If that's the right assessment, and I think it's about the right assessment, it's incredibly profitable. And when it doesn't get through and we have to fold, I mean, it sucks, but when we actually have to see a flop, most of the time if we have to see a flop, how it's going to go is Road Hole just makes the call, and then it's just a matter of does he hit or not. And if he doesn't hit, he checks to us and we fire out a C bet and he folds. Or sometimes they get a little tricky and check raise, and a small percentage of those times when they check raise bluff us, we actually just devastated the flop. So anyway, we are close enough to the bubble, 25, and I feel like we had a really good shot at getting through there. When Road Hole just makes the shove, now I'm looking at it and thinking we are almost getting 2-1. Maybe we should call with Queen 9 off. It's enough of a bet though that we can make the fold, and I'm also kind of thinking that when we make the call, it exposes us and takes away credibility from future pre-flop raises. So not that we really have that much credibility anyway. So at 7 minutes, it's going to go up to 1K, 2K. We're going to be at 10 big blinds. The nice thing about the stack that we have right now, so we're looking at 12, 13 bigs, and it's gonna be up to 10 or 9 here in about 4 hands. The nice thing about that stack is it's easy to play. We're basically looking for open shipping situations. Or we're looking to actually get a hand. I can't remember the last time we actually had a real hand in this thing. It doesn't matter. We're not waiting for hands. We're waiting for spots. We're waiting for the times when everyone folds to us and we can go ahead and try to steal the blinds. We're waiting for the times when everyone folds to us, the blinds defend, and we can take it on the flop. We're waiting for those situations where Road Hole open limps with Queen 9, and we can attack that open limp. Sometimes it backfires. Sometimes the moves don't work out. But this is how you maneuver. This is what you do. You don't wait for hands. You wait for spots. Spots, not hands. Spots, not hands. Just drill it into your brain. Just tattoo it on your arm. And the next time you're thinking, well, should I raise here or not? Look down at that and don't look at your hand and say, well, is this a good hand to raise with? Look at the situation you're in and say, is this a good spot to raise? Because that's really all that matters. Cody 10, yeah, very, very big, very quick limp. We will go ahead and try to take it. Maybe we should have just shoved. And this is awkward. If we make it the same amount, 5,600, yeah, let's just go ahead and shove it. If he calls, then we're just going to have to dodge a heart. But making our normal C-bet there is kind of awkward. Puts us in a really weird spot, and it also kind of opens the door for him to maybe think that he's got some fold equity if he check raises all in. And a lot of times when he does, he's going to have some sort of random heart with a couple of overcards, and he's actually maybe even a small favorite against our flopped pair. So maybe the move there, we've got Papaya coming in here with 5,400. How did you come up with 5,400, Papaya? Yeah, how does that make sense? So it's 3.5x. Is that what we're seeing, Papaya? 3.5x. Okay, guys. We've seen enough. We've seen enough of Papaya to go ahead and mark some notes. And I'm not going to tell you what I'm writing here, but you don't have to worry about it.
Oh, cool. Oh, I busted, Dutch. Sad face. I have some good news, Dutch.
What?
I busted.
Is that good news?
I have some good news, Dutch.
It's not good news. That's horrible news. It's
good.
horrible
no, it's good
news.
because then I can now pay attention to the chat again.
Okay.
And there was a lot going on. I had to ban somebody, 2 people subbed. Oh my gosh.
Did you ban that Obama guy?
Yes, I did.
Tarek Obama? I was teaching him a lesson.
Yeah.
I was teaching him a lesson about spots, not hands.
But then I whispered him and I pointed out what he said was impolite.
It was.
And then he said, "Then don't listen." So I'm not listening.
Okay, yeah.
Ching.
See you later.
So yeah. So
I don't listen as I come on your stream and tell you what I think.
Yeah. So whatever.
Okay.
But
we won't.
Yeah.
Chev K, good to see you. He says he's been lurking since the beginning.
Can I?
Really good to see you, man. Thank you very much for being here on the stream.
He's been sending me videos, but I haven't really had time to watch them. So.
Gosh, Deluxe.
Because
Why
of
do you
my
guys do this to me? Why do you guys do it?
Let's see, Chev K. I will watch it. I haven't been paying attention because I was playing my very, very, very intense game there. I had 55 cents, babe. I think I broke my $1 today.
Nice job.
I'll be playing 1 tenth, 2 cent in no time.
It sounds like you have enough to buy in right now.
I can play a $1 tournament. I can't
grind
really
it up.
listen to this though right now because I'm doing this, so I'll have to look at it later.
We should probably have that challenge one of these days, one of these years, maybe next year after the series. If I have a really good series or a really bad series, then maybe we'll have the turn nothing into something challenge where we'll just like start with 3 rolls.
That'd be really fun. We should
have
just
absolutely zero and see what
that.
We can build up.
But we should do that as a side project, side one.
We should do that. We should do that. I mean, Carver did that with his Run It Up challenge, but we could take it to the extreme.
Is that what he did?
And start with like absolutely 0. I don't think he started with 0. So if we have a really, really good series next year where money is no object, or a really, really bad series next year where we have no money, maybe that's what we do. Okay, so 7-9 off. We'll go ahead and make the fold here. We're man, we gotta kind of choose our spots carefully because this is when every move is gonna really count, and you gotta think that Shoe Gal and Papaya, a couple of these guys are just ready to pounce. Well, that's kind of weird how that happened. We've got Jay Ruffer giving us $30. The tourney's on me. I'll be in Vegas 30th to 4th. Can buy dinner and maybe I didn't see the rest of it, but I'm gonna look at and see what it said. And Ruffer, absolutely, I'm looking forward to hanging out with you when you come into town. And dinner on you sounds like a plan. Let's make that happen. That sounds really cool. Looking forward to catching up. I'm also got some things to talk to you about on the staking.com front that I want some advice on, and getting that project back into gear. I actually just the other day last night applied to an idea accelerator here in Vegas. So we'll see how that goes. Gosh,
see if it accelerates.
It's too good to
idea.
fold, you guys. It's too good to fold. It's too many chips to shove. So we just go with a normal amount, and it's just it feels wrong with the stack size we have. I mean, 15 bigs feels wrong to make a normal under the gun raise, but that's what we're gonna try to do. We're gonna see if we can just get through it. We've got all these people who are just like licking their chops, thinking this is a good opportunity to push Dutch off because we're really approaching the bubble here, and they're right. It is a good opportunity. We got Cody 10 deciding that, yeah, let's just go ahead and get him off of it. Cody 10's been doing a lot of shoving. A lot of all-in shoving. It doesn't matter. We're going to go ahead and give it up. 8-9 suited. Really close on that one, guys. Really close. I mean, if I'm folding ace-jack, am I also folding ace-queen? Probably not. I think ace-queen is probably the cutoff of where I'm looking at that and thinking, yeah, we're going to go ahead and die with it here. I mean, look at Cody 10 just shoving. I do feel like that probably deserves a bull at this point. We've seen that shove from Cody 10 a good chunk of the time now. So was it a mistake to fold the ace-jack? Yeah, we should have been making that call. If we knew then what we know now, if we knew, like, we were, we didn't have a lot of time. We started looking through the hand history. We saw that Cody 10 had made a number of all-in ships. 1, 2, 3, leading up to the ace-jack hand. So he's moving chips pretty well, and he's playing. What he's doing is he's trying to abuse the bubble. So it looks like he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that was like his fourth all-in in like 10 hands against our ace-jack. So did we make the right move? No. We should have made the call. And we will make the call in the future because we've got the bull on his nameplate. That's going to signal to us that we've seen him move his chips like that before. Wow, Shoe Gal just waiting for the right spot. Is this the right spot? A little less than 3.5x. I'm going to guess Papaya has ace queen. And Cody 10 overcalling with probably like a small pocket pair. Because what else could Cody 10 have? Maybe a Jack 10 suited or like a Queen Jack suited. So I think if Shoe Gal gets through Papaya here, Cody 10 folds. But Papaya looks like Papaya might get a little stubborn here with the ace queen off. Might go ahead and convince himself that 2-1. You're getting 2-1 Papaya, so ace queen off can't really be that big of a mistake to make the call here. Shoe Gal is probably just pissing himself right now, looking at this and thinking, oh, jeez, he's gonna call with ace queen. Please fold. And yeah, sitting there with jacks, ace queen, and Jack 10 suited. Cody 10 should fold.
Did Jay
here.
Ruffer just donate?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Wow, look at this. Pocket threes makes the call. And that's going to do it for you, Shoe Gal. So yes, indeed, Shoe Gal was just begging for a fold. Papaya says, not today. Takes the coin flip, even with Cody 10 behind him. And Cody 10, I guarantee you, Cody 10 is looking at the way that board ran out and realizing that, yeah, Cody 10 would have won that, probably. In all likelihood, that is a win for Cody 10. Yeah. Yeah, big thanks for the donation. Jay Ruffer just covered the tournament, $30, which really helps, man. It's been a very rough day. It's been a rough couple of days back. We had we finally got a final table yesterday, but then we just got smashed into the 2 coin flips that went the wrong way, and then ended up getting the rest of our chips in with yeah. What do we do here, you guys? 19 out of 22. 8 big blinds with the Queen Jack off. Lots and lots of fold equity against Road Hole and Red. Like, a lot of fold equity. 7 away from the money, so I don't really think that we can just, fold our way through. Yeah, let's do it. If Red or Road Hole calls, I don't know. We got 3 people we need to get through. And if we can get through them, we pick up 25% of our stack. If we don't, then we have to win that race. And if we win the race, then we're well on our way to cruising to the money. So we'll take the shot there. Yeah, been a couple rough days back, but you know what? One tournament can change it all. Top prize on this is 1,900. So, what do we have to do to? We played the $50 tournament today. 50. So we were in that one for the buy-in rebuy add-on. So that's 150. Then we played a $30 re-entry. So that's another 60. So down 210 today, plus the 90 that we're in for this. So 300. Yeah. It's okay. 7th place is getting us even, and 1st place gets us pizza. So let's make it happen, you guys. Let's make it happen. 21,000. We were 18th out of 22. It looks like Road Hole's gonna be gone. Wow. What? So Papaya just misses out on the double knockout. Mr. Beaumont gets pretty lucky there because he has to hit exactly a a king, an ace, or a 2 to counterfeit there. He doesn't have as many outs as he thinks. I'm sure Mr. Beaumont actually thought that he was just well ahead. Let me see how that hand went down, actually. This is kind of ugly, I think, actually, how that went down. Oh, Cody 10. Yeah, that's not what you're trying to do there, Cody 10. How did that happen? So, Rhett 58 came over the top of Cody 10, I think, is what we just saw. Lots of interesting things going on here as the bubble approaches. We had Cody 10 coming in with a Queen 7, and Rhett 58 waking up with an Ace Queen. So that's how that went. But how did Cody 10 play it? Did anyone see? I was still focused on the last hand to see how Cody 10. What was his amount here? 6,150 around the bubble. So pretty crazy player. Made it 6,150 under the gun with the old Queen 7 suited. So then we have lots of all-in shoves with weak hands pre-flop. What are we going to do here, guys? If it goes fold, 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 and Cody 10 just shoves, I think it's a call. Oh, wow. Papaya makes a min raise. Oh, geez. Yeah, let's go ahead and... You know what? Let's just call it, you guys. Let's just call it. I feel like... I just don't feel like we've got the fold equity, and even though maybe we have the best hand... Maybe we have the best hand. We're probably up against coin flips. Let's just give it a call and hope for some sort of favorable flop. I mean, certainly a 6 would just be awesome. When the flop comes out Ace 7-3 Jack, Cody 10. I mean, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what Papaya's doing. I don't know what these guys are doing. Papaya firing out 2,000 into 13,400, and Cody 10 makes the call. I'm just done with it. If Papaya actually, if this actually goes down to showdown, I'll be kind of surprised.
Oh, did you see what Big Dog said?
No, I didn't see.
I'm sorry. I know you're into this hand. Hold on.
I mean, it's like right around the bubble. 6 left. We're 20th out of 21st. 15 pay.
Oh gosh.
And we're just kind of like in this just weird, awkward stacked spot where we kind of have to consider every move. So no, I didn't see what Big Dog said. What did Big Dog? Big Dog says, Dutch, if you need any dev resource to get any of your web projects to the ground, I got a full team I can give access to. I'm also in the biggest tech accelerator in Europe if you need advice on that front. Happy to lend a hand. Big Dog 2000 sounds pretty good. I'll follow up on that. I kind of feel like at this point it's more of a biz dev problem than a tech problem, but it's always good to have options. I'm going to go ahead and write that down, and I'll hit you up after the stream. So guys, thanks again for joining us. We are it's gonna be, this is the stressful time of a tournament, and we've got such just a lame stack. King 6 off. 7.5 bigs. We'll wait.
Crack the Whip is not liking your recent plays.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and make the shove. Hope to get through. Crack. You know what? If you want to let me know which ones, I would love to hear it. Papaya makes the call. Gosh, I think that we're gonna have to
get lucky.
We're gonna have to slide. We're going to slide here. $16,000, 4, 5, 6 with the queen jack off. We'll go ahead and make the fold there.
Did you make it? Did you slide?
The same hand.
Oh.
He had the ace queen. We had the ace queen. So
wait, you okay. Whew.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear anything but tappy 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 tappy.
No, I was looking at it, and then like when I saw that we had the same
hand. Okay.
When I saw that we had the same hand, I stopped paying attention. And I was like, oh, hopefully he doesn't flush out on me. Nope, no chance of that. And I didn't really say much. I feel like Papaya's call range there is wide enough where a lot of the times when he makes that call, we're really happy about it, and we're looking at a situation where he has to catch a 3-outer, where we have a dominating position. I'm sure he's thinking the same thing with his ace queen. I'm sure he's looking at our shove and saying, well, his shove range here is wide enough where a good chunk of the time. Wow, look at ret 58 going to the tank. It looks like maybe we're seeing a little bit of stalling now that we're this close to the money bubble popping. And we're sitting here with 5, 6 big blind stack, which is just like, this is when I wish that I would have actually loaded up Richie Gree's ICMizer, because I have no idea what to do here with Mr. Beaumont shoving. No idea what to do here. 6 big blinds. You know, I think that we're going to go ahead and make the fold. King 5 off. Maybe it's ahead. Maybe it's ahead, but I think that we're probably going to get a better spot to push our chips in than this spot here. And I also kind of feel like if we can get it in there right, if we can get it like on the button and force ret 58 to think about calling for all of his chips, or get it in under the gun +1 and force Deluxe, who's sitting out, to and just have him as dead money, then that's probably going to be better for us than making the call there. So 5 big blinds is what we're kind of looking at when this button passes us. If we had 4 big blinds to think about, and Mr. Beaumont makes a shove, and we've got King 6 off, it's an obvious call. Any king there, any queen there, probably. I mean, it's pretty much going to be a call. But I think that we're kind of in a weird spot here where, the other thing is the big blind might not hit us again. We might actually get a little lucky, have someone drop, and get to a point where they combine tables. So B. Shriever still chip leader. We got Poker Cat here as well, 154,000 chips, and we're sitting here with 12,000 chips.
We're gonna take over the poker world.
Stomp and Romper. Stomp and Romper with the sub. Big fist bump to you, man. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. Definitely makes me feel a little bit less stressed that when I see that we've got the support of you. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. And
I love that game, Stomp and Romper.
Stomp and Romper?
That was the best game ever.
Is that a game?
Yeah, you were like a giant. You could be. Oh my gosh, I used to play it in Reno all the time. I love that game. I can never find it. You're like a giant, like what is it, Godzilla or a King Kong, and you stomp.
This is gonna be a shove, you guys.
Good luck.
Thank you. We're gonna make the shove. We're probably gonna get called by Papaya, but the thing is, I don't think that. I think that we still have enough where he doesn't have to call us with any two cards. If he looks down and sees like the 9-3 off, is he really going to call us? No. So we have a little bit of fold equity there. And the nice thing too is we probably have the best hand. So we made the shove. We got through without having to slide. If he did make the call, I think there's a good chance that that we're actually ahead there. And at worst, we're live. I'd definitely rather be ahead than live, but if I have to choose live or dead. So yeah, and lucky for us, they did go ahead and move. And if you notice what's gonna happen here is the button's gonna pass us.
Yeah, is that good?
Yeah, it is. So we're gonna get a full orbit. Button's gonna be here.
Are they in the money yet, or they're 3 away?
No, we're 3 away from the money. So that's exactly what we wanted to happen. And look, we've got some of our buddies here.
So don't
We've got Texas to Nevada.
Just teasing.
Good to see you, man. Let's make a final table. Texas to Nevada. We can do it. We can do it. We've got
You ain't the shortest.
That's the only friends of the stream that we see. So they're doing tournament. They're doing hand for hand play now.
Oh wow, you're the first one he's ever subbed to.
Oh yeah?
Yay! Because he has a cool name.
Stomp and Romper.
No, it's Is it Stomp and Romper? It's probably nothing to do with the game, but.
And hey, I don't know if I mentioned this. We're going to ship you a
Splash
DRM-free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt, as my way of saying thank you for clicking on that sub. Thank you so much, man, for clicking on that sub button. It really means a lot to us, and you're awesome, dude. You are the gas that keeps it going. You are the fuel in the tank, man. If it wasn't for you clicking on that sub and all of you other subscribers here, we wouldn't be doing this. I wouldn't be having as much of a cool time hanging out, talking poker, and playing with you guys. So thank you for being here. Wow. And look at this. There are exactly 16 players left. We are on the stone cold bubble.
Are you just gonna wait? Is it hand for hand then?
It is hand for hand.
That doesn't matter.
It is hand for hand, and we're gonna go ahead and make that fold with the ace-9 off. Didn't mean to kick my camera there. Sorry, you guys.
Thanks, Dutch.
I was just so frustrated. I'm looking down at ace-9 off. Oh. Wish us luck. I wonder what ICMizer has to say about this one.
Oh, this is a good tournament.
We're gonna wait until it gets down to the trailing digit and make the shove. And we're calling it a night if this doesn't hold up, you guys. We've got the aces. If we stone cold
is this aces
bubble
right now?
With aces, then I'm gonna be pretty sad.
We're gonna be sad. Do you have aces right now, or
we
no?
did, yeah. It got through.
Oh gosh.
It got through. So yeah. We got through. We picked up some equity. It looks like we're actually going to be in the money here. So I'm going to go to the Twitterverse, you guys.
Weird. So
and I'm going to let people know that we are on. Oh, the money bubble burst. Big sigh of relief, right?
All the money
Mr. McSpewins is the one to hit the bubble. Mr. McSpewins. Is it any surprise that Mr. McSpewins decides to put himself in a position to get knocked out on the Stone Cold Bubble with a name like Mr. McSpewins? Okay, in the money. Streaming it live. twitch.tv/DutchBoyd. Come say hi. And there we go, guys. We are in the money. It feels good to not have to absorb a loss on this tournament. And we are just a few short hands away from being at the final table. And 14 players away. Wow. Cody 10 finally getting it. And nice job there, Cody 10.
Spoiling on Twitter, Dutch.
Oh, sorry for the... Sorry, guys.
Banned.
I need to delay those tweets.
Yeah. Now no one's watching.
So, guys, we're on break too now. So I should probably take a little.
Yeah, I need to stretch my legs.
Texas to Nevada is in the money with us. We are 6 players away from making the final table, which would be really nice. I would like to make that happen. I would like to make that happen with you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Really appreciate you being here while we get back into our regular schedule, the regular swing of things. If you haven't clicked on that follow button, click on the follow button. It's right underneath the video. It's a little heart, and it really, it helps us out quite a bit. It doesn't help us out as much as a sub. I mean, you subscribers, you guys are awesome. You guys are the best. So, but it does help us out. So make sure to click on that follow button. We got Coco Butter. Dutch, you got me with your tweet. Sorry,
nice.
guys. I didn't mean to spoil.
Yeah,
breaking my own rules.
Yeah.
Big shout out to all of you guys who are giving us the retweet love. We got Chinch Dog giving us the retweet. T Dog. We've got Nikki 2 cards with the retweet. Cat B. Couple of other favorites. Let me take a look. We got Coonsy. Thank you, man. The Real Marcus. I'm going to actually follow you too, dude. Thank you very much. Rush Limp Call. Christopher Brewster. Jay Jones. Kevin Hawes. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. Thanks so much for giving the retweet. A couple of people giving the favorite. Yeah. Shane Hall, our buddy, Death by Yellow Crayon, saying he would do anything for this to happen. So missing PokerStars. That's that tweet that I said, imagine if we all woke up tomorrow and PokerStars was legal again in every state. So, yeah. Brandon Kepner. It is.
Ready? Ready?
1 minute,
What's
47 seconds.
Yay!
The thing is, I talk about that situation. It's like, well, maybe it's right to fold. It's not right to fold aces there. There are going to be situations where maybe it would be. If we are so far down and we know that we're going to be able to make the money, so it's like, okay, we either go from 2 big blinds and guaranteed money to hopefully doubling up to 4.5, 5 big blinds and having to fade. There are going to be situations where folding aces on the money bubble is right. But those situations are going to be when your chip stack is so small that doubling or even tripling up doesn't really make much of a difference, and you are pretty much guaranteed the money. And I don't think there was any guarantee with the spot we were at. Besides that, going from 15,000 to 21,000 is a big. It's enough of an equity. We haven't given up on this tournament yet, and let me go ahead and get the lobby. That's not the lobby. Is that the lobby? No. Is that the lobby? No. There's the lobby. Let's go ahead and leave this up for the next 10 minutes. What are we looking at? $147. You'll notice that 15th, 14th, 13th, 12th, 11th, and 10th all pay the same. So you can expect everybody to get pretty crazy at this point since they really don't have anything to lose. And we'll probably see them tighten up again when we're about 2 or 3 away from the money. As for us, we are, fighting for 1,900. 1900 up top. I'd really like to make the final table. Let's make it happen. We can do it. We gotta make the right moves. We gotta see the moves, make the right moves. Cody 10 coming in here with a 21-5 means absolutely nothing to me. If I had any sort of playable hand, I'm gonna go ahead and make the call and force Fade to Black to just give up the 5300. Unfortunately for Fade to Black doesn't realize just how much of a bull Cody 10 is. But we know. They don't know, but we know. It's not going to take us much to feel like getting it in the middle against Cody. My Lamber asking how long is a Twitch delay? Delay is 4 minutes. We've got Cocoa Butter. Dutch is dominating the poker Twitterverse these days. Cocoa Butter. Thank you, man. I do feel like, you know what's, one of my followers on Twitter said, hey, I'm tired of your really asinine tweets. He goes, I'm going to stop following you because all of your tweets these days are just Twitch announcements and ship counts, and I'm tired of it. So you got to do better. And so I started trying to do better.
Like, take over the poker world.
And look at this. We got Limit Hold'em Guy. Limit Hold'em Guy with the sub,
Yay!
man. Limit Hold'em Guy
So he
coming
figured it
in.
out. He was having it difficult,
fist
but he
bump.
figured it out. Thanks, yay!
Really appreciate you clicking on that sub button, Limit Hold'em Guy. I'm going to go ahead and send you over a copy of Poker Tilt, DRM free for your Kindle, your Nook, your iPhone, your iPad, desktop reader. Hopefully you give it a read, and if you do, I hope you enjoy it. And look, Limit Hold'em Guy. It's a guy true to my heart, man. Limit Hold'em was a game I started on. You're dating yourself. You're dating yourself. Pre-moneymaker, my friend.
Is that right?
Yeah. The first tournament I ever won was a Limit Hold'em tournament. Okay, let's go ahead and make the fold here. Limit Hold'em Guy, thank you so much. You are so awesome. Welcome to the crew. If there's anything I can do for you, I want you to let me know. Dutch@dutchboy.com is my email address, and I'm going to be here for you. Yes. I will as soon as this tourney is over. As soon as the stream's over, Rougher, I will do that. Jacob Bay 22 says, Dutch, I just want to say I respect your gameplay so much and truly appreciate you speaking your mind. It's truly priceless. I don't think people understand the gift you're giving night in and night out. Thank you. Jacob Bay, I really appreciate it, man. It's actually not priceless, though. You can pay for it if you want, for $4.99. Listen, Jacob, thank you so much for your thank you so much for the compliment. I really do appreciate it. And I'm glad that you're getting some value out of it. Thank you very much for being here, you know. We go on and on about how much we appreciate the subs. Texas to Nevada, nice job, man. Way to grab that bull by the horns and shake him and say, not today, Cody, not this big blind, not today. I won't go out like that. Nice job. So Jacob, you know, we say a lot about, you know, we make a lot of you know. We talk a lot of, and really make a big deal out of the subs because you guys really do keep the stream going. But if it wasn't for you guys actually watching, and I mean, you are paying with your time and attention. You know, just being here, you are giving us something, and I value that. Your time is valuable, your attention is valuable, and the fact that you were even here really helps us out. Because the more viewers we get, the more viewers we attract. You know, it's important to be up there towards the top of the poker channel. So, Jacob, I'm really glad that you're getting something out of it. I appreciate you being here. So, thanks for the compliment and thanks for being here, all of you guys. What do we do with King 6 offsuit, you guys? Still 15 players left. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen a couple drop. I mean, what are you guys waiting for? There's no there's no jump between 15th and 14th, 14th and 13th, 13th and 12th. So this is usually when everybody breathes a big sigh of relief and just explodes all over the table. I mean, this is when they just like, all in. Yeah. Jay Ruffer. Exmoa is a paid supermodel. She's not paid that well, but I give her what I can. We're gonna go ahead and make the fold here.
All I want is cookies and cake.
I can do that.
That's all I want.
I can do that. We'll go get
Cookies
some.
and
We'll go
cake.
get cookies and cake tonight.
And waffles. Cookies,
You
cakes,
know what?
and
We're gonna
waffles.
walk
I'm
into
very,
the bakery at
very-
Smith's. I'm gonna go, baby. Tonight, this bakery belongs to you.
Yes.
Anything you want,
And I like croissants.
because you're worth it.
Oh my gosh.
I was gonna say anything you want in here. You pick out
You know what?
anything you
I
want
can
in
eat.
this bakery.
I have. Let me see how many calories I can eat today. I might just eat cake for the rest of the night.
Okay,
So I still have 948 calories.
a little under 2.5x, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll make the fold. I don't think that 5-3 off is really a defensible big blind there. I don't know. If everyone folds here, we shove. You know, we're looking at less than 5 bigs, and we have a king. We've got Papaya making a raise. A good chunk of the time, we're actually ahead of Papaya's range, but it's not. We're not that big of a favorite. If Papaya had folded, of course we're shoving. And Papaya making the raise.
We are gonna like take over the poker world.
Enlightened rage.
Enlightened rage.
I like that.
With the sub, I like that too. The enlightened rage. Enlightened rage.
That's the kind of
I
rage
like that quite a bit. That's really cool, man.
Whenever I yell at Dutch, I'm going to say, I am in enlightened rage now. And he'll know.
I like that username. Hey, Enlightened Rage.
like
We're going to
that.
ship you that DRM-free digital version of Poker Tilt as our way of saying thank you for clicking on that sub button. Really appreciate it, man. Big fist bump to you. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much, man. So besides the book, you also have those cool emoticons. We've got the fist bump emoticon. We've actually got some pretty cool emoticons. Do we still have the Nightbot showing the emoticons in the stream?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
You can try.
But look, enlightened rage. Thank you so much for being here
VR
and for
emotes.
supporting the stream. Really appreciate it, man. If there's anything I can do for you, I want you to let me know. Dutch@dutchboy.com. I'm in your corner for life, dude. You really made my night by clicking on that sub button. All of you subscribers, you know, I'll remember it. If you see me like around Vegas, I want you to let me know. Say hi. We'll grab a beer and I'll say thank you to your face and let you know how much I appreciate you supporting the stream and what we're doing here. Okay.
Is there like no limit hold'em online right now? Ever?
No limit hold'em?
Is there limit? Is there?
Yeah, you can still find
limit?
limit hold'em every once in a while. I mean,
But
I'm
it's
sure that
dead.
PokerStars has some. Does WSOP have any fixed limit going on right now? I mean, it's Saturday night. It looks like there is a 5 cent, 10 cent limit hold'em game going on. That's heads up. It's a Sap and Pao Shang playing for $2.80 and $5.56. I mean, that's the only limit game that we've got on WSOP.com. I'm gonna guess that PokerStars tells a slightly happier, paints a slightly happier picture of the state of limit hold'em here. Hold your breath and slide. Let's go ahead and get it in here with the favorite. If P-Fink calls, I'm pretty sure Ace High is going to be the best hand. Maybe he calls with like a 6-3 and we are just way ahead. Or maybe he doesn't call at all and we're able to pick up more than half of our stack without even having to fade those 3 cards in the middle. Fold, P-Fink. It's okay to fold your random 2 cards. It's okay.
Hi, Cash De Niro.
Cash De Niro.
We're back
How you doing,
on
man?
a regular schedule. We'll be streaming 4 days a week.
4 days a
But
week.
we're gonna miss next Thursday though, because Dutch is
But
going.
we're just moving it, so it's gonna be 4 days next week
Oh,
too.
are you? Are
Yeah.
you to go Monday?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess
So we're
we're
gonna
going
do
Monday. I didn't
4
know that
days,
on
3
the-
off. 4
I
on,
wasn't
3
listening.
off. So next week we're doing Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday because I'm gonna be in Fargo. We're gonna be doing a guest commentary at the HPT. Look at you, Texas to Nevada, making the moves. Look how beautifully you're moving those chips. So we got Fade to Black opening, Cody 10 calling, and you're thinking to yourself, Cody 10 can't have anything, or he would have made a big shove here.
Hello, Diamond.
Well done. Well
Let's see
done,
what you got
Texas to
going
Nevada.
What's Oh wow, Texas Nevada has some
Man, we
chippies.
don't need much. We don't need much to make that a shove against Cody 10. Irish 320. I hope you're right, man. Tell your friends. Tell your family. Tell everyone you know.
Give them as gifts. Give subs as gifts.
Give subs as gifts. That's funny.
Birthdays.
So
What
Cody
holiday?
10 coming in here now with 88.50, and I'm sitting here with A6 offsuit. I've said that we don't need much. But A6 offsuit still feels a little light. We're going to go ahead and take a break here. We're coming back now with 3 big blinds. This A6 suited looks okay. You know, if it goes fold, 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 we're making the shove. If it goes fold, 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 min raise, we're going to go ahead and shove over the top of papaya. What kind of raises could papaya make here that we're not going to come along for the ride? I don't know. P-Fink making a 4x there. We're gonna go ahead and make that fold. A little more than 4x. 7-8 off. I don't really feel like we have fold equity here, and it's pretty close. But again, 0 fold equity. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and make the fold. Wait for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 hands to find a better spot than shoving into a must call with 8 high. And I have a feeling that we're going to find those spots. 6-9 suited. Again, it's a must call from Texas to Nevada. So we make the fold. And man, we've been humping this small stack for a while.
Humping.
I like those emoticons, Jay Ruffer. Very nice collection you have there.
Can't wait till we get more.
Yeah, we're gonna get a few more. I had a very small window where we were supposed to add another 3 emoticons,
Yeah,
but
I
I didn't, and I lost the small window because we lost some subs
Yes, Dutch didn't
over
listen
the
to
summer.
me,
No, I didn't listen.
like he never does.
I didn't listen. Enlightened Rage, absolutely. I'll give you a follow back on Twitter.
Emotes.
Did he say what his?
Thanks,
Enlightened
Nightbot.
Rage? What's your what's your Twitter? Let me see if
Oh yeah, what is his Twitter?
let me get here really quick. It's probably Lord Rage.
Oh,
Probably Lord Rage. Let me see here really quick. Okay, so King 6 suited against Lux Boxkins. I mean, is this the hand we're looking for? Yeah, sure. Let's go for it. And we're probably going to be ahead. And wow, Lux Boxkins, what a gift you just gave us. I really thought that we were shoving into a must-call situation. I had no idea. I had no idea that we actually had fold equity there. A lot of you guys are going to be looking at that Ace-5 offsuit and thinking, man, that's a pretty tight fold. Maybe. I just feel like, 2 hands in a row, we're probably going to get called there. And a lot of times with 2, 4, 6 guys behind us, we're looking at being in a dominating spot. So I still am just kind of... we're going to blame that fold on shock, because I'm still just kind of in shock that we actually got through with our king suited without having to fade those 3 cards in the middle and that turn in the river card, because I mean, I would be calling me with any 2. There's so much dead money in there that there's very few situations where Luckbox should look at his hand and think that, yeah, this is the proper fold, but at the same time, there's some things to consider, and one of the things is Luckbox he might be looking at his stack, but no. I would say that there's going to be some situations where you, as a really big stack like Luxbox has, you might want to keep some of the smaller stacks in, just to retain the pressure on like the medium stacks, so that you can pick up the blinds and antes. But the way that Luxbox he hasn't really been playing super aggro pre-flop, so I kind of feel like that's not what he's thinking at all. I don't think that he's thinking anything more than looking down at, the old 8-5 offsuit and deciding not good enough. The old 9-6 offsuit and saying, yeah, I'm sure I'm beat. It doesn't matter if you're beat. Doesn't matter if you're beat. You still need to call because you're getting like 3-1 to make the call. And so this is probably going to be it right here. I just don't really see us folding much here.
Hey, Dutch, I don't know if you have
Fuck's
time.
sake.
Oh, gosh.
8-4 off.
Hold on.
We got the Cody 10
Oof.
coming in. So there's 9,000. I mean, we're getting 2-1, but I don't. This is actually one of the folds. We're really not folding much here, but 8-4 offsuit's going to be the fold.
Dutch, while this hand goes on, do you think you can answer Zap Sniff's question?
Yeah. What's the question?
It's about
Zap Sniff. Oh.
yeah, up there. It's a 3-parter. It looks like.
Okay. So a 3-part.
Or
part
two.
1.
Well, the villain. He
Okay, I
says
have
the
a
villain is
question,
very
Dutch.
loose, aggressive. G. What's
I'll
G?
read it. I'll give it a read. Okay?
LG. I don't know what that means.
I just came. Lag, probably.
What does
I
lag
just
mean?
came home from playing a live tourney. First for 1,005. Followed by some cash game antics, where I ended up plus 600. I had an interesting hand, though, that I think I played quite poorly. I don't mind doing the lightning analysis. So is it the live tourney? Okay, so this is going to be the shove here.
Good luck.
Hold your breath. He calls with worse. He gets there.
But
we
you
get there.
Stay there. Stay there. Do we stay there?
We stayed. The best
Okay.
hand held, and that feels
Woohoo.
pretty good.
Whoomp,
That
there
feels
it
pretty
is.
good. So now we are back to
Pukes and vomits.
8 bigs, almost 9 big blinds. That gives us a shot here. That gives us a shot. Humping that small stack. We're going to go ahead and fold the 8 deuce off. So Zap Sniff says you're 6-handed in the 1-2, so it's going to be cash game. Under the gun limps. And this is a home game. So I like home games. You know what I like about home games is they're not rigged. Home games are so much easier to beat for the sole reason that most home games are going to be you're going to be playing an even sum game to begin with. If you're in a location where poker is illegal, I'd really encourage you to just find a couple of friends and play home games. Play home games. You know, they're a good way to get that poker itch out. Okay, so wow, what do we do here? 5-4 suited with 8 big blinds. I think it's probably going to be a fold. So under the gun limps, you're 6-handed, playing 1-2 cash. Under the gun limps, under the gun +1 raises to 16. He gets called. Now you call on the button with 4-2 off. Okay.
He calls?
Okay, so first mistake is you probably can let it go. Let it go. 4-2 off on the button isn't really can't really go anywhere. You know, so just fold. You're looking at having to call 8 big blinds. You got the under the gun limping, you got the under the gun +1 raising. So if you call, you still have to worry about maybe the under the gun guy is doing something weird. And yeah, so I don't really like it already. Hero calls from the button with 4-2 off. Hero calls, generally, we refer to a call as a hero call when it's a river call and there's no more cards to come, and he makes he makes just an incredible call with like a king high. But calling on the button against 2 opponents, likely 3 opponents with 4-2 off suit, is just asking for trouble. So under the gun folds, flop is 4-6-10. I will say this though, okay, it's a home game. You can be looser in a home game. There's a lot more metagame considerations to take into account. You're playing with the same guys day in, day out. So wow, come on, Lux Boxkins, making the min raise. And guys, at this point, a min raise is going to do it. We'll make the fold. So there's a lot of metagame considerations. You also have the advantage of having played with these guys so much that you can make reads. We love you, Cody. Cody 10, this is what we like to see. This is what we like to see. Yeah, let's just go ahead and max it up. He's not folding, and let's just fade. Hopefully he is sitting here with like pocket 5s, or even better, Queen 7. How can you fold that, Cody 10?
He doesn't want to be,
oh my gosh.
what you call it?
He's still exposed.
Exposed.
He's still exposed. When you're folding with getting more than 3-1, I'm okay with that, Cody. You know, I'm okay with that. He probably had even less than. I mean, he must have like had absolute air. But to tell you the truth, even if he has absolute air, would rather just claim the equity than have to fade all 5 streets. Okay, and we got another pretty good situation here. Let's go ahead and make the normal raise. If Cody 10 comes over the top of us, then yeah, we're snap calling. Yeah, snap calling. Boop. Hold. That's good. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God damn it. Jeez.
God damn you.
Okay, Cody.
Meh.
Way to get it in bad and way to catch up. Very, very, very unsatisfying 14th place, you guys. Would you like to watch the tournament's hand history? No, we don't need to watch the tournament's hand history.
You're pending, it says. Pending.
Very frustrating. Okay, so let's say what happened with the 4-2 offsuit, and then we're going to call it a night. Small blind calls, big blind folds, under the gun folds. Flop is the 4-6-10 rainbow. So you catch the bottom pair, check, under the gun +1 bets 25. Hero calls with bottom pair, worse, like horrible kicker. So, I mean, you made the call. Your problem in this hand is calling to begin with. I mean, calling on the button with 4-2 offsuit is not what you're trying to do here. 6-handed, against an under the gun 8x raise after an an under the gun +1 8x after a UTG limp. Let the 4-2 offsuit go on the button. It's going to avoid tough decisions post flop because they're all going to be tough. And you know that you're coming in with not only the worst hand, but you don't have the aggression either. I mean, if you're going to play it, then your best bet is to raise pre-flop. And I'm not saying that that's the best move here. The best move here is to fold. But if he makes it 8x, if you're going to play the 4-2 offsuit, you might as well go ahead and pop it up to 40. And if you're going to bluff, stick with the bluff. Pop it up to 40. C-bet on the flop. C-bet on the turn. And give it up if he's gotten that far, because the line that you're taking here is a very very loose, very passive line where there's just nowhere really to go. So your best bet is to fold. You make the call. You flop bottom pair on a 10-6-4 rainbow. He fires out 25 into 3 opponents. No, under the gun folds. So yeah, he's got 2 opponents. Small blind checks. He fires out 25 into roughly probably 50, right? So he's betting half the pot. You make the call with a pair of 4s. I think that this is probably a good time to fold. I mean, he's c-betting a good chunk of the time with anything, but he's c-betting against 2 opponents. Not only do you have to worry about the under the gun guy who's saying that he has you beat from the beginning, you also have to worry about the small blind actually catching something. So the turn is an ace. And under the gun now, the original raiser fires out 70. At this point, the board, the pot is 100, right? And you just call. So the river is another ace. And now he fires out 150. And this is when you decide to raise to 300. And you get him to fold. So obviously the bluff worked, right? I mean, the line you took is very unorthodox. I hope that every time you try this line it works, because when it doesn't, you're losing a pretty good chunk of coin with a pair of 4s with 4-2 offsuit. I guess when you get called, you get to take really... you were there. It felt right at the time. It worked out. So hats off to you. Nice hand, Zapsniff. If it was me, I fold on the button. But if it was me, then I wouldn't have won the 220... What did you win? 220, 240, 260, 270... I wouldn't have won the $300 that you won on the 4-2 offsuit. I wouldn't have been able to take that situation. It just shows, we say spots not hands all the time. If it looked like the right spot and it looked like the weird line was going to pan out, it did. So, but I think that you really have to look at poker more as long term, and I think that I think that if you try to repeat that line and make the call after a guy under the gun limps, under the gun +1 raises 8x, and you call with 4-2 offsuit, counting on being able to outplay the guy post flop. I mean, you did outplay him there, but I think that overall, you can only sacrifice so much in actual hand versus hand equity. I think that it worked out, buddy. So nice job. I hope that it keeps on working out. I hope it keeps on working out. Okay, guys, that's gonna be it for me. I'm shutting it down. You guys are the absolute best. You guys are the bee's knees. Thank you all. Thank you to all of our new subs. We're gonna be back tomorrow, pretty early. Let's go ahead and see what we've got on our lobby. I think that the Sunday tournaments start earlier here, and there is a turbo. There is a $20 rebuy and add-on turbo.
Do you want to play it? It's a turbo. But then we have to get
let's
cake.
jump into it. It's not going to take long. I'm not going to do the midnight mayhem though. I'm just going to do this turbo. If we get knocked out, we get knocked out, and that's going to be it for us. So let me get all these.
Do you sure?
All these. Yeah, let's do it. Let's keep it going. I feel very unsatisfied after that final table. Back to starting stack, but this is going to be a turbo rebuy and add-on, so it's not going to be long. One way or the other, it's not going to be that long. So yeah. Yeah, I'm going to keep it going. Thanks guys for being here. You know what? I looked up, I saw that we had some support here. We're going to keep streaming. And if you guys would do me the favor of clicking on the follow button, I'd really appreciate it. That would be awesome. So, instantly, we just lost a lot of people after that bust out. That bust out sucked, you guys. That bust out sucked.
Well, I forgot about the bust out. What are we playing now? Turbo?
So now we're playing the $20 rebuy add-on. Turbo.
A turbo?
It's called the Weekend Sprint. That sounds like my kind of tournament, you guys.
Yes, because you love to sprint.
Well, yes, I do.
Yeah. No, you don't.
Let's go ahead and put that down here.
Let's see. The Weekend Turbo. You did good, though. I mean, you did what you did. You had a short stack. You played it well. Navigating through. It's too bad that he woke up with something. That's all. And then I have 928 calories to eat. What shall I eat?
Lefty McLeft letting
So
us know that he
excited.
doesn't like the min raise that we made. Well, we had 11 bigs. I mean, we can shove if we want. But the idea was to raise and entice, make it really pretty for Cody to come over the top of us. And we got what we wanted, Unfortunately, he actually had better than we had hoped, but I think that his range is really, really wide there.
So this is called the Sprint? Let's see if I can find this. Sprint. Oh, the Turbo. Wow. Late regging.
Anyway, if you think that an open ship with 11 big blinds is better,
Did you have to did you have to cash
that's
because
fine.
I cashed? Dutch? Is that why you cashed?
Yes.
Because I did.
Yes, that is why I can.
You're very competitive. You beat my dollar, or you beat my 55 cents.
Yeah, I mean, we're up a
Now
little bit
now you
on that, but we're not up for the day.
No,
it didn't.
it's okay.
It didn't outweigh the 150 that we put into the $50 rebuy and add-on. You gotta love B. Shrever too, sitting here grinding this out as
is he another one? And he's the other one?
I think
Both?
he was the chip leader in the other one, right?
Wow.
So you gotta love a grinder. Gotta love a grinder.
We would play multi-table ones, but then you wouldn't be able to have this wonderful. You couldn't talk at all.
I probably should start multi-tabling. We've got
Really?
the
You
monitors.
think so?
We can still kind of talk, and we'll just
You
focus
can try
on
to
the
do
one, on one
two,
tournament.
but I don't know. I feel like people aren't going to be able to follow you, though. It's hard to follow.
It's definitely a better, a better way
Like
to
when you talk about a
make money
hand.
playing poker. But I mean, the poker's kind of secondary, you guys. I mean, we're not we're not playing these $10 and $20 for the sake of the $10 and $20 tournaments. You know, the ROI in a $20 tournament is pretty small. You know, you're looking at maybe making maybe $10 an hour. You know, we have a pretty good ROI. It's a nice percentage, but the actual expected value is just not really there. I think that if you're trying to make a living playing poker, I'm not so sure that grinding online is the way to do it. We're not, like, at least here, if you're here in Vegas. I mean, certainly if you have PokerStars as a you know, as an avenue, that's the only way to do it. You know, the fact that you could, you know, if you're going to grind online, you have to multi-table. You know, the way that Butters does it is really the only way that it makes sense. But I think that, you know, Butters is so good. I think that he would actually probably make more money by the hour if he just went down to the strip. But probably lower variance, given that, you know, you just get so much more volume online.
Yeah, more hands for sure.
Yeah. I don't know, but I do think that it makes for a less exciting stream. You know, and that's why we're doing this. We're playing these because of the stream. You know, we're not streaming as play. We're playing to stream. So, Stomp and Romper, and Light and Rage, you guys are great. Thanks for sticking around. So Gargar making it's kind of interesting. These start pretty small, but it's going to get pretty unfriendly very quick with I think it's 5-minute levels. Well, it's the same basic structure though. I think the antes. Well, no, the antes start kicking in here.
What place was
level
that?
9.
14 that you just got? Was that 14th?
I don't know. I've already put it behind me. I think 14th. 14th or 15th. 14th probably.
And it paid 100 and what? 100?
147. So up 57 in that one, but it feels like losing. It wouldn't feel as bad as if we bubbled with those aces. I'll tell you, if we bubbled with the aces on the Stone Cold bubble, I'm definitely not jumping into another. I'm definitely not jumping into another one. Siren 2, thank you very much for being here. He says, no doubt, my new fave channel.
Jacob A22.
Really happy to have you here, man.
Jacob A22 says, as soon as I am able to sub, I give you my word that you will be my very first subscription. I buy my word.
A solemn Twitch vow.
And now it's on the internet forever.
Jacob, we're copying that. And every time we see you in chat, we're going to paste that.
Yes, exactly. I'm going to put it on a thing.
Jacob, thank you very much. Really appreciate you saying that. And we look forward, until that day then. AKGB saying, feed your girl a croissant.
Please,
I would like a croissant.
feel, you know. Oh my gosh.
Eximois, you should get some chocolate cake, says Jay Ruffer.
This is so bad. I'm doing so good at my weight loss.
Saboteurs, man. You guys are a bunch of saboteurs.
No, they're not.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and make the fold. Check 5 off. And we're back to starting stack, which basically just means we sit here and watch it and hang out with the chat. Eximo, why do you use a green screen?
Because green's my favorite color. No. Because Dutch, you were going to do Hearthstone. And this was a good background for Hearthstone.
It is a pretty good background for Hearthstone.
So that's why. And it's good for other stuff, too.
We set up one
it's nice to have a
side
green
of the room
screen.
as a green screen. We set up the other side of the room with a background.
We could have a background here, too, but we have to fit. I would have to fit a... you know, we can probably arrange the room where we can fit, like, a background like that, but it's not a big deal.
We could do, like, a backdrop, too.
Yes, we can
There's
do...
like a curtain.
Yeah, like, I'm in space or something, right?
We could do that anyway.
Space.
I could put you in space.
Right now? I thought you were doing it right now.
No, I can do it though. I've got a
No.
I've got a nifty little app called Sparko Cam, which can do it.
Can you try it? Do you want to put me with unicorns and rainbows?
Yes, unicorns and rainbows in space.
Just one screen.
He's just saying one table.
You
Just
can multi-table
one-
off screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I'm thinking is I can always multi-table off screen, but the thing about multi-tabling off screen is it does take away a lot of the attention, and it's not. I'm not really going to. It's already pretty tough. Let me take a look. I grind this. Thank you for letting me know, man.
Yes,
I really
thank you.
appreciate
How many
it.
bracelets
See you
do you
later,
have,
buddy.
Grindless? Oh.
Gonna go ahead and make the fold. I feel very bad for all these people, and I feel very bad for your backers,
Is it-
and I feel very bad for his children that you put through college. Thank you very much for stopping by. I grind this. Poker definitely is not even close to dead if they are replicating play like this. No offense, but I've been watching like 30 minutes, and you've made 2 or 3 fundamental mistakes. For example, not jamming an ace-5 for 5 big blinds. Look, I already talked about the ace-5 for 5 big blinds. Am I going to say that that's like a big mistake with 6 people behind me, not shoving with ace-5?
You played 30, right? 30 events?
After we already saw that we have fold equity with 3 big blinds, ace-5 offsuit, 6 guys behind me. Is it a fundamental mistake? Maybe. I mean, it's like I already said that. Yeah, this is kind of a tight fold. I'm not really sure if I should have folded that, but I was also, I also said I was kind of in shock after getting the fold with the king-8. Anyway, thank you very much. I grind this for your constructive criticism.
Not
but,
really. It was kind of like not even asked for.
Yeah.
It's kind of rude,
Wow,
really.
Jay Ruffer. Jay Ruffer
He
donating
really wants to play-
139.
He really wants to play chess with you.
Thank you, man. Jay Ruffer, I love you, man. Thank you so
I love
much.
you too. Is that my cake
Really
money?
appreciate it. I don't know why we're seeing 2, but really appreciate that, man. And yeah, I think that's going to put you back on the top of the donation board. Congratulations! Wow, all of a sudden we're having a positive day again, thanks to you, James.
Yes,
really
exactly.
appreciate it, man. Big fist bump. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, and thank you very much for. Wow, I just feel great now. Let's call it a night. Let's close the stream down and go get some croissants.
Well, I don't know if we're gonna get croissants. I have 9. I can't wait. I don't know what I'm gonna.
Amira Dave says, "Can you open a spectator window on Texas to Nevada and show highlights if Texas to Nevada does
Oh yeah,
well?"
that's a good idea, Dutchie. Why don't you
We
do
do
that?
love
If he
Texas to
does
Nevada.
a vinyl
Big friend of the
table,
stream. Let me go ahead and see if. Yeah, we can do that.
You should probably do that.
We can do that. So let's see. That was the $30 rebuy and add-on.
Oh look,
Looks like he's in 4th place too. So they are at the final table.
Oh, they are right now.
And B. Shriver is at the final table too, as well as
Oh wow, what a great
as
table.
well as Kathy Liebert.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Kathy Liebert is there as the as actually the chip leader. So
Oh
let's,
wow. You have a Hugh Hudson. Hey Dutch, sup bud.
Done, son.
Is that how you said?
Yeah,
Son?
done, son.
Yeah,
I think
son.
that's probably my best guess on how you're supposed to
Oh.
say that username. Yeah, done, son.
Yes, I only eat cake.
What's up, bud? It's good to see you. So, yeah, here we are. Look at this. We got
Hi,
Kathy Liebert.
Sunshine.
We've got Texas and Nevada. We got B. Shriver.
B. Shriver. Yes, I'm gonna go open that one up again too.
And, wow, and we almost misclicked on our own table because we were looking at what was going on Texas and Nevada's table. We'll put that up every once in a while.
And how many people are left in it? They're at the final table.
Yeah. It feels wrong to fold. It always feels wrong to fold. We're going to fold here, though, 5-1. We're going to fold getting 5-1 plus implied odds because 8-5 offsuit. Yeah. Just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like we're getting the kind of
Ooh.
implied odds that outweigh the reverse implied odds, and it would be a lot more likely to make the call if we didn't have to worry about B. Shriver between us. So.
If Nikki
Larry
let's
Friendly,
see.
sorry to hear it. What's that?
If Nikki, I was looking. So if he wins it, he almost wins $2,000, huh?
Nikki 2 cards?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's the winner on first on that.
Yeah, it's 1900 for first.
Big Stack says,
I wish I was there.
Big Stack says, I'm brand new to Twitch. You're my only follow so far. It was good seeing you down at the series this summer. Thank you, Big Stacks.
Big Stacks, it was good to see you too, man. Thank you very much for clicking on that follow button. Can we expect them to fire out on this board? No. Let's just go ahead and claim the equity. I don't really feel like giving a free card to a random ace or a random king or a random smaller pocket pair. We will fire out half pot. Mike City goes ahead and calls us, which is a little bit problematic. You know, now I'm kind of wondering if our queen is even good. We fire out. Texas to Nevada down to 8 people. It looks like Cody's out right now. I'm going to make the fold here. Well, look, we are already now... It's starting to get a little unfriendly in this turbo, so I should probably kind of pay attention and look for the spots. Pack Rat GG, raising the minimum. We're going to go ahead and make the fold. And, oh, man. Larry Friendly says, no, I woke up and got sold a fake bag of weed at 4 in the morning. So I was on no sleep due to anger afterwards and major tilt when I started at 10 a.m. Ugh. Sorry to hear it, man. Next time you're in Vegas during the World Series of Poker looking for weed, all you gotta do is walk outside the Rio against that big concrete wall, and that's where all the stoners are at.
Yeah, every single one of them. There's a lot.
Every single year,
They
at every
vape.
single break, you just walk up and be, hey, what's up, man? I play poker too. You mind if I grab a hit?
Just, you know what? Just
Strike up a
all you have to
conversation?
do is just like get into one of the circles.
Yeah.
Just get into one of the circles and they'll just pass it.
And they're
to
just
you.
going to pass it to you, and they're going to assume that
just
you
say
know
you're-
someone there in the circle.
Exactly.
That's how it works.
Be like, yeah, dude. Yeah, man. I'm in the same table as you.
Yeah. Okay, so Schriever making the raise to 450. I like that raise, B. Schriever. I'm going to make the fold. Making the fold. Double Ace 420, talking about the guy is somewhat correct. According to Nash, making the... but Double Ace 420, what does Nash say about having fold equity when you're shoving 3 big blinds in that situation with a King 6 suited? Nash would say you just don't have fold equity, right? So, you know, we're playing the table, and we're kind of thinking that is it a mistake to fold Ace 5 offsuit with 5 big blinds? I'm going to say probably. It probably is. And I actually said it after I folded. I was like, that was probably a mistake. Is it like a huge disaster like the guy makes it sound? No, it's not a huge disaster. It's not like we're waiting for we're not waiting for aces or kings or queens. You've seen that we're looking down and willing to shove. But, Nash looks at every single situation in a vacuum and takes into, and assumes that the opponents are playing in a GTO way. When you look at those push-fold charts, they make a huge assumption. And the assumption is this, that you are showing your opponent exactly how you play, and they are playing in a way that is perfect against you. So when Nash says shove with the ace-5 offsuit, it's assuming that the calling range is probably a lot tighter than a lot looser than it probably actually is. When you do get called in those spots, you're going to be in kind of a bad situation. There's 6 people behind us. The chances of someone waking up with better and us looking looking pretty sad, I just feel like we're better off waiting 2 hands, especially given that we had just shoved and gotten through the hand before. So I don't know. We talk about GTO all the time. I don't want to kick the dead horse here, but just realize that. Do I think it's a mistake to fold ace-5 offsuit with 14 left and 5 big blinds? I would probably say yes. It's a mistake. Is it a huge game-changing mistake? Probably not. If you're giving up a little bit of equity there, you're making up for it in those situations where you shove with a King 6 suited and you get the guy to fold. So, anyway. Zap Smith coming up with another
another
hand. I should read this, going from backwards to forwards. Ralph on you says, I learn from you guys every day. You're great for poker. Thank you. Ralph on you, thank you so much for saying so. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for subbing, and thank you for donating. That's huge. Really appreciate you being here, Ralph. I really do. And if there's anything I can do for you, I want you to let me know. I really do. The next time you're rolling through Vegas, let me know. We'll go grab a beer. Hey, look, so Zapsniff. It's kind of hard to go through without an actual replayer here.
Maybe he doesn't know how to do replayers. Let's see. Maybe he does? Yeah. Let me see if there's a replayer. What replayers do you usually use?
And I gotta say, Zapsniff, it really sounds like I'm reading this from the end now, and I'm going to be results oriented. It just sounds like these are just brags at this point, you know. So
right.
You got a set to call your bigger set. So that's very good.
Like take over the poker world.
Texas to Nevada still doing well, but still at 8. We got a double ace 420.
Nice.
Double ace 420 coming in with the
Giving me some cake money.
Giving the cake money. Let's make this raise. King Jack offsuit.
Nice.
Double ace 420. We're gonna go ahead and ship you that Poker Tilt DRM free digital version.
It's been here for a
coming
while.
to you. So you've heard the pitch before, but this is your pitch. Double ace 420. Big fist bump. Welcome to the crew. You are awesome. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button and making the decision to support our stream and this channel with your $4.99. I really appreciate it, man. I can't tell you how much. And if there's anything I can do for you to make that $4.99 a little bit better of a value proposition for you, I want you to let me know. Dutch@dutchboard.com. I'm in your corner, man. Thank you so much for supporting our stream and clicking on that sub button. All of you other guys, we really appreciate all of the subs, and all of you guys who aren't subbed yet, we appreciate you being here.
It's only a matter of time.
Only a matter of time. We appreciate you being here. We value your time and attention. Please make sure to at least click on the follow button. It doesn't cost you anything, and it does help us out. We appreciate it. Okay, guys, 7-3 offsuit against J-Tack. He's coming in with any two cards. Unfortunately, I just don't really feel like 7-3 offsuit is the kind of any two cards we want to defend with. Wow. So Poker Cat just lost a lot of chips to Papaya. Poker Cat had queens against Papaya's ace-9 suited. It looks like they got it in pre-flop. Well, no, they got it in on the flop, but they got most of it on the. The ace comes out and Poker Cat puts the rest of it in. Okay, Shriver coming in with the 6-12, Jack 10 offsuit. Yeah, let's just go ahead and call. I don't think that we really need a 3-bet with Jack 10 offsuit. I think that we're still in the rebuy and add-on period. That's pretty much what we're looking for. Can we expect B. Shriver to... Yeah, let's go for the check raise, I guess. Wow. So, it looks like we're going to lose Zizzy at that final table that Texas to Nevada and Shriver are at. Shriver goes ahead and gives the continuation bet against our Jack 10. We've got top pair. We've got the gut shot straight draw. So, we were going for the check raise. We'll go ahead and get it in there. And kind of expect to get called pretty light here. And this is pretty much the best case scenario as we get called with what we got called with. I mean, here we've got his outs, so he's actually looking at a 2-outer to scoop and a 4-outer to split. So that was the best case scenario. Kind of makes me think that maybe we should have 3-bet. On the other table that we're watching, Texas Nevada, he's still hanging tough with 140K. B. Shriver also sitting there with about the same amount, 140K. So we wish the best of luck to you guys, and you're gonna have to live for us. I'm very jealous that you guys are at the final table of that tournament and we aren't. A lot could have changed if those jacks held up. That was a pretty big pot. Puts us right back into the thick of things, and I think that we're right there with you guys. But Anyway, best orc player says, I have a serious hand question. So I've shown a few bluffs at my 1-2 table playing Agra. Best orc player says, I have jacks. I raised to 17 from the small blind after 5 limp in. So at 1-2, you got 5 limpers. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Plus your limp, plus his. So 12, 13. I don't really see any problem with the amount. 17's fine. You're making it 15 more for each one of them to call. I think that's a good amount. 17 is probably about the perfect amount there. Maybe make it 15. 17's good. You're going to expect to go ahead and see some action, but it's okay. Jacks is probably strong enough where it's okay to go ahead and inflate the pot a little bit. When you hit the overcard, and when you have the overpair, you're going to go ahead and want to play it aggressively, and but be willing to throw it away if you start getting too heavy of a playback. And when overcards come out, you can just be done with it. And when what happened, it looks like after 5 limp in, you make it 17, and now your head's up. So this is actually kind of unexpected. Although your pre-flop raise amount is kind of designed to just claim the equity as is. I mean, you'd prefer everyone fold. And if everyone doesn't fold, you'd prefer exactly what happened, one person to call. The one person who calls is the button, who figures to probably be pretty light. Look at this. We got High Spade coming in with the sub. Big fist bump to you, High Spade. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. Really appreciate it, man. You're going to go ahead and get a book. You're going to get a digital version of my book, Poker Tilt. Is my way of saying thank you for clicking on the sub button and supporting our stream. Big fist bump. We've got some other sub perks coming out to you subs, including the fist bump patches.
Take over the poker
Oh, look at that. Has Daga. You guys, sub train. Look at you guys. You guys are great. You guys are awesome. High Spade and Has Daga. Has Daga. Great to see you in the stream. Big fist bump. Thank you guys so much for supporting the stream. Has Daga, High Spade. You guys are going to get this. You guys are going to get a digital version of my book, Poker Tilt, as my way of saying thank you. Check your Twitch message box for that. Welcome to the crew. You guys are awesome. If there's anything I can do for you guys, any of you subs, let me know. Hit me up, dutch@dutchboyd.com. And I really appreciate you guys, man. Thank you so much for making this stream go and making this stream possible. Because without you guys, we wouldn't be here. Okay, hold on, guys. We've got something happening. We just had a crazy confrontation between B. Shriver and Texas to Nevada. B. Shriver fires out a raise. Texas to Nevada fires out 52,000, which is a little more than a third of his stack. B. Shriver decides to go ahead and put the rest of it in, and Texas to Nevada folds. Wow. So that was quite the fold. I mean, 123,000. He's getting 3-1 to make the fold. I mean, you got to be pretty confident that B. Shriver isn't making a move, and I kind of feel like okay, good for Kathy Liebert getting her revenge with the Ace King versus the Queens. I mean, this is basically the reverse situation for about the same amount as she had Queens against Papaya's Ace King, or Ace 9 before. So glad to see that hold up. And Texas and Nevada, so curious what you're folding there. So curious. Hey, Sode Shant, it's great to see you, man. Great to see you in the stream. Really appreciate you being here, and haven't forgotten about you. We're waiting for a little shipment of little prints to come through that I had printed up as a little thank you package for you and the other stakers in that online event. That was such a fun sweat, that online bracelet event. I really wanted to make the final table. If I could have picked one event this summer that we played to actually have made the final table and win, it would have been the main event. But the second would have been the online event. The online event would have been a very, very close second. Jay Ruffer, sorry about that. Yes, let me go ahead and get the info tab rather than the chat tab. So we are 10 out of 32. It looks like a good chunk of players decided to say no thank you to that add-on. Are we in a tournament structure where that add-on is not? No, that add-on's pretty significant. 5K versus the 3K, 3K, so it's almost a double add-on. Pretty surprising, actually, that yeah, pretty surprising that we're not that so many players are just kind of saying goodbye to that double add-on and that equity. I mean, 40% of the field decided no thank you. Okay, so we go ahead and defend with Jack 10, and this isn't really the kind of spot where we're ever folding. And I think that maybe we can get worse to bluff, but we're always getting called with better. I think that this is going to be the check and deuce here. Yeah. It's not what we're trying to do. I mean, we got what we asked for. We got him to go ahead and put it in with 10 outs twice. If we shove there, I think that he probably calls anyway. But I also think that a lot of times he's going to have like a weak ace and just try to go ahead and move us off whatever. A lot of times he's going to have a smaller pocket pair, and if we check to him, he's going to try to move us off whatever. Whereas if we fire out, I think we lose a lot of hands that are going to fire in, like put the rest of his stack in if we give him an opportunity to. So, sucks that the best hand didn't hold up. He actually didn't have 10 outs. He had 9 outs because we had one of the jacks. What is that? 36%. So we're almost a 2-to-1 favorite to have that hand hold up. But I mean, he had Ace King versus Jack 10, so it's kind of hard to tell a bad beat story then. And then we trap with second pair. I mean, I'm liking the way we played it because I think that we check there, and a lot of the time he's just completely waxed, and he fires in the rest of his stack, where he's not going to fire in the rest of the stack if we just put him to the decision. And when he has those kind of draws, like overcards with the gut shot straight draw like he has, or the open-ended, or when we're beat, we're never moving him off of better. So it's kind of one of those weird situations where I really am fine with the move there of just check calling rather than putting him to the test, because we kind of want him to get the rest of his stack in with worse, which he did. So, guys, thanks again for being here. We are on break. I'm going to be right back in 4 minutes. Stretch the legs, get a little bit more coffee, and we'll be right back. Thanks for joining us.
You showed Beef Shriver's table? And Texas, Nevada? Okay.
Yeah. Here's their table while we're gone.
Yeah, because... No, it's
and
okay.
You can see Beef Shriver's looking good. Kathy Liebert looking good. Texas to Nevada had a little bit of a slip after that, that 50K raise against Shriver, and then making the fold to Shriver's 4-bet shove. And pretty strong, really. I mean, I don't know what Shriver had. I don't know what Texas to Nevada had. I would have liked to see. And then we got a couple people who are just happy to be there. Some real champs, though. Some real champions, and some guys that we're really rooting for.
He doesn't like to be called he says it's so weird hearing you enunciate his name properly. Water Wazoo says, Dutch Boyd, I loved your book, the best book I ever read. Read it in 2 sittings.
Wow. Nice. Water Wazoo. I'll tell you what, if that's the best book you've ever read, I would definitely recommend reading Sirens of Titan, because this book blows my book out of the water.
Yeah.
But I really appreciate the compliment. I'm glad that you enjoyed the read. It took me a long time to write it. So thank you very much for giving it the time of day, and for actually finishing it. Really appreciate it, man. Big fist bump. Happy to have you here on the stream, and thank you for picking up the book and reading it. Okay, guys, I'm going to be back in a second. We are back, everybody. Good to see all of you here in the stream as we try to close off the Saturday on a high note. Our tournament starts within 1 minute, so while we're waiting for that, let's go ahead and switch back to our friends of the stream, Texas and Nevada, Schriever, and Poker Cat, Kathy Liebert. The lovely Kathy Liebert, one of my favorite all-time poker players in the world. She's awesome, she's cool, she's funny, she's smart, and she's, number 3 on the all-time leading female earnings list. She has so much experience at the table, and I like her chances here. Smashed right between Texas and Nevada and B. Schriever. Wow, yeah, there's going to be some fireworks for sure. Let's get back to what we're doing. So we got Gargar open limping under the gun.
So
and I'm really tempted to just kind of take a shot at it, but we're gonna wait for a little better
You have
spot.
three people that have questions about some hands here. Best of Orc, Jay Rufford, and WSOP Player Forum also has some comments up there, just recent ones. Yes, I will follow you at Enlightened Rage.
How do you whisper? Is it?
It's what is it? It's /W, and then it'll come up with the names.
Okay, so Enlightened Rage is actually at Enlightened Rage.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and
Okay,
follow
let
him.
me go ahead and I'm gonna follow him too.
I'm gonna follow him. He's my friend.
And Enlightened Rage, I'm actually gonna give a little tweet out to you if you don't mind. See if maybe we can get a couple more followers. Enlightened Rage. Our King, I'm a veteran, ain't got no time for you gentlemen. I like that. So yeah, let me find a good tweet that you made that I can give a retweet. And yeah, let's make this happen. 1100. This is happening right now.
Dakota Cahoon, second cash of the night, have 222K in the 800 guarantee with 19 left. Congratulations.
Let me take a look. Dakota?
Mm-hmm.
220,000.
Yeah, that's a lot. I wish I had that much.
Nice job, man.
What's the book on the shelf you're talking about? Something with water. Is that the Sirens of Titan
Oh,
one?
yeah, Sirens of Titan.
Oh.
Sirens of Titan. So good. Let me take a look. If you're super official about your bags rules, you probably have too much time. Just saying, rock on the treetop all day long. I'm trying to find just the perfect one to retweet for you. Enlightened Rage. We'll go with that one. Tied my tie without having to look up how to tie my tie. Pound adult life. Like it. And I'm going to go to my stream and give you the shout out and encourage people to follow you as well. Big thanks to at Enlightened Rage for the Twitch love. Give him a follow. Good guy. And a veteran. Pound vet.
I am crazy, no?
Okay, there you go. What did we fold there? Ah, jeez. Okay, so while we were...
Did you just
giving
fold
the Twitter
aces?
love, no, we folded nines.
Oh.
And, yeah, nines with 12, 13 bigs. Probably wouldn't have done that. No, we wouldn't have done that. We would have been raising with those nines under the gun with 13 bigs. I don't think that we're shoving there, but I think that we're definitely we're definitely not just open folding 9s under the gun at a 7-handed table in a turbo. But you know what? We got to give the tweet shout out to Enlightened Rage, so it was worth it. And we get pocket 8s, so it's like the universe giving us a second chance. It's folded around. We're making the shove. 10 bigs with pocket 8s. We're not going anywhere. If one of these guys opens, we're giving the shove. So we make the shove. Maybe Rome for me wakes up with 6s there and just flats, which would be awesome. It would be awesome. Rob's Art, how's your cake classes? So
That was in
how are
2013.
those? Yeah, those were actually a little while back.
Yeah, it was good. I made a lot of cake. I really love making cake. So it sucks, but I don't make cake. Because I'll eat all the cake. Num, 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 num.
Gar with that open
Cake,
limp
cake,
again.
cake,
God, I
cake.
hate those open limps. I
Love to
hate
eat
those
the
open
cake.
limps. Let's look over here really quick at the final table of our buddies. B. Shriever and Texas to Nevada. Hanging strong. Papaya and Luck Boxkins just got quite a few chips in there. Remember, you guys, Luck Boxkins is the one who folded for 2 big blinds more when I made the shove with King 6 suited. So, what does that tell you? I mean, I know what it tells me. I'm going to just keep my mouth shut about it, though. I'm not at the table, and you guys are.
Yeah, you
I'm gonna go ahead
didn't.
and make the fold.
Yeah, Dutch, you didn't answer that question by best orc player yet. Do you want me to post it for you?
Let me get back to let me take a look at it again. It's so he had jacks.
Yes.
He raises after a bunch of limps, which is fine. You know, you just claim the equity there, and you know if you actually get through with that, if everyone folds, you actually should be kind of happy because you're actually picking up 5, 6 big blinds there. And I think that if you play hundreds of thousands of hands, what you really need to do is you need to look at jacks and say overall, this hand is going to be worth X amount of big blinds every time it's dealt. I mean, that's really how you're supposed to be thinking about cash game hands. Is you don't look at them in a vacuum. You look at them over like the long term. And what you're going to find is in no limit hold'em cash games, your aces is going to be, very, very high up there as far as expected value. The expected value of aces is going to be about 2 big blinds, maybe even more, maybe even 3 big blinds in a game like in a live cash game setting. Your kings is going to be worth quite a bit less. Now you're looking at maybe 1 big blind, 1.5 big blinds, and then you start looking at jacks, and you're looking at fractions of big blinds overall in expected value. So maybe jacks is worth 0.8 big blinds every time you get it, and maybe your suited connectors are going to be like 0.05 big blinds every time you get it. So every single time you're dealt a suited connector, you look down and you're making 5 cents. Whether you win with it, whether you lose with it, your jacks, you look down and maybe you're making 0.8, and it's like $1.60 is basically an expected value every time you get dealt it. So that's how you're supposed to look at cash game hands, right? And if everyone limps in and you make 17, you make it 17 in the small blind with jacks. If you get a couple callers, that's fine. It's inflating the pot. If everyone folds, you should feel fine about that too, because now you're actually picking up 6.5 big blinds, which is going to be, I guarantee you, over the long run, way, way, way above expected value for pocket jacks. So you get called by the button. How do you play it? You pretty much are going to need to go ahead and c-bet pretty much any flop. And I mean, it's live, so you're going to have the benefit of having some... Guys, we lost Texas to Nevada at the other table. I didn't quite see how it went down. It looks like, it looks like Papaya had, I don't know. I didn't quite see it, so I'm not gonna just guess on what happened. But it looks like we did lose our buddy Texas to Nevada. Even so, 5th place is not losing, man. You gotta frame it right. $463, job well done. I know it always feels like you're leaving money at on the table because I mean that's what we're doing when we get knocked out 5th and 14th. But you gotta frame it right. When someone at the beginning of the tournament, if someone were to offer you 5th place, you'd feel good about it. If someone were to offer me 14th place, Would I feel good about it? Yeah, I would take it. I would be like, yeah, okay, I'll take that. That's a positive result. So nice job. Good luck, Beach Reaver and Poker Cat, who are still in, and we'll check back up on them here in a second. So let me get back to the Jacks hand. Jack 9-9. So you lead out 10, and I mean, here's what I think. You made it 17 pre-flop. You got the call from the button, and there's like what 10 in there already, so it's a $45 pot, right? Let's make this fold with the 6-9 off. It's a $45 pot. So you're supposed to c-bet. He should be expecting the c-bet. I actually, if I'm in his situation, if you c-bet 10, it actually feels stronger to me than if you go ahead and c-bet, you know, a more reasonable amount. We're going to go ahead and max it out here. Ace-9 offsuit, less than 6 bigs, or what is it? 7 bigs, 8 bigs. Yeah, let's do it. 7.5 big blinds. He calls with much worse, and we're in good shape. We don't really like seeing that because it leads to splits. That's not what we want to see, boys. It's not what we want to see. We don't want to see a split. But, okay, whatever. He got it in way, way bad and caught up. This too is going to be a shove if everyone folds to us. We might get the opportunity to shove here if Beach Reaver gives us a spot. And he does. So let's go ahead and get this shove in here too, and hopefully we still retain some fold equity against Gargar, and if not, let's just see Gargar call with much worse. So that's going to do it for us, you guys. Best work player, continuation bet a little bit more than 10 on the flop. And,
oh god, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh god.
Yeah, so then when it looks like the way that the hand went out, yeah, you missed a pretty good opportunity to just go ahead and stack them, because if you actually look what happened, he sniffed out your super strong hand. I'm actually really surprised that he made the 9 fold. So you had jacks full. Yeah, this is kind of an equity disaster what happened, because you're going to stack this guy if you play this right. What you really need to do is you need to c-bet. But when you c-bet 10 into 45 after raising 17 pre-flop, now you're just signaling to him that you just completely crushed it. So he's looking at his 10-9, not even really sure if it's good. But he's thinking, okay, well, you either completely whiffed it and you're just trying to, you know, post-oak bluff or block bluff into, you know, into a $45 pot with 10. So when he makes the call, the turn comes a 4 and you lead out 24. When he raises to you with 60, you tank a full minute and then re-raise and he folds. I mean, your re-raise to 101 is like, that's a huge problem too. So this is how you should have played it. You should have c-bet. The minimum you should have c-bet would be the same amount that you made at pre-flop 17, but I'm actually thinking that it's probably better off to go ahead and just c-bet, you know, somewhere around half pot, 20. 20 seems about right, even 25. You know, Jack 9-9 is a pretty polarizing board. It's a pretty dry board, and you crushed it, right? So you can't really expect him to continue with much. But if he does continue, go ahead and let him continue. So you lead out. When he calls on the flop, which he would have done if you had let out, you know, half pot, 20-25, he might have even raised if you let out like 20-25. The 4 comes out on the turn. Now you're making it 24 into like what would that be, like a 60-something pot? The way my line probably would have been this: lead out 20-25 on the flop, check the turn. And then when he fires out, don't tank a full minute before raising. I mean, that's so Hollywood. And this is like, the way that you played it allowed him to fold such a strong hand where I think that you play it a little differently. C-bet more on the flop. Sometimes he raises, and when he does raise, now you go ahead and just call and check to him on the turn, and maybe even check call the turn. Maybe even check the river to induce a bluff, or maybe just shove on the river. But the way that you did lead it out, you made a big mistake on the flop by not continuation betting more, and then you also made a really big mistake on the turn by when you fire out 24 and he raises 60, going through this Hollywood act and then shoving. And you didn't shove. You actually raised to 101. So if you're going to make the shove there, or if you're going to make the raise there, you really need to be shoving, because the shove actually looks more like you have the overpair and you're going to get called with a 9. The shove actually looks more like it's just like a bluff, like like you could be bluffing there. You could be bluffing with king queen, but most likely when you tank a full minute and then min raise, now he's thinking, oh god damn it, fold. He's got either a better 9, or he's got he turned a set of 4s on me, or he flopped a set of jacks, because there's no way that an overpair is min raising here. That's what he's thinking, and he actually read you really well. And I would rewind the hand, and when you're playing live in the future, try to make your actions a little bit more standard, and you got to try to think about what hand you're representing. And I think that the hand you're representing there, once you make that min re-raise on the turn, you're basically saying, look, you can fold 10-9 off because I've got you crushed. So yeah, some mistakes I see. The pre-flop action was great. The fact that you c-bet post-flop, even though you crush it, is good. But you need to c-bet more because you're kind of tipping off the fact that you're very polarized. That $10 c-bet is polarizing. You're either saying I completely crushed it or I completely whiffed it. So since it's a polarizing c-bet, now on the turn when you fire out and he raises and now you tank Hollywood min raise, now he can go back and rewind that c-bet on the flop, and that c-bet on the flop is really what made it so that he could fold that 9. The fact that you polarize your hand into completely whiff or completely crush, and then he finds out by making the raise on the turn, and then when you Hollywood re-raise minimum, now he's like, yeah, I guess it was completely crushed and my 9 is no good here. And he folds it face up, just put it in your face, rub a little salt in the wound and say, you're so transparent to me. Which I never like that. I don't really think that you should ever fold face up in those spots, but whatever. I'm sure it made him feel fine. I hope that what you didn't do was like, nice fold, man, and turn over the jacks full and let him know that he actually made the right fold. So yeah, good luck, good nice job, and everybody, thank you guys for being here. I'm gonna go ahead and shut the stream down. We hopefully in the future we're gonna see a few more streamers. Shriver and Kat would be awesome to actually give the host to. Let me see if there's anybody who we might want to host without just shutting it down. It doesn't really look like any of the people that we follow are streaming poker. Let me go to the poker channel and see what we've got. Yeah. So guys, thanks again for being here. We're calling it a day. I think you know what we're gonna do? You know what we're gonna do? We are going to host somebody. We're gonna host Change of a Nickel. We're gonna host Change of a Nickel. He comes in every once in a while. He follows us. Hey bud. I'm gonna host you. Hope you don't mind. So let's all go see Change of a Nickel. Let's see how someone else does it. And I'm shutting down the stream.
You can't do it right now. You have to wait.
Yeah, I know. So thanks again for joining us. We'll be back later. Let's watch some Change of the Nickel. We're gonna be back tomorrow at around noonish. So see you guys later.
No,
thanks
we're
again.
not gonna be around noon.
3-ish, maybe 3-ish. I don't know. We'll be back tomorrow.
We'll be back tomorrow. He doesn't know a time. You can't
Thanks
say
again, guys.
3-ish. You don't know.
Three-bet jamming. It's really close. I don't think I'm really getting a ton of value from three-bet jamming, but I'm also not going to be losing a lot either by making the play.